Hey there, everyone. We're officially live for a belated Earth Day special. We probably would have covered Werewolf 5th Edition if Justin and the gang were a little less I almost want to call them cowardly since they've been little dribs and drabbings of their amazingly gigabrain take on a setting that I unironically dislike quite a bit, but even I think I could probably do a little better. This idiot is Adam.
And I'm Tech Priest, who's about to guide this idiot through a grand total of about 6 books in rapid succession, covering the saga of a character that everyone loves to hate.
Oh boy. So
Uh,
I he was hinted at quite a bit, and isn't he like essentially Ichigo from Bleach, where he's like half everything?
he becomes that over time, and Phil Mercado, when asked about him, said he kind of just started out as a joke that spiraled out of control.
Oh, those are usually the worst characters. No offense. In my
So
experience, those tend to be the worst jokes if you can't control it.
I think part of it was that originally, with the first 3 books he's part of, it makes some sense for him to be part of it. Uh, in terms of the cosmology, and then we hit the book 4 that he's in, arguably, and everything goes completely batshit insane in terms of his power level. Actually, book 3 also kind of somewhat, but as an overall villain, he makes some sense for it.
Oh, I can definitely tell Chad is very eager to look and looking forward to the glorious saga that is Sam Hyde.
Um, Samuel Haight, the Skinner.
Was he like named after that actual guy, Sam Hyde?
He's named after no, this is way before then, because the first book he was in came out in, I want to say, 1992.
That's
Uh
fair.
his first adventure that we see him in is actually in a very interesting book from early werewolf called the Valkenburg Foundation.
Which I'm going to
Uh
show. Like for those of you who are not aware, I'm not the biggest fan of Werewolf the Apocalypse, but that's more just due to its construction. But here's the thing: I see a cover like this, and I get it. I completely get it.
a Chronicle of Madness for Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Now this cover. If I was wandering in the bookstores or the game store,
I'd I'd pick this up.
I would pick this up
I'd pick this up in a
instantly.
heartbeat.
So this is a book that is similar to Berlin by Night in some ways, in that it's mentioned once and never again. The
Uh
concept is very simple. You see, werewolves are not entirely sane. You're not. You're a bred super soldier powered by the force of nature to stand against dissolution, entropy, and destruction. So,
and
every now and again, something in your head just breaks.
in general, there's these groups of werewolves. If we go to the introduction, which starts on page 13, but before then, I do want
Another
to go through
beautiful
the
piece of art right here.
I do want to go through the page 10, our extra special thanks, and everything from. Okay, it was 93. They go through their list of developed authors, playtesters, and their special thanks list, which is quite fun.
I might have accidentally skimmed it. Oh, here we go. They had a little introduction in the beginning. Oh, look at that. Who's the second author on this bad boy?
Bill Brucato, our good friend Satyros, or Satyrblader, or whatever he goes by these days,
Oh no.
uh, who I would unironically love to ask about early White Wolf, just because it seems like it was an absolute fucking ride. The
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 special
special
thanks are
thanks,
always pretty fun. Like Rob Fatty
yeah,
Hatch for going up to 98
bring up to
pounds.
98 pounds, thanks to Charles Atlas.
That
Uh,
classic.
Travis, this is my job, Dan Williams, for his in-depth air quotes research on computer games.
Thanks for the
Josh
memories, Tim.
memories Timbrook for what the Black Furies don't have in Krynos form.
Which is purely. Do you think that was Phil getting a bit salty that Josh is like, no, you can't, Phil. Do
I
you
think I want to
understand what
say
would
that
happen if you did that?
I think that that Josh did a sketch of a female werewolf with tits, and Phil just started going nuts about it. Like,
And
no,
like
you can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. They're murder beings. They don't screw in that form. Well, I guess they do with Metis, but that's not what it's supposed to be. This is against my headcanon. And Phil's going in on an autistic rant
I
about the
kind of
evil
disagree with that
of
because
furries.
changing breed in the cat people.
That's true.
So I
Yeah.
think what happened is he originally did it because they're like, well, why not? Like it's supposed to be 90s and it's weird and hey, people have weird tastes. Look at those people looking at that Disney Robin Hood adaptation or the Gargoyles show. So they do it
Uh,
initially and then Phil has a very passionate reaction to it. Very passionate reaction and then Bill Bridges and Morrison are like, look, we
let's
can't.
not.
Phil is getting weird.
Phil's getting weird again.
On
Phil's
top of
talking
that,
about the evil again.
Phil. On top of that, we're probably not going to be allowed. Our the editor, Laura Rogers, Rogers is saying up front, we probably can't get in bookstores with this.
I love this one, by the way. Wes Emperor Harris for still having no clothes. Thanks, Delta.
So
He
there was
lost him in
someone
the
just.
airline.
Oh, I thought for a bit like he showed up to the office naked for some
Speaking
reason.
of which, we then had random destination trailer for choosing Atlanta over Chicago.
Well, there's also I don't want your girlfriend, I want his girlfriend.
Ken Cliff for being misunderstood. A word from White Wolf. We have another full-time fool or employee. Michelle Pereira has joined our production department, the dark pit down the hall where evil books are laid out, typeset and mistyped, and filled full of art. Good luck, Michelle, on the computer and on the Foursquare court.
I think that
Again,
this is them poking fun at they were probably because this is in what is it early second edition
this
period.
is this is early second edition, very early.
So
Um,
first edition when it came out probably turned some heads similar to how D&D did because vampires, dark, bloody,
well,
edgy, greasy.
Vampire. I don't know if Werewolf even had a first edition. I'll have to take a quick
They
look at that.
probably didn't, but this is in response to probably their first edition critiques from because this is the period of time where you had idiots who threw fits over Mortal Kombat being a thing. So
There
this
is a
is
first edition. There is a second edition of the Player's Guide,
so
and then there's a
odds are that Sam's
revised,
a
I think.
self-insert. No, he the best way to describe
Sam
him
is
is he's a
not a
joke.
self-insert. Sam is a weird case here.
Well, we're gonna get to him, and we're gonna talk about him. But first, we need to look at this weird. I don't even know what this art is like. So for those of you who are listening, there is a werewolf with glassy eyes and an earring, in wolf form, looking like a hippie, with these weird bead things in his hand that look like little Legos or like a little Rector
Oh, I
set sort
love
of
this
thing.
art.
Showing it to the guy that does the the meme, the laughing Spanish man.
It's their
He looks like
set.
him in a suit. Yeah,
It's
he looks like him in
Risetta.
a suit. Looking at a piece of paper or something like that, like, oh my god, this is so.
Okay,
I
so
don't even know how to describe this.
there are 2.5 interpretations in my head, right?
Yeah.
So let me start with the half interpretation. This is actually the werewolf is the psychologist, and that is his client. That Wolfblood is his client. No, I'm
Okay.
sorry, Risetta, you are not a werewolf. I know you believe you are, but you're not.
And the other one?
The other one is it's a glasswalker and the head of the Valkenberg Foundation, which is the kind of psych ward for werewolves. It's them going over the annual budget for the clinic. It's a glasswalker doing basic bureaucratic investigation. The other one is
yeah.
it's a Shadow Lord providing blackmail.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is what I know about you. I already
This is
have
what I know
5
about
different
you.
copies.
Yeah. So As far as I know, the thing that they talk about here is the lunatics, or the lunatic Garu, which are crazy.
Which that can
They
happen.
resisted the change, that first change, and they couldn't have anybody, so they ended up alone and tried to resist the natural urge that they have to shape change with, all they could, which then turns them into basically crazy people.
So yeah,
It
the thing is, you're trying to deny your nature. This
Yeah,
is something that can happen to vampires as well. With vampires, it's more though that the blood forces you to eventually go nuts. In this case,
yeah,
similar thing. You're trying to reject the calling. That's not happening. The moment after your
right.
first change, you try to reject that. No, that's not happening.
Now, it's often too late for lunatics to be full werewolves. They're just not comfortable in the other form, and they then manage to uh, they try to work to make him comfortable in just one of their forms, so that they're not crazy people, and so they can at least be useful somewhat to the fight against the worm, and
By the
also so that
way,
they don't become worm
the
touched
shittest
themselves.
faction, the shittest tribe, the Red Talons don't like this organization, this
Well,
foundation.
the red
They're
talons
trash.
are they're trash fire, but they're trash fire where it's like, how do I describe it? I would only let certain people.
The wrong tribe was exterminated for 5th edition.
Yeah, I would. If I'm having anybody play a red talon, I'm taking a very deep look at their character and for why they're hanging out with any hominids. Like, flat out, there should be a good damn reason for them to do so.
So there's only one good take on it, and it's yeah, my folks fucking hate me, but whatever. I don't care what they personally think. I think they're fucking wrong. And on top of that, there's something really cool about pooping into that tube thing. I don't got to
The other
worry
one
about
is,
getting tracked and murdered by hunters. It's kind of cool. Now, what I don't like is all
if you
the
believe
city
any of
and junk and grime. That's trash, but you got some cool ideas, people.
there's a different one where it's like wolves have lost and we need to learn from the hunters. The better hunters is one that you could say, like,
Those are your
that's a
two
very
good
weird.
takes. You could either
Yeah,
go kind of domesticated or yeah, we kind of lost, so we have to adapt.
yeah, which is the younger red talons have a lot of that, where it's like, maybe like we should try to adapt to the modern world a bit.
Oh, Dark Sun loves the
They
Red
didn't
Talons.
immediately
I
get.
don't. They're
I
probably
I find them fun.
they're not my most
I
hated tribe. That probably goes to what's is it the Children of Gaia that have the penis is evil? Was it the Children of
That's
Gaia
the
that
Black
had it?
Furies.
No,
That's the
no, no,
Black Furies that had that. We read theirs,
no. Remember,
but you
there's the
like
other one
the.
where it's like Christianity is a falsity created by the fucking worm.
That's Children of Gaia, somewhat.
So they're arguably my second least favorite just because of that backstory. My least
Oh,
favorite's
you'll love
Black
the Children of
Furies.
Gaia because of this book. I'll tell you that. Anyway, so the Valkenburg Foundation are mostly hominid, obviously, which causes the Red Talons to not like them. And however they see the Children of Gaia, however, sees this as a really good idea, because reforming the lunatics means if they're healthy, they can have more children, which means more Garu, which means more soldiers for the war and the apocalypse.
Which is very cynical, but hey, that's fair.
It's a cynical take, but it's pretty good.
The Red Talons aren't
Um,
irredeemable. Well, here's the thing: none of the tribes are irredeemable completely.
the problem is that people usually play them really stupidly.
Oh, like how Fifth Edition interpreted the Get, who are a might makes right society, as Nazis, even though they actively bullied the shit out of their Nazi wings to the point where they either shut up or were put down like rabid dogs. Might makes right. The Nazis were weak. That's why the Get fucking mock them. That's their mindset. You're wrong, Justin. But yeah, they actually have a nice map of the Falkenberg Foundation main campus. They even show you the people that are here because there are
They
patients,
talk
there are
about,
lunatics.
yeah, their
It's a bit of a
patients,
murder.
and
It's a
we'll
misery.
cover a couple of them because they're fun. Uh, but just to give you an idea of basic rundown of history, the first person open up this Valkenburg Foundation was a Swiss psychologist who later in life became a werewolf, and then started to study the lunatics using the science of psychoanalysis.
Yeah,
And
it turns out that kind of works somewhat.
it kind of turns out to work pretty well. He then fought a bunch of stuff, moved out to Wyoming, set up this, then died in the late 30s.
Mhm.
Killed, ironically enough, by a lunatic.
Which, hey, to be fair, that would probably eventually happen.
Yes. So, however, Valkenburg's aides, who were all kinsfolk, shut it down.
Oh, Dark
It was,
Sun,
however,
the group they took away were Get because they're all Nazis.
Despite that, it's very noted in the clan book for the Get and in all material of the Get that the Nazi group was very much shunned by the rest of the tribe, and also are like a very, very small splinter faction that they basically kill on sight.
To give you an idea, that's like
you were part of it.
what was that mage group in Ascension or Awakening that were former Nazis, but they actually hated they hate the Neos and they actually hunt them too.
That's from Hunter the Vigil. That's the
Vigil,
loyalists
okay.
of Thule, who have a absolute self-loathing for contributing to the Nazi ideology.
It's the same logic, but notice that they're not demonized for the actions of their past because they try to they try to call it.
They try to do it. They hate themselves eventually. Like the survivors of the group, basically the original group of the Thule Society that founded them, basically all hate themselves and each other. And kept themselves alive for a long time out of the stubborn refusal to die before the other ones do.
Because they all know
they
each other's sins, and they all know that they're destined to hell.
Yeah. So the Loyalists of Thule are fun. The Loyalists of Thule have like a self-hatred, and it's like, oh yeah, you're a weird academic who will absolutely roll a pipe bomb into a neo-Nazi meeting if he ever gets the chance.
Another thing they actually do like to do is psychologically destroy neo-Nazis. Like they will actually do this. It's similar to how Nosferatu in Old World
they'll
take
go after
beautiful
them.
people and mutilate them.
They'll actually try to they'll also try to deprogram them, and oftentimes this deprogramming involves baseball bats. So, torturing them.
Oh, you took a lot of psychic damage for the Get. Yeah, it's a shame because you can do some pretty cool stuff with them. At one point, I should bring up my Namibian kickboxer who tries to fight African warlords.
Yeah,
that was an idea I had.
There's a lot of
Get.
fun concepts you can do with the Get. Anyway, back to this book.
I'm sorry, it's just I kind of would have loved to talk about 5e for Earth Day. They're too chicken to release it.
They're not gonna. They released Hunter 5e.
Why did you make the spider the totem of the glasswalkers, you jerks? What's wrong with cockroaches? You fuckers. Keep in mind, I dislike this setting. Because it's very. If it's done wrong, there's bad players. It's the worst experience.
It's the worst experience mostly because. How do I put it? Furries. Holy shit!
Well, you got your Coomers. You also have the worst take which is what you kind of see in 5e, where it's fight the man. You're not fighting the man. You're in a war. Kind of, it's almost similar to Mage in a way. You're in a war against entropy.
Yeah, you're fighting them. The man is with entropy. Like Pentex and shit is with entropy, and you're fighting Pentex.
That's just the public face.
How do you play Children of Gaia right? How you play Children of Gaia right is the I'm a doctor but. That's kind of where you need to have the philosophy of it. Is like I'm a pacifist, but I'm still gonna beat the shit out of you if you come
I'm a pacifist, but yeah, and that's actually an idea I had for. There's some really cursed ideas.
There's a very valid Children of Gaia that you can have that legitimately believes in pacifism for the most part.
A Children of Gaia
armed pacifism.
Here's a good idea: Children of Gaia, Seventh-day Adventist preacher.
That would be a valid character concept for a child of Gaia.
Yes, they preach pacifism, and while in combat, you probably won't see them go into the war form. But everything else in the operation they will do. They just can't personally attack with their own claws. They can plan for it and assist.
They'll bring spirits into the fight. They'll do other things. They'll use rites. They'll do all these other things. They just won't physically attack someone. You might say, that sounds like a shitty werewolf. And I'd say, that sounds like a fun character.
I mean, I came up with a similar cursed idea for a Get a Frienders, which was a Mennonite preacher. Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually in Chronicles there's a splat
No, this is
for
no. This
extreme
isn't my
pacifism
id.
as well.
This isn't my id. This is just interesting concepts you probably won't see in a werewolf game.
I think they mentioned something similar in the Children of Gaia core book of like, how do you play a pacifist werewolf? And they go, well, you don't actually have to if you're a child of Gaia. Yeah, that's just a sort of a myth. You can play a pacifist werewolf, and here's how, but for the most part, they're not actually that pacifistic.
The best way to describe a child of Gaia is they're in the same sense of the Star Wars take on Jedi, where yes, they're a pacifistic order, but it's the pacifism of a man who knows who can wreck your shit and chooses not to.
Yeah, they're big. They're the big guy in like the.
When they start a fight, they make a point to end it, but they never start a fight. They'll always end one.
Yeah,
that's
and
an actual
also
way
treat
to take
you
pacifism.
afterwards and yell at you like Saint Moses the Black is a child of Gaia.
Yeah,
right.
But yeah, the whole point of Valkenburg, I know we're off topicing here, but that's just because I desperately don't want to talk about this cringe ass Ichigo motherfucker. But Valkenburg Foundation is an insane asylum. It treats lunatics. It is a useful tool to try to get, and it's also a useful tool for those who go through their first change that struggle with it. That's another thing they do, where it's like those who are starting down the path of lunacy. This is something they also try to take care of.
Yeah.
The problem is it's kind of an old timey sanitarium. So the standards are
in the middle of Wyoming. Well, the standards aren't actually that bad when you consider that it has to be built to the standards of can contain a raging werewolf.
Well, in that respect, but it's operating on 30 psychology, which, reminder, this is the same group of people who legalized and deified lobotomy.
Yeah.
And while it has advanced over the years, they still have some old-fashioned concepts, and those are tools that can be used to corrupt the staff.
I mean, the other thing is that they actually created a serum that keeps lupus from turning back, which is honestly a pretty it keeps werewolves from changing around too much, which is actually a pretty good
it's a good training tool for those that have that kind of identity crisis.
Eventually, however, the shape-changing ability is made dormant, which is a bit of a problem, but at the same time, for some of these people, it's probably the best option.
No, I just recovered from the news of Werewolf 5. I can give you more problems with Werewolf 5th. It is a reimagining so they can duck out of actually relying on prior editions, which also means you can completely dismiss it. It's not the win that they want.
We're trying to make Forsaken without it being Forsaken, basically.
Another issue that they have is it's the same issue that Sunk Vampire. They see themselves as the heroes, which I don't mean the characters. I mean the writers who play the characters. So they turn it into a freedom fight without understanding that for most creatures that go bump in the night, you're a monster. Yes, you have the pattern of humanity. Werewolves do have a human side. Even the Red Talons, as much as they want to kill that, they have that because of the intelligence they gained. With vampires, they have the shade of what they were before the embrace. With mage, they're human. They've become a bit more, but at the end of the day, they have all of the problems that they did prior, as well as hubris now. With Fae, it's a balance between mundanity and irreality. You have to try to find that kind of sweet spot. And with mummies, you just got a new lease on life, baby. Try to enjoy it. But at the end of the day, you're all monsters. Especially with werewolf and vampire. You're a monster. You're trying not to be you don't try to be an active monster, but that's a bit of a war you have to deal with. And you're going to do horrible things. Even a pacifistic child of Gaia will at some point probably leave a bunch of people to die, and they might smile about that.
Yeah, well, are from Ori really people?
No, the Métis aren't gone, but they can't make any more of them.
Which, admittedly, if they're trying to cut down on the weird sex stuff that was in
they're not.
Old Werewolf,
I don't think they are.
They're not.
I don't think they are. I think they're just. It's the problem with the current crew that work on 5e is they have their own very specific and very silly takes on headcanon and their own house rules. These are the people that tried to make Thin Bloods the coolest shit in the planet, when the whole point of them are you're playing from a disadvantage. If you pick Thin
Yep.
Blood, you're doing it because you want that disadvantage. You want to try to be the kind of the equivalent of Batman taking on Superman.
Or you want to create a really crazy discipline using the discipline creation rules.
That's more for KTF, by the way. And
Yeah.
yeah, you can create disciplines. It's something they almost never bring up. They try to bring it back in 5e with what was it called, blood forging, which is what Thin Bloods get. Sorry.
Can we get back to where to the book we're reviewing, Adam, please?
Well, there's
Please,
6
I
of
beg you.
them. There's 6 of them, so I think it's fair I can jump around.
Okay, but
But
in any case,
anyway, yeah. So what happens is the Falkenberg. It's great if you're a werewolf and you're struggling with being able to be comfortable in a form, or you're rejecting it on a psychological level and you're going crazy. You come here for treatment. The problem is it's old-fashioned. The treatment is sometimes quite cruel to you. And last but not least, the staff is getting. There's some signs of corruption among the staff. You see, remember the worm destroys, and this is a place that tries to repair. So
it's trying to stop that. So yeah. There's also the fact of the matter is that the puppeteers are trying to manipulate the staff to do torturous experiments and all this evil stuff. And
yeah, they're doing some horrifying. We're talking Mengele style experiments.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out if there's any physical organs that use them.
Also, I think this is Phil. I think this is actually Phil in real life right here.
Yes, autistic man in a fursuit shitting on the floor.
I'm Josh and Phil. It's fine.
It's fine, Phil. We love you. I genuinely do enjoy your work, even if I hate it sometimes.
So there's a bunch of stories in this. The first one is when the Wolfbane. They all
lead into the next one. So basically, it's meant to be played in sequence. So there's like a story. So the first one is like, okay, so here's a Valkenburg Foundation thing where they're like, okay, so there's a few steps that are detailed in previous books that they talk about, and they introduce you to that. You go to the Valkenburg Foundation, you find out about kind of what's going on. You get some really crazy art on page 23.
Yep, and they give you the scenes because again, this is more for storytellers.
This is more of like I have a group of players and I want to run them through an adventure. And I want to continue on from a book that I really got that my players really liked before, and that's what this is for.
And on top of that, while they don't ever really come back to Valkenburg because early adaptation weirdness, the concept of a facility to treat werewolves who reject the call, who go into lunacy, that's a cool concept. You can use this even if you don't like some of the early adaptation weirdness.
Yeah, it's a great concept, and this is actually like if when we're talking like early werewolf as an adventure hook, idea,
this is a really good one.
Good. Yeah, like this is a good idea. These are all really good ideas.
And by the way, they even have a cast of characters who try to resolve this issue. Like they are actual mental patients.
And they request for you to become their questing pack, their thing to protect this cairn and you're the foundation itself, and they give you a list of like who's around, what's your initiation, and if you refuse, the Shibitz pack take something. They missed some of it. I think it's like I'm wondering if part of this page got cut off, but
it's possible. Also, here's this Native American spirit knife. It cuts ghosts.
As I remember, there is some errata for this book that I think fixes that.
Yeah, because I mean they make a joke, but yeah, that's a thing that happens.
The typesetting is actually this happens. So the next adventure, however, is written by Phil.
So the first one's kind of got. Oh, look at this airbrushed art.
Look at this.
This is the dev staff. This is legitimately the staff in a photo studio with a painted backdrop and green screen.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm not gonna lie. This is so good.
You like how it's all the same person? I think this is actually Phil.
I think this is like 3 people, and they
I think
just
one
have
of them is
Phil.
Phil. I think one of them
I
is
think one of
Phil.
them is Phil. Yes. The early White Wolf sounds like a place where working at it must have been an absolute riot.
Well, yeah, because it was founded kind of around the same time as the tech boom, and they clearly adapted some of the same perks you would get during that tech boom. For
Well,
example, they gave you Foursquare time.
I think that was more because it's like there's only so much time we can actually spend working on role playing games per day,
Yeah.
and like we do a lot of research, we do a lot of like drugs.
World of Darkness WWE edition. Unironically, that's the Street Fighter book we covered a while back.
Yeah.
Which we do have. It is one of them our recorded videos. Those are a little more polished. They come out every now and again.
Yeah. So then the next one is actually pretty fun. So
Hostile
they go and
Takeover.
they
This is written by Phil.
Phil, whoever dies the most toys wins. Yuppie slogan. Whoever dies the most toys dies anyway. Bumper sticker slogan. A hostile takeover is an exercise in suspense. The player should be aware at all times that Hitchcock's proverbial tipping bomb is underneath the table. So basically, the problem is that there's an escaped lunatic that is trying to go to there's the Central Park Cairn, and oh fuck, this could be bad.
So, for those of you unfamiliar with film terms, Hitchcock always explained how suspense and tension worked in a film. You see, if you just film a simple diner, I'm paraphrasing, so the details will be wrong, but it's if you just film a simple diner, that's not tension. You can make it tense maybe with music, but true tension would be, let's say you and I are at the same diner, and we're ordering, and underneath there's a cut. You cut to what's under our table, which is a time bomb with the clock ticking, and at any point, you know at some point it is going to go off, or it might not. You won't know, but you know that the longer the conversation goes on in this shot, the higher the likelihood there will be an explosion.
And that's tension. The tension comes from the ticking time bomb. In this case, the ticking time bomb is that there is a corporate raider who is coming after the Sept and the Veil itself, which is the whole thing of like, the Vampires the Masquerade. This is the Veil. So basically, what's really going on when Shadowpad, a well-meaning Garu, learned that the corporate raider Harold Masters was a lost Garu, she quickly informed the Valkenbergs. The last questing pack came through a moon bridge to take him to the Foundation for help. However, because he can repress his transformation, he became a favorite subject for gruesome research. Masters flipped out, ripped through the Foundation and everything else in his path, and escaped. However, he reached New York, phoned his partner in business, who's Jenny Yen, and swore to make everyone that was involved with this pay.
Because
However,
again, Valkenberg
Masters
treated him like shit.
Yeah. However, well, the worm possessed people, but whatever. The thing is, he became a flirtation with a street gang, the Freddies, known for fighting with razor-tipped gloves.
Yeah.
Masters took control of this gang and snatched up a number of smaller gangs, welding them into a single entity. Now, Masters strives to eliminate competition both in the boardroom and on the streets. And now we've got to go and take them out.
Oh, by the way, when's the next recorded video? It's just kind of occurs when we can.
Yeah.
There's some books
So
that I think
they
have
give
to
you-
be covered in good detail that way. Others that just can be done like this.
Yeah, because let's face it, there's a being able to do a stream every once in a while is a little bit easier than having getting everyone together for a recording session.
And on top of that, there's some books that we know we probably won't go back to. Like we usually save them for particularly bad books that we know we would come back to.
Yeah.
Hence why the last time we did this, that was with Chalt. But the problem is, Chalt hurts so badly.
Chalt is painful. Chalt is so fucking painful. No one wants to go back to it.
Especially since I looked at Rifts, which is better than it in every way.
Yes.
What's
Now
the point? Rifts exists.
they have a nice little map of New York City. They go through like, Masters is running through like all of his weird shit. There's the moon bridge going on. There's your list of like, here's the various
and then the tension is you're trying to stop them from rallying and essentially destroying you.
Yeah. So trying to get to
And they do also give you a selling point. They do tell you about Rage Across New York, which is one of their setting books.
Yeah, they've got more airbrushed art on page
Oh yeah,
37.
Phil intentionally, I think, chose this style of art for
it
all of them.
was somebody else. It was somebody else that did this, but I love the really shittily drawn wolf. it's going across a table while a man with an Uzi is firing it in a fancy restaurant.
Oh, where's that?
So, page 37.
The art?
Book count. Yeah, look at the art. Look at this art.
That's Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys.
Well, there's that, but below it is the one I'm
the
talking
other
about.
one. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
I love the child scribble werewolf.
I know it's so
It's a
great.
child
I love it.
scribble, which compared to the other ones.
But yes, we lose one of the pack members in this.
Oh,
No,
Chalt.
Talon.
It's spelled capital CHA''ALT because the clicking language element has to be included, even though he doesn't know what the clicking that means in language terms. Apostrophes usually mean clicking.
Oh man.
Yeah, Chalt's painful. Chalt is painful. I would much rather. Let's get through this.
He's the yuppie ideal is Masters, and he goes with a street name of Pitt. I'm serious.
Will we go over Werewolf 5th edition or Paradox copyright nuke if anyone goes up? I don't know. I do know that if we do, I might do what we do with Wizards of the Coast books and just kind of talk about it.
Yeah, we'll just talk about it. As is, I try not to stay on this, but yeah, there's the street gang of the Freddies that they talk about because.
Yeah, let's see. Where's the Freddies? Because the detectives.
The page 42 or so.
What do we do now? Bowels of the Devil.
Page
Here's
41,
another beautiful
42.
bit of art where they're threatening Grandpa.
Yep, there's the Freddies.
There we go.
Oh my God, there's a wolf in the corner there too. I missed him. Oh, that's cute.
You know the worst thing is, the anti-aliasing was turned up high because I know what they're doing. They're taking paper cutouts. This is how they're doing the art. They do the posing. I know how they do this. They do the posing, like they have each of them do their posing, and then what they do is they then just cut them out, like after printing it, and then they interlay it as a collage on top of a new backdrop, and then they scan and print that.
Yeah. And they don't convert everything quite properly to the whole thing with hostile this, where they're talking like, well, a job well done, but whatever happens, Master's last stand should be an experience, and this is supposed to be Master's in. I don't even know.
Why would he? It should have been in a tuxedo, man.
You'll not take me. Never.
He should have been in a business suit.
Die first. Robed men, needles, tainted to the worm, as he shouts, and then all that. And then they tell like, oh no, like the Freddies will scatter. There's sirens coming in. There's a pack of gore-splattered werewolves trying to take the subway in Manhattan.
Is that Punk beating up George Carlin? Yeah, he is.
Yeah. If he survived the carnage, Rick Woods will still be snapping pictures and must be destroyed. If the police probably assume the characters are part of the riot and shoot first and ask questions later. The White Mouse Totem of the Cairn of Central Park may open itself for the players. Otherwise, the fact of the matter is that the any attacks on police officers will cause problems for the Sept. Don't do it.
So yeah, the whole thing is you try to make it quiet, but it can escalate pretty badly.
It can escalate pretty fucking quickly. This can go full like the scene from Anchorman.
The way Phil wrote this is it could either go quick, like this could be a very quick one and done, or if your players screw up or just the dice don't cooperate that day.
Oh yeah. Also, he's trying to blow up Central Park.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Read
it's pretty nuts.
Play Thirsty Sword Lesbians. I'd
play Thirsty Sword Lesbians. That one setting with the Violets one. I'd rather play that than read Chalt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the sad thing is I still have to at some point. We have to at some point do the Black Pyramid, but
yeah, and then they go complications, which they go like, okay, here's some extra stuff that you can talk about with more stuff to play with, and they give a list of here's your renown.
Yeah, here's some
I don't remember Old
Werewolf, by the way.
Yeah, and that's kind of neat. Now we get to the star of the show.
There he is.
And this is his first picture that we have of him. He's
There
got
he
a
is.
he's got a very shittily drawn L85. Um, he's got muscles. He's got a sword on his back. He's got all of the pouches and a
Yeah,
nice little sombrero sun hat.
yeah.
And then there's
With
this
eagle feathers, by the way.
with eagle feathers. He's roided out, and there's a dead werewolf in front of him, or a werewolf that's very soon to be dead.
Yep.
Written by Jay Morrison.
Did I
So
know that Hardwired Island's coming out with something? I don't care.
we don't care.
Look, we do bad, but we also do good.
Yeah, we do good like this.
I'd say this one's more goofy.
This is goofy, but this is fun.
Wait,
So
World of Darkness is saying not to attack law enforcement? That wouldn't fly today. I know. Like a lot of their
they
vampires
say
and werewolf ones actually are hunter ones scream destroy the police. It's amazing.
a lot of it is they say don't fight the police because it's not because you don't fight the police, but because it can cause complications.
In this case, it's you're werewolves, but even werewolves can be put down by like 10 guys armed with automatic shotguns.
Yeah. In any
Like, yeah,
case,
werewolves are spooky, but you can put them down if you got like a fire team of dudes with high-powered rifles.
the third one, I like this one a lot because the build up is so at this point you've already done some good for the Valkenburg Foundation, supposedly if you're following the story, right? You have some investment here. You've probably had interludes that the storyteller's been running where you're at the foundation interacting with various people there. So suddenly though, the Lupus Garu that are there are being killed for sport.
Yeah.
And well, you need to figure out who's doing this because they're killing fellow Garu. The
And you
first
find out.
one.
Well, the first
Oh
one.
yeah. So the first time you do it is you go and you check on them and they're trying to hunt down. There's rumors saying that they're going to hunt down some sheep. They talk with the Lupus. Are like, okay, yeah, there's going to be a hunter thing going on. Then a second leading the Lupus pack will show a drastic change. Upon locating the cured Lupus lunatic pack a second time, they will find that 3 of the poor Lupus are dead, skinned, and beheaded. A search of the area will show easy-to-follow clues leading to hunters.
Yep. And you eventually confront the leader of this hunter group, which is Sam Haight.
Yeah. And
here's the thing. Samuel, at the core, at his very beginning origins, he is pissed off that his brothers got the change while he did not.
his cousins
got the change, but he did not. What's Chalt?
So
we have an entire segment, Darkson. You can look at it later. I don't know why you're so obsessed about Chalt, man.
Probably because of the cat milk.
Yeah, it's basically worst riffs in every way. I'd rather not. It's Samuel Haight time.
Not.
Stop ruining Samuel
Stop distracting
Haight's
us.
time in the sun.
Stop distracting us. Stop tormenting Adam, please. In any case, as I mentioned before, Nolan Harker Mining and Transit Companies they talk about is that the local guards are all Sioux tribe members, and some of them are kinfolk.
Yep, and Sam's one of them.
And they're also related to Pentex. No, Sam is not one of them. However, the Carney brothers are people who are at the Foundation. Haight has developed a hatred to Garu as a whole, and Children of Gaia and the Pure Heart Sept in particular.
Because he
Haight
wanted
plans to do
what they
everything
got.
in his power, to destroy the Garu Sept in Wyoming. In the process, he plans to destroy the Valkenburg Foundation, a foundation that could have never done anything for him.
Because the thing about the Falconbirds are they focus only on werewolves.
Yeah, kinfolk is the thing. It's like, however, he believes in his mindset.
If you're wondering, kinfolk are, it's also called wolf-blooded. Essentially, you are the descendants of werewolves.
Related. You're related to werewolves in some way. So
fun fact: Charles Manson is one.
Yes. So they go into that Haight wants revenge, and this is why he's being corrupted by the worm. And his plan, however, is very simple. His first plan is to try to devastate the lands, calling them Pentex. Because to Sam, nothing is sacred. His outrage of being denied what he considers, his right is toxic. So they meet the lonely wolves, like these wolves out in the middle of nowhere, and we get some more fun art, by the way, on the next page.
Yeah, nothing is sacred. I'm sorry, I just I got distracted because of the pain of. So here's some cool art.
They are, by the way, they're all lupus. They cannot actually shapeshift because of the transformation serum that they got. So they have fun names, by the way. Red Fur, who believes that he was at the Red Talons, but no longer because of that. He's kind of left to his own, and he's a Theurge. He's extremely shy. He will only attack if he's cornered.
Mm-hmm.
While this is Lupus of the Fianna tribe, as the name states, she has no claws.
And she's an old one, too.
He chewed off her front paws in order to escape a bear trap. Well, parts of her front paws. The trap was manufactured by Pentex and intended. You know, like it was a Pentex. Then there's Snarl, who's very large and far larger than average and very fierce. He has a big scar, which causes him to have a bit of a split lip. And then my personal favorite, Snarl looks like a shaggy bear than a Garu, with gray fur and a tail that perpetually wags. Snarl's been mistaken for a very large and mangy Saint Bernard more than once.
Yeah?
By the way, he's actually very friendly. He likes to get his back scratched, and he does not mind looking. He just eats a lot. He's just kind of fat.
Yeah.
So he's fun. And then we have eats pine cones. Let me repeat this.
She eats them.
She eats pine cones.
To the point where that's her name.
Yes. Wolf lupus forms usually have very simple names like this, like eats pine cones, Snarl, runs fast, no claw, red fur, whatever. Like, because wolves are very short and to the point. So eats pine cones. She's probably the most sane of them, but she chews on pine cones all the time. She would prefer to eat her special treats rather than engage in conversation. So they find her.
Also, they go into details of she's a truly beautiful lupus with luxurious fur, the same color as leaves in autumn, and a strong features on his face. She's a very pretty wolf. Her eyes are blue and her teeth are even, though they are constantly covered in fragments of pine cone and sap. But yeah, the first scene is you figure out that this pack is getting their crap wrecked by hunters, and then you figure out that it's this bitter asshole who's very angry that his cousins got the gift and he did not, to the point where he's serving the worm.
Because most of them die. Someone has killed 3 of the wolves, and they've, skinned or beheaded them. The dead ones are Clawless, Snarl, and Red Fur. Eats Pine Cones has fled, and you need to go find her. You then find a bunch of hunters in the woods. There's a total of 8 and
They're
2 large pickup trucks.
By the way, and filled with beer.
They sense worm will show them all to be worm tainted, and at which point you have to roll to resist fury. Because, to be fair, you just saw a bunch of people that murdered completely harmless werewolves.
Yeah.
Like, this group is completely fucking harmless.
And almost all of them are dead now.
Yeah, like, what they did is an absolute, it's a crime against Gaia. They need to die.
By the way, here's a thing that this book does that 5e doesn't. Yes, this is extreme behavior, forcing you to frenzy, and some players may not want their characters to act that way, but the purpose is to drive home the point that as Guru, players are not always the masters of their emotions, and instinct can take over.
Yes.
By the way, hey there, Ossel.
And then we get our favorite boy. He steps out of the front truck. There was 2 pickup trucks.
All of them
There's
suck.
7 and 1. There's 8 hunters total. Sam Haight steps out.
Yep.
He's carrying 3 weapons, firearms all loaded with silver ammunition. A heavy pistol, a heavy submachine gun.
This is reverse ninja syndrome, where the more hunters you kill, the more badass Sam becomes.
Yes.
He absorbed their power. He became the soul ninja.
At the first sign of difficulty, Sam will abandon the other hunters completely, driving as quickly and as safely as he can, making as much distance as possible between himself and the pack.
Because he's a rat bastard.
Because he's a rat bastard. So, should the pack abandon the other hunters and head straight for him, he has a few surprises in store, namely a bunch of Molotov cocktails.
Essentially, this is just them trying really hard to avoid getting rid of them.
Yeah.
By the way, an adventure hook, if you're smart, I think you should still be able to. Let's see if they actually
you possibly can, because the idea is one way or the other, Sam should probably get away with the fact of this scene, because it's like he has any additional items he should need to get his escape, such as a jetpack or a helicopter or whatever the fuck.
Which,
because
in my opinion, that's kind of pathetic. But
it's kind of pathetic, but at the same time, anyone who's gotten a bunch of silver caltrops out, has a bunch of stuff ready to sort of forest fire, knows that werewolves are coming from him, and that he does aggravated damage and reduces their
you can
running
justify it
speed.
all you want, but in a certain size group, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. He is deliberately called the best hunters and the worst thinkers for his lupus hunt.
I'm
Casually
just
string the
straight up saying that here's the thing. You can justify it all you want. That doesn't change if they get like 20 damage on him on accident.
That's true. If that happens, then something else is going to happen. In any case,
I'm just pointing that out because that is something that it will not necessarily survive. They make a point to try to desperately. That's why he's a rat bastard.
Yeah, well, he's a rat bastard because that's his personality.
But
He
let's
just
just
is.
say your guru happens to have a, because this has happened before where they min-max towards combat and they just, they do a fuckload of damage to his head.
Yeah.
Like they shoot him in the head with a Spaz 12 auto shotgun.
The hunters are all out for a good time, completely unaware that they were being
So
set
how
up
do they
by
overpower Sam? The logic is he's supposed to get away. Like he's actually relatively tough because he's well armed compared to them. He's completely sober.
He's well armed.
He's
He
paying
knows what
attention.
he's after. He's
He has
sober.
good stats.
Yeah, like
Relatively
chances
good
are
stats for a mortal.
he's also in a truck.
And he's faster than you since he's nearest to the vehicle. The whole point is he also has booby trapped a getaway zone.
Yeah.
Like he has booby trapped a getaway zone. The whole point is he is sacrificing them. That's the other thing. They kind of expect you, and this is maybe a way to actually make it so that Sammy Boy escapes.
Is it you're too busy frenzying?
That too. You're likely to be frenzying, and on top of that, if you're really concerned, you can always just make a couple of the other hunters not necessarily as good as him, but more with it.
Yeah.
Since they are supposed to be guards.
Yeah, they have a sample. They actually have a decent. Not only 3 dice for guns, really.
Isn't Sam like a? Oh wait, we're not remotely there yet. This is him at the start of his journey.
This is the start of his journey. Yes. They assume they're simply off to stop a few coyote from killing sheep and stuff like that. So the varmints that have been killing off the sheep.
Here's the Bubbas with badly drawn guns.
I love Bubba number. I love that there's Sam in the dark there in his pickup truck
with the smiley face on it.
Yeah. In any case,
take some of the hunters for more. You don't even need to do that, Imsid.
They're not actually. There's truck drivers and security guards.
Like some of them actually do have some decent training. So all you really need to do is just make it so that
have a couple that have a couple of extra dice in their pool. It's not that hard.
And also make like not all of them drunk. Like let's say there's 8 of them.
Yeah. They're pretty drunk, but they're not like really drunk.
Like you got 3 or 4 that are completely drunk, and then like the remainder are varying degrees of drunk, except Sam and maybe 1 or 2 others.
Yeah, and in any case, they all have badges.
Sorcerer
on them.
Ghoul, yeah, Dark Sun, it gets kind of crazy.
They then link back to Nolan Harker Mining and Transportation Company. So that's where you go next, and you have to jump over an electric fence. They can deal aggravated
and here's
damage.
The mining complex. And yes, this is a company that is worm tainted. They know vaguely how to keep you out.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Pentex stuff. There's a great amount of detail. Sam should continue his research in exchanging lands, the National Forest for lands in another area, so that they can surround the Valkenburg Foundation and destroy it. Right?
Because that's another thing. The mining company is essentially negotiating in and paying off lands to then give to the government to then have the right to buy lands. And it kind of the whole concept is the conservation area stays the same, but they're trying to box in your little safe haven.
Yeah, so that they can
Which is kind of clever. That is something that a lot of people forget in Werewolf is.
Yeah, Pentex isn't dumb.
Yeah, they're not purely Captain Evil villains. They do play corporate greed, dirty things too.
Yeah, they then go like the guards are as busy with their routine routes. They're stealth and a few whispers will prevent potential encounters, but if they've been less than cautious, the guards will gain the advantage of surprise. So the guards are all in fact Sioux, and they're all quite loyal to the company as it pays well, has excellent medical benefits, and several of them are in fact kinfolk.
Yeah,
these guards are not actually worm corrupted. That's the other thing. They're not actually worm corrupted, and if one of your players is a Wendigo, they basically say that they probably are going to be like, we should not attack these people.
And that's another thing. That's another cleverness about Pentex and worm-infected companies. The mining consortium is only sort of corrupted because it doesn't really
Yeah.
need to. It doesn't need. You don't need to do complete top-down. You just direct human behavior a bit.
Yeah.
In this case,
And
it's
for that
just
matter,
buy the rights to the land, but to do that, you have to set up other areas to exchange.
also for that matter, doing this could get you fucked up by the Wendigo tribe.
Yeah.
Because if you just go in there and start killing people, guess what? The Wendigo tribe, the local members of this, are gonna find out about this because this is their kinfolk that you are killing, and they
and
are
that is the
already
thing by the Wendigo.
extremely pissed.
And that
Yeah,
is
they
the
are
thing
already
about
extremely
Wendigo.
pissed about
They're
it.
very family oriented.
They're very pissy about anyone that goes after natives because they're one of the few native tribes.
Oh, and that's
Anyway,
another thing the mining consortium is being clever about. They are showing that they are enriching the community by aiding the local reservation by finding them jobs. So you're pissing off the
exactly.
entire tribal nation there too. Not just the Wendigo,
Possibly.
the tribal nation.
Possibly. And also remember that Wendigo, kinfolk aren't affected by the delirium, which is what werewolves.
That's another thing too.
So they'll just open up with a fucking machine gun on you because they're like, "Oh shit!"
And if they are aware, like some of them might be aware of the group, they still won't know who the fuck you guys are. For all they're concerned, hey, maybe they're black spiral dancers.
Exactly. So after you've gotten your clues
Really
out of here,
clever,
you go back
really
to
clever.
Yeah. As I said, this is actually a very good adventure. The fact of the matter is that after you found the clues, you go to Haight's home, and he's got a 2-story house with a large front yard and backyard.
By the way,
By
this
two
is another
dogs.
reason you hate Sammy. Sammy knows how werewolves think, and he's using human shields here. He's the one he was the security. He was the chief of security at this place.
Yeah.
He is the one that made sure that every one of them are able to resist delirium, and he made a point specifically to go with the Wendigo tribe because guess what they can? Because he knows you go after their boys, they'll put you in a box.
Yeah.
So either way, he wins.
Continuing on, like any sane animal, Doberman Pinschers will run a fucking werewolf in war form. They see that shit, they are out. They don't care, they are gone.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the booby traps that he's prepared are on a bit of a different level entirely.
I mean, some of them are tripwires, but the thing is, they're all using normal silverware, by the way.
Yeah, effective spring-loaded traps with ordinary silverware. Unless you notice the tripwire, suddenly you get a trap
with aggravated damage, which is hard to. Oh, by the way, he cleverly hid them too. And if the storyteller is really clever, here's the thing you can do to really sell up Sam being this crazy asshole.
It's silverware.
You set up an easier tripwire for them to find first. Like you set up a few easier ones.
Yeah.
That are overlaid with the hard to detect one, so that they think they solved the trap, but they didn't.
However, they generally say that the idea that behind these traps is actually really cool. So the idea is simple. If you string the tripwire, there's a bunch of these gum that's been painted to match the door frames. Should the tripwire be swung, the holes will be filled.
And you'll be hit with like
have these little knives. Yeah, silver-tipped knives. They're meant more to maim and kill, and will strike the Garu anything but lupus form in the legs. If you're a lupus, however, it's probably going to go into your chest or abdomen.
Which means he's going for your mobility.
Yeah. Because remember, he doesn't want to kill you.
I mean, you can tell a dancer from a normal werewolf. Fair enough. Werewolves protecting their family is surprising. No. Actually, that's a very common thing among Garu.
Yeah, Garu are very family-oriented.
They always have been. And that's something
they have
that
to be because
kind of forgot.
Because kinfolk, the only way to get more Garu is you need kinfolk.
How did Sam get enough cash to afford a 2-story house? He's head of security at a mining consortium for one thing, at one of their locations.
And it's the other,
he's an agent of Pentex.
Yeah, like Pentex will throw him some money.
Yeah, he has 2 paychecks.
Yeah.
He has the paycheck from his security gig, and then he gets essentially slush money to aid them in their tasks.
Yeah, so the basement is protected by more lethal traps, similar to what they were before. However, examinations will reveal some very weird shit in his house. Odd books and scrolls. There's a lot of worm scent around here, if you can sense the worm.
Which is
There's
disturbing.
No sign of him. in any of theirs. There's hunting weapons and stuff like that.
And also
Then,
the heads of those he's killed.
yeah, once you get past the traps, you find there's a fully stuffed mountain gorilla.
Sorry, Dark Sun,
The
I
eyes
didn't
have
know
been
you were
replaced with
sarcastic.
cameras. By the way, to look through. There's a concealed passage. Several HUDs are mounted to the wall, some of which would be made out of paper mache, along with heads of deer and even grizzly bear. The very center of this menagerie, the head of a Geta Fenris can be seen, along with a black spiral dancer.
Yep.
If you've lost rage at this point, you immediately regain this shit, because now you realize that he has killed at least 5 werewolves. Well, 4, because black spiral dancers don't really count. So So
And,
then his
yeah, here
final
it is.
trap
That's them
is a
screaming
couple of
rage.
claymores. That
Which,
he
if
set.
you're wondering, claymores, the way they're statted, it doesn't matter if you're in your war form. It's still going
It's
to
gonna
hurt you.
fucking hurt. Let's see. They will unleash 7 levels of damage, at least non-aggravated. Difficulty 9 to dodge and difficulty 8 to soak.
This
You
will
might
put you down.
legitimately get killed. Yes.
This will put you
Now
down
the
at
final
minimum.
irony. To open his door without tricking the minds, you must reach into the mouths of both of the werewolves to flip them.
Which you're not
If only
going to
one
do.
of the switches flipped, by the way, the spring-loaded mouths, one of them will snap violently and cause 3 levels of damage to your hand, which will be often. And then, of course, a song of mockery and wail of foreboding speakers will come out. It's a final warning that he has unwanted visitors, and he might just activate the mines manually at that point.
Which he can do.
So, yeah, there's a tunnel leading to his last bit, and it's a long one, but there's actually no traps in there. The main thing is he's just trying to delay them.
So yeah, that's another thing that you get punished by. You have to be quick. Like, this is the thing. This especially since this is the first time you're almost certainly going to run into this.
Yeah, this is the first
he
time.
has his time.
Yeah.
He will have his time.
So he's finally. So you look into this, and it's like when you break in, he has just finished what's called the Rite of Rebirth. He has the hides of 5 different Garu sewed upon himself, and all over them, and as they approach to attack him, you could the pelts
effectively a
pulled
werewolf
into his body, and he becomes a werewolf. It's painful, but it's often this like killing me. You're chasing me for killing of this type, but I'll let you live. I never wanted to kill any Garu, but it was necessary. I was kinfolk. And just like any other person treated with dirt, but now I'm Garu as well. Leave it alone, go it away, and I might even let you win. He genuinely does not want to fight you right now.
Nope.
He
In fact,
will do it to escape.
He only used the worm to do this.
Right. The thing is, he's obviously very fucking crazy and hates werewolves, but he genuinely won't attack you anymore at this point. However, the problem is that doing this has summoned a bunch of Bane spirits. Also, Sam Haight is now into the Umbra for the first time. And,
yeah, that's another thing
Jesus.
he did. He set up an umbral escape.
Yeah, well, he does that by sort of instinct. Sam, like, should you try to attack him, he'll grab the fetish and disappear into the Umbra. Now, in the Umbra for the first time, sees what's happened to his dreams. He sees a dark and blasted landscape with a bunch of Banes twisting and, like that, all that. And then the thing is, he screams in fear and horror, grabs the fetish, and then dissolves in front of you. Like, what the fuck has actually happened to him?
And this is entirely his own doing. His process in getting this ritual. He basically has set up a target on his back, and this is the first time he realizes what the fuck he's done.
Also, let's not also forget this right here. So afterwards, you're gonna have to cleanse this fucking house because it's now become blighted as fuck.
Well, no, it was already blighted. The ritual just caused the realm, the Umbra, to get thin here.
And then we get the first stats for Haight, because we get, so he's a hominid, a child of Gaia. Technically, this will change later. A theurge. Here's his attributes, which are pretty solid, honestly. Strength 4, Dexterity 2, Stamina 4, Charisma 4. It's a pretty standard stat line. Alertness 3, Athletics 3, Dodge, Firearms 4, Rituals 5, which makes sense.
He's not the most amazing in terms, like, you look at his comment, he's not the most amazing.
No, he's not, but he's still a danger to you.
Oh yeah, like, to give you he's still, with his firearm, for example, he has 6 dice either way.
And
on top of that, he's
with
stealthy.
Knives,
he's excellent at hiding. He knows secrets. He's good at investigating. And on top of that, this is what he gets during his ritual.
Yeah, so the rituals is he's got resources 3, which makes sense, and then thaumaturgy 3, see below. So we'll talk about this. So basically, he knows they're trying to show that he's an occultist, right? So they show he's got several vampiric rituals, which is Movement of Mind 2, Lure of Flames 1, and Weather Control 1, which are all kind of iffy. They're not great, but they're okay.
But it does
They
put him a noticeable cut, because this is also before they really interlocked the settings together. This is to really show he's above what you think.
Well, there's a reason for that, because actually he did get this from vampires. Well, they'll talk about that in a second. So if you're just reading through here's the ritual of Sacred Rebirth. Basically, you need some very rare herbs and minerals. You need 5 different Garu. You must use a special ointment. They must be all taken under the same time of the moon, which in his case was the crescent moon.
Which is why he intentionally killed them, by the way. Nothing. It
must
literally
be
was
constantly
nothing
preserved.
personal.
Yeah. The pelts must be maybe years apart as long as they're always preserved in the same way. The caster has to roll a difficulty against difficulty 9. Only 1 success, however, is required. You need intelligence occult, and it must be completed in 1 hour. So only once this happens, the skins will merge with the caster, forever becoming the Magaru. However, they will be tainted by the worm unless somehow, for whatever reason, the Garu willingly gave their skins to them.
Which, that's not likely.
That's not very likely, but it's still a possibility. That's an interesting plot hook.
Imagine like you could do. That's an interesting little adventure where
a bunch of elderly werewolves, to continue the fight when they're all dead, volunteer themselves, because remember, suffer not the weakness of the other kindred. There's in the litany that they're elderly and they can no longer fight. They decide to all be ritually slaughtered for a kinfolk to assume the place is a werewolf.
No, and better yet,
I mean,
I can see that. Okay, I'm envisioning this, right? This is something I could see the Get doing.
Yeah,
where they get into a full-on kind of gladiatorial, not quite death match, where you get the kinfolk who want to ascend, right? And they beat the living shit out of each other, blood sports style. The last one standing gets the gift.
It's very possible. You could have that as part of a thing. It's a thought. It's something kind of neat. In any case, role-playing notes is very simple.
You'll find out.
Yeah, you are a schemer and you have desire to destroy all the Garu to save those you help free from the hideous life as a mere kinfolk. Never tolerate a Garu to live if you have a weapon. But you're also smart enough to know when the time is right to turn away from your enemies, so you can kill them later.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Sam, he hates them mainly because here's the thing. He was raised by a guru, actually, who was very disappointed with his son.
Well, yeah, none of his children became werewolves. All of his children were, in fact, kinfolk. He was the youngest of 7. His father, a childhood guy, had hoped that he'd be lucky, and his cousins, however, the Carney brothers, were born as werewolves, and then they decided to run off and be circus attractions.
Well, also the Carney brothers just straight up, they got the gift, they didn't want it. They just didn't want it.
For Sam, that's like beyond offensive. He then tried to make up for what he saw as a flaw of seeking physical perfection by being the best athlete he possibly could. And he could have gone pro. He was good enough to make all-state teams.
Digging into
but he found injured beyond repair in his last year of college, where his right knee, he had a horrible ACL tear, and that's it.
And with that last chance to escape, he then stews in bitterness because he
decides, fuck it, I'm going to become a hunter.
Yeah.
So by the age of 30, he'd hunted and killed almost every type of natural animal on the planet. With no challenges left and a burning rage in his heart, he started to move on a bigger game. Actual fucking vampires.
And he did.
Yeah. Sam started hunting them after meeting a Nosferatu who bludgeoned him and fed off his unconscious form. I don't blame him for hunting him after that.
He ran into vampires first. He barely survived, only because the Nosferatu just felt like sparing him.
Yeah.
And you're wondering where he got thaumaturgy? No. If you're wondering where he got thaumaturgy, this is how. He managed to hunt and ambush murder a Tremere.
Yeah.
He managed to ambush him.
Got his blood.
Took his books.
Now he's starting to learn thaumaturgy. And he hunted kangaroo and a Tasmanian devil.
Another thing,
he tried to hunt a weird jaguar.
There's one more thing. Another
What?
thing that this book hints at, but doesn't declare specifically. To learn thaumaturgy, he intentionally ghouled himself.
Right.
And here's the thing: he didn't. They say he has a heavy supply of vampire blood. That means he's been capturing vampires and essentially using them as a blood bank
Yeah.
to
So Sam.
fuel his
So as
thaumaturgy.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Once he finds out about the rite of sacred rebirth, the first thought is about a decade earlier he would have scoffed at this as a really fucking stupid idea. Now, after thaumaturgy and drinking the blood of kindred for almost a decade now, he's like, you know what? Let's go.
Let's fucking go,
So
because I'm tired of being an outsider in 2 supernatural worlds.
Yeah,
That's
Garu
another
are
thing.
too tribal to be easily found alone. He tried doing the right with more solitary werebeasts, but didn't really work out. So he needs Garu specifically. He eventually managed to find the Valkenberg Foundation and realized, huh,
I mean,
there's a bunch of werewolves here that I can hunt and kill that are weaker than almost everyone else. The Carney brothers are here too. I
who
might
I
be able to get
hate.
at them. Yeah. So when Pentex took over the company that's going on here, and he's worm tainted. So guess what? Pentex is helping him out now, because Pentex is like, Pentex. The
I mean, he's
the
an
company he's
amazing
working for.
hunter, and it's not too hard to say that there's feral wolves, feral wolves with rabies or something attacking livestock.
There you
So
go. Also,
why not hire him on as chief of security and and an expert, and maybe have him train the security staff in firearms training.
yeah, and also let's not forget this here. The sept, the Pure Heart sept, is the sept he's from. So what better revenge against a cruel, uncaring fate than to destroy the very sept which, caused
Made his
him
life
so much
shit.
misery.
Yes.
So then we go on to conclusions where they're talking about this, and again, as an initial adventure for a werewolf group, I would say that this would be a great place to be like, well, if they liked Sam, because let's face it, Sam's pretty
No,
memorable,
I
right?
okay, here's the thing. I originally was going to shit all over Sam, and I can still shit on him a bit because even here he's a bit like a fan fiction character because he has vampire abilities and then werewolf
He's had
abilities.
vampire abilities. He's a ghoul that's become a werewolf,
So
which
that can you
not
can make fun of him a bit on that.
but
But
mind you, he needed that to do the ritual to get everything done. So it's not
yes,
the
and on
worst.
top of that, he's an interesting, and actually he's played as a comedy character a little bit, at least according to Phil Mercado and the people who wrote him. But he's not. He was written dead seriously here, and
Yeah,
that
later
works.
on he becomes more of like a bit of a running joke, but right
But here
now he's
he is
very
done
serious.
well. I like.
He
Here's the thing. It's weird. I don't know why they kind of rejected the Valkenberg Foundation because this is a really good adventure module. Like just the 3 parts that we've read so far.
Yeah, the other two are also not bad. They kind of talk more about other like stuff that you'd be doing to like, oh,
Yeah,
here's some
there's
gangs
some
that you're
others.
fighting
Weird
and
Science, which is
other
dealing with experiments.
the experience with Valkenberg Foundation. There's like stuff to do with the reactors and all that. And in any
And all
case, they
that's
have
fine.
like yeah, then they have like a dark union, which is like, oh, here's a the Valkenberg Foundation is now, becoming an absolute monstrous thing. The Valkenberg Foundation is now corrupted, and you need to destroy it.
Unfortunately, this therapy area that you loved so much, the staff you already knew to some degree might have been corrupted. You've occasionally gotten whiffs of worm, but you thought maybe it was just Sam. Maybe it was
Yeah.
Sam or the mining consortium, but no. No, entropy has hit. The researchers have been corrupted in their uncaring search for improvement.
That's the thing right here is that the thing is you also have to actually team up with Black Spiral dancers
And that's something you don't
to
see
fight the
often.
Bane spirits, because the Black Spiral dancers literally go, okay, time out, time out. We know about these fuckers. We hate them too. We'll get rid of them. All right, because these guys are trying to take us over. Time out. Peace treaty. Normal Garu.
Wait, did they keep the White Howlers? I thought they were exterminated in the background of Werewolf
They
already.
they were exterminated in the background. There is a tribe book for them if you somehow want to play like a rebirth of the tribe or whatever else.
Also,
But I I think
sorry.
that this is a fun way to end the saga of the whole thing, though, is that suddenly to save the Valkenburg Foundation, you've got
You
to team
have
up
to
with
ally with the worm tainted.
and then it's like the staff are confused, like they'll travel back, they'll make it, and then suddenly it's like, oh, they have to try to keep this open. The Shadow Lords are going to come in. There's a bunch of stuff. You're now heroes to the Garu Nation, by the way,
Oh, by the way, you
because
also have to deal against the Weavers. The Weaver spirits actually go rogue
yeah,
during this time.
yeah. So yeah, you have a lot of stuff to go through. The chance
Oh, and
presents
weird
itself, by
science.
the
I
way.
mean, sorry.
They'll eventually talk to you and say like, yeah, the Black Spiral Dancers are dangerous, and they know about you now, so they'll try to trick you and deceive you and fight you in the future, probably. So this is actually, I'd say, like, as a book, if you brought this book to me as a new storyteller for Werewolf, I would use this.
I would say this would
This
be
is
an
great.
amazing. This would be an amazing bridger,
Yeah,
especially for like the early campaign. Like you have your opening where your group gets brought together. Hell, you can even like suggest maybe one of your guys is an oncoming lunatic who rejects the change because they don't know what the fuck it is. It's scary. And then you bring
yeah,
them here, you learn and work with these people, and then you just introduce. In my opinion, also Imsit remove the thaumaturgy. I actually don't mind it because it was just a tool to an end. To the
yeah.
point where he might actually stop being a ghoul at this point because, well, he got what he wanted.
Well, he doesn't, but that's because he likes being immortal. Uh,
Yeah,
also, he likes
that's
being
what
able to use
happens.
thaumaturgy. Yeah.
This is
So
what happens. So he becomes what's actually more like a skinwalker.
yeah. So in any case, if we're going by date published, I think that this is published. Yeah, this is actually one of the very early books in
And
the
this
Werewolf
is
line.
well done.
There's only maybe 4 or 5 more in front of it. Like Rage Across the Amazon would also come out later this year, which is
Which is
one of the
another
ones we're also going
one
to
we're
cover.
covering.
Cairns, like there's not even none of the tribe books have even come out yet.
This
This
is
is
really early
very early.
werewolf. And here's
I
the
think
thing.
like
Here's the thing.
yeah,
This is the first werewolf book I've actually read with you, and actually read in general, that
yeah.
doesn't make me cringe at all at any point when I've read this.
I
This
mean
is
there's
easily one of the best werewolf books they've made.
yeah. Uh, it's also related to a previous book, which is their Rage Across New York, which is their first setting book for
Which
Werewolf.
might also be kind of interesting.
Also, the background, the on the back it says it's a story supplement. It includes 5 stories in a chronological order, details on the lunatic Garu and how the Valkenburg Foundation works to cure them, and new nemesis, from the mysterious puppeteers to the wrathful Samuel Haight.
Yeah?
And honestly, as an introduction to Samuel Haight, this is fantastic.
As almost an introduction, I wouldn't say this would be like your first couple sessions, but like very early on in your storyteller
Yeah,
campaign.
like do some of
I
the
honestly
stuff.
recommend bringing them in.
Yeah, like do some of the stuff in Rage Across New York, then pop open this book and take him on little adventures occasionally back to the Valkenburg Foundation over time. Then you build up to the whole thing of like that, because as this goes on, you're becoming more and more famous among the Garu and more important. So being this weird questing pack for this foundation, and that's part of the reason why you were volunteered for this, because maybe you were all a group of screw ups, right? You're the group of
Which
screw
can
ups in New
happen,
York City,
yes.
and you know, like you've been assigned to New York City by your pack, by your original cairn, because you're all fuck ups, and New York City is sick of your shit, so they send you to Wyoming.
Unironically, Tech, that is literally the plot I did for my second ever storyteller campaign, where it was a vampire game where every single it was the retaking of Phoenix. So what happened was plot wise, I used I'll mention it. I do mention I used to watch Spoonie. I used to enjoy Counter Monkey. And one of my favorite ones with him was Spoonie's Jihad, where he makes a Carthian gangrel and a scientist, and is essentially tortured into joining the Lanxia Ect Sanctum. Not enjoying that decision, and because they didn't forcibly bind him via vinculum or anything to control him, he gets revenge in essentially a suicide run. He sets up a gigantic bomb which destroys most of Elysium and killing a lot of the movers and shakers in the city. I used that as Yeah, the leader of the Sabbat in Phoenix got decapitated strike by essentially a psychotic person they dragged in. Like it could have been a ghoul, it could have been anything really, right? Like some nut bar, some spoony crazy man blew him up.
Yeah, go for it.
Now, because it's a Sabbat held city, there's a lot of packs. They're decapitated and they're trying to regain power. But this is perfect for the Camarilla. But they don't want to get rid of anyone important, so they send the screw up team.
Yeah.
Hence why they set up a Malkavian prince. Because
Right.
he'll either
So-
succeed horrendously or fail amazingly.
Yeah. So that's that. Now the
Glory
next book
to the
he pops up in-
Carthians. Yeah, Spoonie's character lived. I just kind of went with the idea that it doesn't matter what his character essentially was. At the end of the day, either a ghoul of a gangrel or a gangrel anti-tribute nut job pulled a Kaczynski on them.
All right, and next up comes one of the first crossover books in White Wolf, in a way.
The Sabbat.
So the Sabbat Storyteller's Handbook has it at the back of it, starting on page 129 of the book.
So this is also the first time.
Fantastic little quest.
We'll get into that.
It's
But
not
first,
very long.
Let's first go into what this book is about. This is the first time that White Wolf actually writes out what the Sabbat truly is. In first edition, and this is something that 5th edition Vampire tried to do again, kind of, not really, was
Sabbat are weird, spooky, scary people.
you don't really know much about them. You know that the Camarilla is against them, but you don't know what are they exactly. Are they devil worshippers? Are they psychotic serial killer vampire organization? You don't really know. And this is the first time to kind of codify what the Sabbat were.
It also talks about their some of their new bloodlines and things like that. And
Yep,
how
they
does
mentioned
all this
some of it.
work? Why would you want to worship Satan? The answer to that is Satan gives you kick-ass powers.
Yep. In this case, for example, they go into details about the Sabbat's main planks. Total chaos. Nothing should be organized and planned out because their whole thing is they're rebels. The Sabbat started I assume everyone knows. If you don't, I'll explain.
Council Milan, Edict of Thorns, all that.
Basically, back in the old days, the younger vampires tried and failed a revolution against the elders. These are the ones that continued the revolution.
Yeah.
That's what the
Also,
Sabbat
it has
is.
really good art on page 14.
Yep. I mean, there's
think
some
this is
okay
Phil
art,
getting
but
stabbed by a coworker.
I love the expression on this man's face.
I'm pretty sure that's Phil getting stabbed by a coworker. But let's go back to Sam.
So
This is a
Sam
bit of a
actually
quicker
does make
encounter
an
with him.
appearance here.
Yes, he does. In the storybook, Plot Beyond, A Quest Beyond Death, the characters
quickly go there.
who are Sabbat get involved in the
Right
schemes
on
of
the
a
town.
Shamazay looking.
Simple mission. Sorry, it'll take some time.
Yep.
The
It's
story
the last one of the book.
on the warpath,
So
so it's not that one. Don't worry. There we go. Quest Beyond Death.
Quest Beyond Death. So you can see here's their basic plot, which is that a Shamazay plans to open his doorway to the spirit realm so he can discover the answer of what waits beyond on his hand. However, a powerful spirit guides his actions and seeks the doorway as a means of entering the physical world. This already
You
sounds.
think where you kind of know where this is going.
This is not going to go well. No.
Well, yeah, because here's the thing: the vampires are kind of affiliated, but not quite with the worm. They
Yeah.
the way
Their
that
spirit, their
interpreted.
entropy. Yeah, their entropy and destruction.
So they mark as worm, even if they're not actually a pawn of the worm. They very easily are attuned to them. Their scents are almost damn near identical. So Guru hate them on an instinctive level.
So our first thing is this spirit called.
Oh, actually,
Ishin.
here's another thing. I hated Dirty Secrets of the Black Hand. This book also tries to sort of shove that the Zimichi ability of vicissitude is an infection. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's.
Fuck that.
It was a really dumb story plot line that they dropped. They dropped like a fucking rock.
Deservedly.
In revised, they just chucked it out the window. So basically, there's this spirit called Ishin, who is one of Ishin's servants has taken possession of Darker Hargot's vampiric body and mind, driving him to create a device both magical and technological, which will act as a door to his spirit realm,
Wait,
which will
isn't?
then be used.
Oh, this is. Oh, they just did the plot of From Beyond.
They did, yes. They just did that, yes.
This is the plot of From Beyond. Look, okay.
I love, however,
I told
that they
Derek
go
to fuck off when he did this. I have to tell White Wolf equally to fuck off for doing this. The only thing I will grant them, because I will give them a little bit here. This is the last story, so they were desperately trying to come up with something. And on top of that, they actually built a story
crossover
around this.
Yeah, this isn't tangential. This is the
So,
main story. Is
It
you
is
need
a
to stop
soft
this.
fuck you.
You need to stop this absolutely fucking awful thing from happening.
This is a horrible idea because let's face it, vampires, they're not. I would say they're personally not warm creatures, but because of the way they work, they're so damn close that they are recognized as it. It's kind of like how if you look at a rabbit and a hare, yeah, they're biologically different, but they look the fucking same. Same thing with vampires and the worm.
So
dealing with spirits as a vampire, almost always a losing option. Almost always a losing option.
So, if we go into this, so Ishin is listed here. By the way, his stats are absolutely.
Oh, this
bonkers.
is not Sam. This is just Ishin. Look at his strength.
Strength of 20, dexterity of 13, stamina of 17, a bunch of commercials.
This is the
he also
spirit,
has an
by the
appearance
way.
of 8. He's got a discipline equivalent of 10 in Auspex.
Yeah?
That's antediluvian levels.
This is the thing about spirits. They are goddamn terrifying.
When they want to be. He's also got Thaumaturgy 6 with like a bunch of stuff, and then just anything else a storyteller wants.
So you
no
can do
humanity.
all sorts of horrifying. Humanity because it's a spirit.
Blood pool of 50.
And it can spend
10 per turn. 10 per turn.
Yeah.
So he can literally just one-hit splat a vampire. Yeah, don't let him manifest. Just don't.
If you do, you lose.
If you fail, something bad will happen.
So for those of you who use werewolf, consider Ishin an orphaned incarna who lost a great deal of power during the many millennia it was orphaned. Being orphaned has also kept it from re-entering with the plane where it could begin to rebuild its power. It has trapped a werewolf in this plane, Sam Haight, which you might remember, and is using a magical item it stole from him to be. It is using the Black Spiral Dancer fetish that he used to enact the ritual.
Yes.
By the way.
Yes, it's using the necklace that he used to go into the Umbra.
So that's also a nice touch. I like that.
Yeah.
By the way, Dr. Stephen Harkett, if you're wondering why his stats are bullshit, he's an 8th gen Samichi. That's why.
Yeah, on Path of Death and the Soul, because of course.
Oh, and if you're wondering paths, for those wondering, one of the things about the Sabbats are vampires who say they're monsters and not going to act like him. That's part of it. It's just being honest with yourself.
Yeah.
Well, humanity are meat, or flesh that you eat.
Yeah.
So that's why they come up with paths, because if you reject your humanity completely, which as a Sabbat you fucking will very quickly, just you break so many societal norms.
Yeah.
You have to come up with a code, and this is the Path of Death and Soul is one of the most common things that Samichi take.
And here's another thing I like about this: Sam, you don't actually ever physically meet in this adventure.
Oh no,
he just kind of talks to you.
Device, yeah.
Yeah, well, in spirit, the artifact gave him no control over where he would appear because he was escaping the ability to become a shape changer. He was
escaping the fact that
the group of werewolves was coming to fucking kill him.
Well, no, he's escaping. Remember all the Bane spirits he summoned because of blight? He saw what he did, and in horror.
Yeah. Well, in insanity, he's getting out of there. Now he keeps him in prison.
Called Shedding
get the fuck out of there. Yeah.
And now he's possessed by not possessed, but he's a tool of Ishin. And he's almost kind of gone insane because of this.
All contact will be via dreams. Dr. Harjet is now trying to do this. Lamper might help the characters, but only on Fear of Final Death, because the Harget, the main villain, has proof that she killed her sire and is using this information to blackmail her. I
thought they were closer to the Weaver or something ironic. No, the Black Spiral Dancers are they basically are just like, fuck it, end the world now, and they're literally crab raving over the destruction of the world. That's their thing.
Yeah, that's their thing. So basically, the Black Spiral Dancers say that fuck this thing, really fuck that thing.
Yeah, Ishin is spooky. You don't want to let him get remotely in power.
Shaman here are going on. By the way, if they find out about this, they're going to be like, "What the fuck?" So here comes the story, and it's only 3 pages.
Here's something cool. Scene 1, Nightmares. The characters are bombarded daily with strange dreams. If they have killed before, which is extremely likely, they examine those killings repeatedly.
Yeah.
And after
and
a
then
time,
they start dreaming of dead relatives and friends. They become more and more vivid, and they remember them better. When those are the high dreaming ratings, so I'm guessing you just add a whatever to something. They start to realize that they're being directed.
Or ritual or something like that.
Yeah. Start to realize these aren't normal, but directed by some outside supernatural force, which is Sam Haight. They talk to these vampires, saying they'll see them again soon. You can put this as any part of a story that you're wrapping up currently. By the way, that's how they say you should do this adventure, just as a bridge on from the next one.
And then you get Omens of Despair. So you see the communal haven of another local founded pack, but it's empty. They find themselves staring at a door and an intense feeling of dread, which is pretty spooky.
Yeah. The next one is, okay, so Haight manages to tie in the characters because due to their proximity to Hargat, they're the first Sabbat he plans to take over. Itchin has realized that Haight has been transmitting the warnings and has put a stop to it. Not satisfied with that or the hellish torments he's going through, he's decided to punish the receivers, aka you.
Yeah, so you start having trouble.
So it goes fucking gonzo. The very first night after experiencing the above dream, a friend of the characters, possibly a member of the pack whose community haven they saw, comes to their one or two of them, says they have something they need to show you. They won't say anything else. Takes him to an old graveyard, leaps up on an old gravestone, and calls out, come out, wherever you are." All around the characters' graves begin bursting open and zombies crawl forth, moving towards the characters. The friend laughs and says, "Fools! Did you really believe I was who I said I was? Ha ha ha! Soon you shall be possessed by the spirits of my homeworld. Soon we shall rule your kind."
Yeah, you can kind of see maybe where Sam might have become ridiculous because already, it starts off kind of spooky, and then this shit.
And this immediately all out the window. We are going full Kane bro here. The characters must fight their way out of the there are at least 20 zombies, along with a friend who fights like an experienced Coven member. The zombies try to restrain the characters. Yeah. The zombies try to restrain these characters, gang up them, and pull them to the ground. Treat these zombies as normal zombies, using the statistics we provided earlier.
They do have zombies in another story. It's not uncommon. If you're wondering, they occasionally bring out zombies. They're kind of formed whenever, usually by spirits.
Yeah, it's fucking zombies. Who cares? If a character is successfully grappled, the palish bluish vapor pours out of the mouth, nose, ears, eyes, and ears of the zombies. The vapor tries to enter their head through the same openings. If you make a willpower roll of 8, and if you fail, you become possessed by a spirit.
Which, that's not good.
If the character successfully resists, the vapor returns to the zombie, leaving it disoriented for the next turn, so you can break free. If any of them are possessed, they will fight the pack against the zombies. In a no-win situation, these possessed characters will retreat with the possessed friend who brought them to the graveyard. However, the characters and the friend may still be dominated normally. So it's possible for a spirit to be cast out of the characters and through thaumaturgy.
Careful,
so,
you're getting a bit staticky.
I was talking for too long, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, spirit thaumaturgy and other thaumaturgy could probably knock the spirit out of their body.
Spirit cooking will do it.
Spirit cooking's a little different. We're not going to go into that though. That's crazy people stuff. So the next clue the characters have is what's going on is in their dreams. That's their only clue to what the fuck just happened, because what the fuck just happened is just like we're weird immortal vampires who eat people. This was weird.
Well,
this
yeah,
was really fucking weird.
Having a vampire act like a fucking Saturday morning cartoon villain as Return of the Living Dead happens. Yeah, that would change my day.
That sounds like an average day in the Sabbat though. Like if you've got like a Giovanni anti-tribute around you.
You know, I just thought of something really hilarious that you could do to just spice up the crazy. Not too much. I'm trying to let my id get locked in. But here's another way you could make this even stupider. When you have the friend unleash the zombies, they should like right before the match begin do the opening fucking choreographed dance of Thriller.
Yeah.
Like, how would you feel if just like you're dealing, and then all of a sudden fucking Thriller begins playing?
So, by the way, you know how they're talking about like Harget. So obviously, if you're a Grisabot and you've introduced Harget before at this point, where you're like, yeah, this is a weird doctor scientist man.
Which you're probably
That
not going to stay around too long because Zumichi.
Yeah, but like
Just straight
this is
up.
probably the best person to go talk to about this. You could probably, as a storyteller, drop some hints like, "Oh yeah, hey, remember this guy?"
Like,
And he's a
actually,
fuck.
here's a good way to even do this, right? An earlier event, have them deal with a minor spirit, and they like have no clue what the hell this is going on. Harget's your
And
guy who
someone
knows how
suggests,
to deal with
yeah,
ghosts,
someone suggests Harget, and then Harget helps you deal with it. Boom, done.
but you now owe
Uh,
something to him, and then you set up that relation, and then the dreams begin. Hell, you could even be
mhm.
like, you could even give him the component to one of the ritual thingies he's doing to open the gate. Like he
Yes.
gives you the
So
orders. So there you go.
if Harget believes that you guys aren't a threat, and before he destroys his packmates, basically, if he shows up, it's they're like, oh, hello, like. You've made a mistake. I'm not in danger at all because of any of this in my dreams or whatever the fuck you're seeing in my dreams. It's all fine. Everything's fine now. However, if he does believe they're a threat, he tells them he have a great deal to gain from this device he's making. Hey, have you seen my magical spirit device?
Another thing
So
he's really
they
good at
bring back
is reading
the
your mind. The spirit can read your
yeah
mind and mimic him perfectly based on your interactions.
mimic a friend of yours. Yes, uh, and most of the time you're probably not going to be able to notice it. And you're like, oh, he's collecting soul energy or something. You're saying, oh, it's thaumaturgy.
I mean, let's be fair. Giovanni do the same damn thing.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Also,
So
you're
you
you're Kane
leave.
bro.
Yeah, you're cane broing probably. You're like, oh, this sounds really cool.
Actually,
Then
no. You ask
if
him, hey, our friend went crazy. Can we learn how to summon
how
zombies
to
too,
cure him,
or how
yeah.
to
Also,
summon
how to cure,
zombies too?
yeah.
Like, hey, baby, you also have a Zavichi who's like, I want to know how to make an army of zombies.
Anyway, the
Sorry,
other
it's just
Shimiche, the
that's how
10th
Kane
gen,
broing is.
will basically meet it and say, hey, we need to meet on the top of a skyscraper in a few hours. I'll talk to you. On the roof, she tells the characters they've stumbled on the discovery of 1,000 lifetimes. And the spirit gate, it's starting to work now. It wasn't seeming to work for before. And he's been using captured anarchs that he was supposed to be tortured to power it, which isn't a great idea. And it's drawing the life force out of him, and it's a thaumaturgic ritual apparently, but it doesn't seem to be. There's also spirits, and it's weird. And also, then there was Harget then caught her and threatened and revealed he wasn't Harget at all, which is like, what? Okay.
So yeah,
How does she
basically
know
you run
this
into his
without?
research assistant who it gives you every plot. This is a bit clunky. This part's clunky.
This is really clunky. All right, chapter 3. Moving on. So now you go to the communal haven, under which is
I don't
Harget's
know
own
why
private
this
haven.
art is here.
I don't know either. They look like find the corpse of a dozen Sabat, and they look like they are completely drained, and they are spirits all around. And then they finally reach the haven. The scientist declares, "My plan is always complete, but I need more energy to finish the process." Guess what? You showed up.
He's just become Babidi from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, you've just showed up. So he's trying to drain your souls to power it. Summoning a massive fleshy servant monster thing
to
to
grapple you, which it can probably do. And then if you're
if a
stuck,
character, yeah. By the way, if a character is drained of his or her soul, is lost to this world, the body becomes like those found in the communal haven.
and you're dead.
The characters can see
You're
this.
straight up dead.
You're kind of you're dead for right now. There's as the soul energy of all the Sabat is in there, and if it's transferred into the machine, it will register as 100%. Now, this will basically have a bunch of shit going on. And anyway, this will also allow Haight to contact you and go like, okay, here's what's going on. I've seen how this has been built. Here's how you can shut it down. It's magical as fuck, so you can't actually do this. You need to turn the dials in a weird, wonky way. So
I don't know how Haight knows how to do this, but all right.
Whatever. Who cares at this point? It's already gone completely.
It's gone off
gone,
the rails, and the story it's not well constructed, in my opinion.
No, so you fight a bunch of these spirits with a bunch of possession attacks, and
this is just more of the here's a bunch of ghosts to punch, which hey, fair enough, Kane bro.
And if Harget succeeds, yeah,
you're
suddenly
dead.
there's
you're just dead.
You're probably dead. Also, werewolves might get involved somehow.
That might be
Harget could survive.
If you fuck up that bad, that might be that would be the storyteller's little mercy. Like this is what I would do. if the big skull ghost comes out to do his monster mash, you send in the werewolf pack to try to put it down. A lot of them will be dead,
Yeah.
but they do it. During the fracas, that's your fucking time to run, because the surviving guru will just then make sure everyone else is dead too. Because you did this. It's your fault in their mind.
Oh,
That's
Also,
a little mercy if you want
if
to
you
do
do
mercy.
succeed at shutting off the device, Ishin will go spinning back from where he came, and Haight will grab the necklace from him,
Yep.
fly out through the gate, and go the fuck away. So that's how he got
Again,
out of the.
This story is a lot weaker than the first one.
Oh, it is. By the way, the spirit who fled through the store was Haight and regained his necklace.
Mm-hmm.
The gate will still be of marginal interest to people here, but you know. Haight can reappear as the storyteller likes, but the character should not have an opportunity to kill him. He will be appearing in future White Wolf products.
Fuck you. Fuck you, writers.
All right. So that was Adventure 2 with our buddy Sam here.
I'll straight up say this one, even without Sam, this was kind of this was a much weaker one. Structurally, narratively, it opened strong, like with the weird, ominous premonitions.
And then it completely jumps the shark immediately.
Well, no, you're joking about that, but there's no real transitions. There's no real
It's literally
build-up. Like in the first, like when we read the first story, it really does do a pretty good job of building up. I mean, you have the first 2 stories, but even with number 3, you're helping these recently cured lupus try to find themselves. You know, checking in on them, making sure they're
you're getting
okay.
you get to know them because they're very distinct. They've got
and
these
you might have known them from
quirks.
a prior story,
right?
And then you find 3 of them dead, and one of them essentially
is missing. You don't know where they are. And oh yeah, there's a bunch of hunters here, and you're gonna be frenzying because as werewolves.
They're dead, and they were, and on top of that, you could even say, like, based on, like, if you do investigation, yeah, it was clear that this was done not clinically. This was done almost.
This is pretty brutal.
Pleasure.
This is really fucking brutal. Yeah.
So you're angry already. You snap, and then like it builds up, and you're like, holy shit, this guy actually knows how to counter us perfectly. And on top of that,
yeah, then you get.
Oh shit! Now he's hiring human shields. We have to be careful about that, because if we attack them, the Wendigos are probably going to destroy the Foundation, even if it helps them too.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful about that. And then after that, when you finally get to where he is booby trapped in a way that some of you will probably die before you get to him.
Some of you may possibly die, or the very least get injured. Very least get injured and then have to fight a bunch of Bane spirits at the end of it.
Yeah, and it's so well done. It's a well done build up. And Sam was played as a very, like, even if you somehow do manage to kill him, which does completely derail, but that's, that can sometimes happen. You can still
you can just do it with another person that's doing his ritual. Another person is doing the ritual or whatever.
Or alternatively,
it's
here's an idea, right? It's
Sam Haight. It's Sam Haight, his evil cousin who's now become the Skinner.
If you somehow managed to kill Sam, but like maybe you managed to cripple his truck, and you managed to kill him before he calls in the backup helicopter, like, the backup security helicopter from the company.
Yeah, the little bird with machine guns or whatever.
Like, you just managed to kill him because let's say the storyteller was stupid and you were too strong at this point. Like, you've had a couple too many adventures for this fight. You could then have one of the security, like maybe one of the Wendigo skin, like they find his notes, and they're like, you know what? I kind of like the idea of becoming one, because that way I can prove to let's say my grandfather, grandfather Wolf,
that I am truly one of them.
Like I'm doing it,
and he finds all of Sam's stuff, and he becomes this absolute monster and shows up in front of you guys, and it's like, hey guys, werewolf now, and you're like, what the fuck?
And he's tainted by the worm, and you realize, like, he doesn't realize at the time he is tainted now. He doesn't know this at the time.
Yeah,
he's tainted. You feel it. You attack him, but then the ghosts come out, and he realizes what he's done, and he kind of breaks down as he gets taken.
Yeah,
that's a good alternative. If you somehow
this is your new Skinner. If you're for whatever reason wanting to run through all the rest of the adventures after that. Now, this book is where Sam gets a little bit fucking weird.
Well, the Sabat one kind of a little bit, but he's still treated somewhat seriously.
He's like, look, I'm helping you guys out because
Look,
I
I'm
want to get out
helping you
here
because
too.
A, it helps both of us, and B, I don't want to be here either.
Yeah.
Oh, and also
Bye.
for what is it? I thought they were closer to the
Yeah.
Weaver or something. No, vampires. No, vampires.
No,
Also, vampires are closer to the worm because they are essentially decay.
they're
They are
walking
death.
fucking corpses that are decaying. Yeah.
They
Also
are
because
they are
they
also sin in a way because remember the progenitor is the first murderer.
also they needed a reason for why werewolves keep attacking vampires in the original Masquerade books.
Now,
So they
admittedly, they're
came up with
not
this.
exact. I kind of go with they're not exactly worm tainted. It's just they have a same entropy. Like mages that also play around with chaos and entropy, I would also say werewolves would mark as them as worm tainted, even if they're not. Like a
Could.
mage that has entropy or decay as their sphere.
They could. I wouldn't say they would immediately do so.
Well,
I'd
no,
say that
but
they're
like
more likely.
they would get like a false ping. That's how I would do it. Like they're uneasy. Like he's similar.
Yeah.
And same with vampires.
So when we get into the
Before we
next
get
one,
to the
which
goofiness from Dark Sun, if your vamp lore, who is called the eldest? The eldest is the Zamichi. He's amazingly creepy.
he's very creepy,
Uh,
incredibly creepy.
the eldest Giovanni, the clan. Oh yeah, their antediluvian. Yeah, Giovanni's kind of a loser.
The Giovanni is a Giovanni, yeah. In any case,
Yeah,
we
but
get
they're closely associated with things like status. Yeah, what is status again?
status or stasis.
Well,
Stasis, I think, is what you're trying to say.
oh,
Yeah.
stasis. Kind of, yeah, but not really.
Yeah, but not
The
really.
best way to
Like
describe it,
vampires destroy a lot more than they keep
they
identical. They keep
also
themselves identical, but they
corrupt.
destroy all around them, and they corrupt the world.
In
Because
World of
remember,
Darkness, Old World of Darkness, for example, vampires were behind a lot of things. Old World Vampire was responsible, to a degree, to the decay of Rome, because they essentially became the shadow powers behind it. It gets to its natural stupidity with one of them forming the rise of Nazi Germany. And also another example of this decay would be the Bruja anarchs, who managed to essentially create what they thought they were trying to create, essentially a new Carthage out of the Russian government during the October Revolution. Yes, the Soviet Union was an anarch thought experiment among the Bruja. It did
but this
not
is why
go
we don't
well.
talk about Old World. This is why we don't talk about Old World. Uh, and
They are
in any
not
case,
preservation. They do preserve the old power, but by doing that, they usually
they
decay the
destroy
world.
everything else. Yeah.
And that's
This
why they're
isn't like
often
the Weaver,
seen as
which
tainted.
restricts everything so that nothing changes. The the vampires change everything around them to keep themselves the same.
Which as a result usually causes things to decay. That's why werewolves kind of, I wouldn't say they're worm tainted, but they smell almost exactly like they are,
They have the scent of worm taint among them.
even if they aren't. That's why they hate them, and that's, yeah. But anyway, so Salmon here is still treated with some dignity. The campaign he's in is goofy, but and they make a joke like, "Oh yeah, he'll show up again, so don't kill him." Which
And
I
for
hate
many
that.
players, that was their first introduction to Sam.
Which is
Was that little
unfortunate.
bit there, which is unfortunate because the Valkenburg Foundation is a much better introduction to him. In any case, we run into
Werewolf
the
rage across the Amazon, baby.
Amazon, because you got to remember this: the Amazon in the Old World of Darkness is a fucking war zone between
Yeah.
Pentex and the werewolves.
If you're wondering, essentially, in the setting, much in a way, it's almost kind of offensive if you think about
It's
it.
like a Captain Planet villain style deforestation of the Amazon, which is
It's
why there's a bunch of
partially that,
Garou
but
there.
you also forget, Tech. In all of the Old World of Darkness, for some reason, Latin America is the heart of evil for all
It
of them.
is, yes. We'll get to that. We will get to that. There's a book that stresses about how evil Latin America is in a little bit. By the way, there's the Skinner right there. If you scroll up,
There he is.
there's the first picture of Sam in this book. He's got a bunch of guns
He's a
pointed
lot
at
less
his face.
cool. He's a lot less cool. But if you're wondering why, in short, the reason Latin America is the source of all evil in Old World, it is the bastion of the fucking Sabbat, as well
Yeah,
as being often corrupted by the worm. Yes, they say that Latin American governments are often, in some degree, corrupted by the worm, because Pentex essentially bribes them into allowing them to do this shit.
Anyway, our story starts on page 73
Yep, here's
of
Pentex mowing down. Look at it. There's Pentex mowing down. Oh, no, that's a ritual. I thought that was Pentex mowing down like a cairn, which they do.
they do that, yeah.
Oh, thank you to
But
Captain Canuck Cliff for his Canada Day festivities. Also,
yeah,
Rob Hatch for his gelatinous, noisy birthday present. Flubber.
I'm guessing that he had either a flubber toy that he got, or they got a stripper and a Jello cake. I don't know.
Richard Cherry Tomato Thomas for what everyone did not eat at his
Didn't
party.
eat at his party.
Sorry, it's just the special thanks are pretty fun. So
I love this one too. Jim Halfogre Townsend for different colored blood pit shirts every day of the week, and then Matt Incognito Wagner, because we forgot to give him credit for the incredible Werewolf Players guide
We
cover.
forgot.
But hey, who wouldn't recognize his art anyway? They also have a word from White Wolf. Enjoying your summer? Fun on the beach? Lazy evenings in the lawn chair? No school? If so, you're wiser than Brian Campbell, Kathleen Ryan, and Ken Winkler. These
You
fool souls
stupid-
decided to be
I
summer
love how they
interns.
insult you. You stupid motherfuckers work for us now, and you made a horrible mistake.
All kidding aside, these guys have been doing a great job. It's hard to remember how we got by before they came, thanks to Brian K.
So
Kathy
that
and
is
Keith.
something I do like about the old
That's
White Wolf
kinda
books. They
sweet.
have a personality.
The company has a very definite personality. There's some really fucking
look at
gonzo
this!
art.
Look at this Captain Planet shit. This feels
Yeah.
like this feels like something you'd see in like an '80s Marvel book, or like this is something
This
you'd
is
see.
this
is Cable. This is a Cable comic.
Yeah, as I said, Rage Across the Amazon is the book where they go like, okay, yeah, your warrior's a fucking Gaia. Let's make a war zone setting, like a real fucking war zone.
Yep, and yeah, you can see it. Pentex powered super soldiers.
Yeah, so they go and talk about like some of the stuff they've got. Of course,
Welcome to
Warner
hell.
Herzog.
That's another thing, by the way. They're really leaning into the green hell.
Yeah, they then talk about the mood is the blood of my brothers. Entire packs rush across blood-stained forests seeking revenge against the worm and are often never seen again. The Amazon is a land of mourning, not only for those who have fallen to battle to the worm, but also for those pups who are yet to come, who have yet to see the full horror of war. It is a mourning for all who will die here.
Well, I mean, I'm only joking because it's a little bit odd that all of the Latin American capitals are bastions.
Awful?
Are
Yes.
bastions of the Sabbat. Mexico City is essentially their most powerful city, and Sao Paulo is the silver medal and was their original site and capital.
Yeah.
Like,
the
I'm making fun of that. It's just
the Gothic
an unfortunate
punk Amazon,
implication.
by the way. The Gothic punk Amazon is a setting headline for this.
Yep.
That's what they're talking about here, which is the most descriptive words I've ever heard said about something.
So yeah, to the mortals, this place is pretty cool. It's very nice and very tranquil. But
in the spirit world, it is a heavy metal album cover.
Bane spirits scream in the shadows of newly constructed factories. Constant raids are launched by the Guru against Pentex and their forces. The legions of the worm strike nightly in search and destroyment. This is basically Super Vietnam.
I know.
It is supernatural Vietnam with werewolves.
And I love it. It is like, if you want to do like, I want to play a game that's just combat. Let's play werewolf. Let's throw them in the Amazon. Here we go, buddy. Welcome to the jungle.
This is also good for like if you want to fight actual Captain Planet villains.
Yeah.
Like
of course,
here's a stupid idea I have. You could literally have them fight Duke Nukem from Captain Planet. Like, oh yes, I'm powered by the worm, and he's like has super powerful decay abilities because he's a walking toxic waste reactor. Like, you have to stop him from building more nuclear waste sites that poison the ground. Yeah. You gotta stop the guy who's like hates the ocean. He hates the ocean so much he's like intentionally killing all the fish in the Amazon.
Yeah, they talk about the real war. Well, this book is a work of fiction and should be interpreted as such. Some of the issues it addressed are quite real. A war of sorts is taking place in the Amazon today, a war of epic proportions. Thousands of acres of forest land are destroyed yearly by corporations intent on profit alone. It is a dark time for the thousands of species. undiscovered plants could hold the cures for many diseases. Millions of these plants are wiped by existence from massive deforestation before they have ever been discovered. They then go and talk about like the actual problems that they have, which is like land reform issues with local workers, natives being oppressed by local governments, all this sort of stuff. They're like, yeah, this is all fucking bad.
And the thing is, they actually also point out that you're not fighting like actual Captain Planet. Like the World of Darkness likes to amplify the worst aspects, so that's why they're doing Captain Planet level shit. But at the end of the day, you're dealing with countries that are intentionally destroying their rainforest just to produce more hamburgers for fat asses like me to eat.
Yeah.
Every hamburger you eat is an acre of forest lost.
Well, werewolf can be offensive. I continue doing something dumb like making Che Guevara a werewolf and Penachif and Mori.
They made
No.
Charles Manson a wolfkin.
You've got to understand, they made Crispus Attucks a vampire.
They did.
The black man who was killed in the Boston Massacre.
They did. You name some like they always have some very horrifying examples there.
Al Capone is a vampire now.
Yeah. Rasputin is every possible supernatural creature.
But they then even go at the end of this. What you can do, you don't have to sit by and passively allow the rainforest to disappear. Like what you can do is please contact, your local chapter of the Rainforest Action Network, the Nature Conservancy, the World Wildlife Foundation, Greenpeace, or any other organization dedicated to the preservation of Earth. Family effort can make a big difference. The battle lines have been drawn. Now it is your time to rage.
I will disagree with, and here's why. They also advocate the Russian lie of nuclear bad.
Yeah.
Because if you're wondering, the anti-nuclear movement was mainly funded by the Soviets, and it's lived on. It's kind of weird that the dumbest conspiracies are usually Russian psyops, because like their only good aspect of war is traditionally propaganda.
For example, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion is entirely Imperial Russian propaganda being used to justify their pogroms. I'm serious.
The only aspect of war Russia is master at is propaganda war. For some fucking reason. For some stupid fucking reason.
They managed to create this shit for the dumbest people to latch onto.
Vranyo. They're masters of Vranyo, which is their own term for lying with bullshit. To the point where everyone listens to them for some fucking reason. It's ridiculous. They pulled the same thing with anti-nuclear shit. They pulled the same thing with actually anti-Semitism, which is fucking hilarious. And if you ever hear about reformers, reminder, a lot of them also are basically Russian propagandists. Hell, one of their main founders will show up to Russia Today to brag all the time.
Anyway, the next piece of art is fucking radical. Like it looks like something out of an 80s comic book. Or 90s comic book.
Oh, well, that's because remember the guy I didn't remember to thank? I think this is his art, and yeah, he's good.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, they talk a little bit about
the description of real world
the Amazon
problems
and all that.
Come across as much more respectful. Yeah, well, that's the thing. We were joking a bit, but they were aware. Like even if they accidentally kind of like to them when they do shit like, oh yeah, Latin America is the source of all evil. That's
like,
just,
there's actual genuine social problems here that are really bad. Please pay attention to these.
They use it as the basis, but also like it's innocent.
Yeah, there's this innocence to it. It's not a cynical.
It's not like what all the 5th edition. Remember when they tried to celebrate the Brazilian anti-terrorist cop organization that was well known for like massacres and shit like that?
Yeah, BOPE is actually a group of hunters.
Yeah,
BOPE is a group of fucking psychotic people. Like BOPE, don't get me wrong, BOPE is one of those things that, like, I understand why it exists. This doesn't mean that they're also not, like, fucking psychotic.
Hey, remember the movie that talked about them, had them actually murder a teenager?
Yeah.
Like, there was just a teenager for a gang, and they did it just because, fuck it.
Fuck them.
They knew what he was getting into. So yeah, they go into details about who are here, the Uktena. I don't remember what they are.
Yeah, which is the tribes. But anyway, it's page 79 where we get into like all this, because this is all just like set up for getting into the thick of things, right?
Yep. Unfortunately, by the way, no bookmarks here.
You're gonna have to scroll through.
There's some like
a lot of these
like
older books,
beautiful art
and scans.
There's some
There's
beautiful art,
art,
though.
and then there's stuff that's like I don't even fucking know.
I found a werewolf
Like-
wearing a fucking wig. I love it. Look at it.
On page 71, I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing. It might just be the scan quality.
Oh, they also go into details about like people. Kriegswarg.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, the Geta Fenris tribe in the Amazon are fucking awesome. They're basically here because this is where the big fucking fight is. You pussies, we're gonna show you how it's done.
Well, you're saying that, but that's essentially what they did to the Sabbat in 5th edition. The difference is this is cool and you can still play them elsewhere.
Yeah.
Hey, Servant of Wrath, got myself some tea. How's everyone going? Well, we're on the 3rd book of Samuel Haight's Wild Ride. For those of you who weren't familiar with Sam Haight, you most likely remember him as like the ultimate everything
The
at
ultimate
once.
badass.
Like they really
As he was
upsell that.
described.
But no, he started off as a self-hating. I forget the name.
Kinfolk Kinfolk was the old term for it. That found a ritual to turn himself into a werewolf and
Because
said,
he was
"What could
raised
go wrong?"
by essentially a werewolf who hated him,
No, was just disappointed.
disappointed,
And he's inferior to Althera because, of course,
Yeah.
children of Gaia.
So he
The Garu are the
tries to-
best and the most sacred. So, of course, kinfolk are awful, dirty people because children of Gaia, because they're
So-
stupid sometimes.
Yeah, he was raised in that toxic environment. He then has his dream die in front of him because he got injured as a sport. Like his other dream got killed in front of him.
Yeah.
So he essentially became bitter. He decided to take it out on his family by becoming a great hunter. Gets tainted by the worm over the years because of it. And on top of that, because he found and managed to murder a Tremere and become a ghoul and hunt more vampires to gain more blood so he can use thaumaturgy. But he kind of
Yeah.
needed it for his ritual to become a Guru because that's like his new focus stream now. And it was done really seriously. It was done with great respect. And then the second one throws him into essentially the plot of Thriller, the Michael Jackson music video,
It's
with
not very
like
good.
a Saturday morning cartoon villain as a ghost who can kill you instantly. He was still treated with some respect and dignity. He was still treated seriously. Now we're on part 3, which is where everything starts to fall apart.
Everything starts to get even crazier. All right. So,
'Cause they
but
keep
seriously,
bringing him into these.
page 71 of this book. I don't know what this art is. The best description I have
Oh,
of
they
it
also go on the other
is-
Farah, by the way.
they do.
Just
They
a
like
heads
the were
up.
jaguars and stuff going on. But yeah, like this art on page 71.
Oh, they have Rio de Janeiro by
I-
night. So yeah.
Yeah, they
go
do.
into detail about that.
That's a separate book. That's a separate book as well. This
There's
is just
also
parts
say
of it.
Apollo by night.
Mm-hmm.
Is it this one with the werewolf? Like,
like I think that's supposed to be a bulldozer.
Yeah,
He's
he
just
is.
kind of
It is.
vibing.
he
There's
just
another guy
slapped
that's
the
like
dude
shaking
out.
the pocket. He just pushed the dude out, and the other guy's shaking him down for his lunch money.
Like, this art is just so silly. I love it.
Modern
Then-
Werewolf would
then
say
the
that you
next
take your
page-
rage out on these farmers and exaggerate the environmental destruction. No actual attempts to state fact in what you could do in the real world. Yeah, they wouldn't. Also, they
Yeah.
wouldn't actually play it up like it's not the farmer's fault. It's actually the local governor's land right. He's a corrupt piece of shit that is influenced by the worm. Like he was already
Yeah.
greedy before, but essentially
The worm is taking him. Yeah.
like he was already greedy before, but the worm has made him even worse, and he's like even selling out his own country to a degree. It's like bringing in all these foreign companies to like
All these foreign
destroy.
corporations who pay nothing and then
Like,
go after labor
that's
unions
another thing. It's
and
like-
all that.
Like you have these farmers who's like, I raised beef and cattle, but they kicked
I
me
want
out.
to make co-op. CIA kicks down his door and shoots him twice in the head. Calls it a suicide.
Yeah, and then it gets bought out by Con Agri Food to make cattle to be slaughtered to turn into Slim Jims powered by evil. Come on, don't
Old
you like that
werewolf is-
plot where you have to
do.
destroy the evil Slim Jim factory? That by the way, here's another thing. Here's another idea to make the worm plot even funnier. The Slim Jims are tainted slightly by the worm, which increases your it's like a drug. An addictive drug is put into them too.
Addictive Slim Jims.
And so they have to expand their business and destroy more rainforests and kill more local farmers. Like silently
Exactly.
murder the ones who disagree against the pay
Yeah.
cut because they're paid like shit.
And they use the CIA to do it because the CIA hears the word commie and they immediately just go, okay, kill him.
Like, this is something you'd see in old Werewolf the Apocalypse, like this scheme where it's like you have to, you're saving local farmers, but it's also like you're destroying. It's like a weird balance where you want to stop
Yeah.
evil governor man's plot, maybe by making it look like he died in an accident, or somehow untainting him from the worm, something. But at the end of the day, you're going to be breaking shit, which isn't good.
Yeah. So they go over this, and it starts out with fucking Jim Morris. So Jay Morrison wrote this one. In Dreams and Nightmares, this is a over the mountains of the moon, down the valley of the shadow, ride, bully, ride, the shade glide if you seek El Dorado. An Edgar Allan Poe fucking poem here.
Mhm.
So, while the battle for the Amazon rages, the pack learns the truth about an ancient myth. In Dreams and Nightmares revolves around the legend of El Dorado, most commonly known as the fabled Lost City of Gold. The
By the
pack
way, if
learns
you're
the hard
wondering
way.
where El Dorado came from, it's based on 3 separate native myths.
And an actual tribe of natives as well.
Okay, so the first tribes are, I believe it came from Spanish dealing with local Guarani tribes along the La Plata River. That's one of the origin sources. Because the La Plata River is also known as like the City of Silver, because the native tribes believe that there is a sacred mountain that was made entirely out of silver. That's one source for El Dorado. The other I know of is there is another tribe known as the Muisca, who were known for their
Yep, this is
amazing
the one.
goldsmithing. Like, they did a lot of cool
This
jewelry.
is the one that it's mostly based off, is the Miska and their lake. So what happens is that one of the Miska traditions,
one of their kings, because they had two, the Zappa and the Zinque.
yeah, whenever he comes to power, he has to sacrifice objects to the lake and jump in covered in gold dust. So, of course, he becomes known as the King of Gold, or the
One
King
of the
of
two.
El Dorado.
There's the one king. There's two kings, so they both do this.
Yeah, so that's a lot of fucking gold that ends up in the bottom of this lake, to the point where there were several actual attempts to drain the lake to get all the gold that ended up, failing, because they then managed to somehow make the the bottom of the lake dry up to the point where it's no longer mud,
Mhm.
which means that it's all stuck in there like concrete. So you can't actually get it out of there anymore. So it's all stuck in there, and they drained the lake for basically nothing.
So what you're getting is Sam Haight is some guy's scary Steve fanfic character who's good at everything. He becomes that, but in the first 2 adventures, he's actually well written.
Well,
Well, the
first
first
adventure,
adventure.
yes.
The second one, not so much.
The second one, it's like, what the fuck is this even?
Okay, so the first adventure he's handled really well. The way he works is he's a hunter that knows how to fight you. He
Yeah.
knows he knows your tricks. He is also a rat bastard who will sacrifice anything to get what he wants, which is more than anything he wants to be a guru because of the way he was raised as a kid.
Yeah. So
He does it like he's clever. He does ritual. He figured out how rituals worked. He actually even found a source of magic. He tapped into vampires for this. He had to.
yeah.
That's why he has the ghoul powers.
Yeah,
And
he's smart, he's clever, he's well armed, and he's ready to fuck you
and
up.
there's a great buildup because it starts off with you tending to just this, four people
Group
that have
of
recovered.
Guru, they all got most of them die. Then you find out that it's hate behind it. You have to go and infiltrate a position where he's set up like a thing to make it harder for you to do it, and then he on top of all that kind of goes and
He also sets
how
up
would it-
tribal. He also sets up inter-guru conflicts too.
yes, he does.
Sam is seen as intelligent, clever, cold-blooded, and ambitious. He also has a goal, and once he gets that goal, he is satisfied and will leave you because, in his mind, he's gotten what he wanted.
All right. So
In book 2, you see elements of him becoming ultimate badass. It's mainly in the sense he magically knows how to stop the ghost machine because he's trapped in the
he's
spirit world.
supposedly he's been watching its construction on the other side.
And you could also maybe argue that since he spent a decade reading arcane rituals from the fucking Tremere,
He probably
might
has a
have
pretty good idea.
enough of a background,
Yeah.
so it's plausible. But then this
He's like a 4 in a cult, so yeah, like I
He has a
wouldn't
5.
wouldn't say he's A 5, yeah. At that point, he is one of the masters of occult lore in the world. Yes, he knows that. He knows a lot of shit.
Maybe the machinery not so much, but he knows enough about the spooky part that he kind of is pretty good at guessing what the machine does and how to break it.
And how to break it, yeah.
So he's kind of a what the fuck in a very what the fuck story plot, but honestly, he's still treated seriously.
But now he's out and escaped. He's gotten away from a fucking Satan thing, and he's now
after El Dorado.
Back to working for Tentex. He's after El Dorado. From the very start, the pack is in a race against time. As they discover the importance of the ancient city, the truth about El Dorado, and the importance of El Dorado to the Amazon. Pentex has a head start. But in certain signs along the way could lead the pack to understand they're up against someone they've met before. So if you wanted to
Which is assuming that you've met him before. Basically, they're assuming you've dealt with the Valkenburg Foundation, which, by the way, really good book. It's a shame that they didn't actually work with it more.
Yeah. And, neither of these segments is necessary for using him or his character, but,
it's assuming that you have, yeah.
It's assuming that you have. Which is fair enough. So the plot is very simple. The scene 1 is you engage in combat with an inexperienced first team, whatever that is. Gary win the battle, but one of the team members wants to bargain his information for his life.
Basically, it's one of the Pentex recon guys.
Yeah. It concerns El Dorado and Pentex's plans to acquire a vast amount of gold to be found there and destroy the city.
And that's another thing. Pentex is just pointlessly like, I'm gonna blow up this native heritage site.
Pentex does that because Pentex is legitimately kind of goofily evil sometimes. I mean, again, this is the guys that make the McDonald's ripoff that makes you beat your wife because they put demons in the burgers.
Which is why the evil Slim Jim factory is plausible.
Yeah, so they go to report their superiors, and they say the pack told the truth about El Dorado. It is not a city, but it is the name of a powerful mage that lives there. They give them the assignment to save him before it is too late. A map will show them the way to reach the realm of El Dorado, but the Pentex team is already on the way. So you must race to the Amazon rainforest.
This is where Sam kind of does his apotheosis into becoming
This is the start of it. This is the start of his apotheosis into a joke. The next book is where it really kicks off.
Remember, at this point, he has the skin-walking ability to turn into a guru, and he still has some ghoul magic on hand. Because it is so
super powerful, but it's still really useful. Yeah. It's admittedly his choices of power magic are kind of I laugh a little bit at them. Like they're not the greatest. But
yeah. So here's the thing. You're on your race, you have to try to get there, but one of the things is the first team is beginning to really understand how to fight you, which I think is a little ridiculous because again, this is a Pentex team.
They don't always tell the people that they put in these teams, you're going to be fighting werewolves. They say, yeah, you're going to be fighting natives in the jungle.
Well,
and then they spring them into a werewolf trap because Pentex doesn't give a fuck.
You'd still think that some of them might actually still have silver bullets, though.
Not always, but in this case, these guys actually do have silver bullets. Yeah, they know what's actually going on. They set traps, which reveals, of course, that it is Sam Haight, the Skinner, after them.
He's called the Skinner because to do his becoming a guru, he had to kill 5 of them.
5 werewolves. Yeah. He wins a race to El Dorado.
By the way, my problem already with this is a reprisal of the Valkenburg. It's literally the same setup.
A little bit, yes.
That's a problem I have with it already.
The guru madly dashed to the jungle, but he's set up with his old tricks, booby traps, jungle snares, and ambushes. Wait, can they beat him to El Dorado?
With Valkenburg, you kind of already know what he's doing. So
you already know that he's going to try to ambush you, yes.
But if you don't, well, it's annoying.
Yeah.
And yes, he will always beat you. This is why I'm already having some problems with this little adventure. He will always beat you to El Dorado. At least the city, he'll always beat
Dorado. Then they the first team blocks the way to get to him. They're face to face with the legend. El Dorado is here, but so is Sam Haight, and Haight has a few tricks up his sleeve. As a fight to finish
because he somehow knows how to fight a very powerful mage. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
See what I mean? This is where the start kind of falls apart.
Yeah, this is where it gets really, really stupid. But at the same time, it is so stupid in a very over-the-top way.
I disagree. I think it's a little too much. You know what I mean? Like, there's a point where you saw me go kind of over the top with rifts, but this just kind of feels like.
All right.
Okay, storyteller. Then what's the fucking point? What's the
What's
fucking
going
point, you
on?
stupid
Well,
asshole?
what the pen text also doesn't understand is that Sam already knows that Eldorado is a mage and intends to steal his power.
How convenient. You get what I mean? You get what I mean? Why
Yeah.
I hate this? He knows this magically because bullshit. He knows this. He also succeeds because bullshit. So this entire adventure, it has the same effect as Raiders of the Lost Ark, where there's no point for you to fucking show up.
So
That's why I hate this adventure already.
okay, so
It's over the
Eldorado
top,
is
but
a
the way it's constructed makes me go, well, go fuck yourself, storyteller.
why are you also you're explaining this right at the start.
It's already at the start. I mean, you're not reading this as the player, but the moment that
Yeah.
happens, and if you read that part, I'm sorry, fuck you, storyteller. I'm not playing this story anymore
Yeah. So he
because
also has
this takes
kinfolk.
away any chance of you actually doing shit
He's also looking to collect more pelts of werewolves because he's
for no
got other
reason.
kinfolk with him. No, because he's got other kinfolk with him that also want to become Garu,
Which,
like he did.
okay, here's the thing. Strike out the part where he always succeeds and wants the mage power. That's stupid. I don't like that part. Have him not know about the mage first, okay? This is what I would do.
Yeah.
He doesn't know about the mage. He does know about El Dorado, and he's getting a good paycheck for this. So, of course, he'd want to. And on top of that, hey, maybe he does make friends. Maybe he makes an entire little murder cult with him.
He
Like he's,
did.
and then that part's fine. I like that part. And El Dorado's a powerful dream speaker mage who somehow still got wrecked by a fucking human. Okay. That's my problem. If it's a powerful mage, then they shouldn't be destroyed by that. You get what I mean? Like, that's kind of my problem with it.
Yeah.
Oh, and on top
Give
of
me a
that,
second
like,
here.
if the technocracy can't beat him, why is this
Yeah.
random asshole able
By
to?
the way, yeah, the technocracy tried to fucking assault him.
You get what I
and
mean? Why I already, like, from the opening, I already hate this.
what they did instead, though, is that they decided that fuck fighting this guy. We're just going to shunt him into a different dimension.
Which, hey, that's fair enough. Like, if you can't beat him, just try to isolate him.
They can't 1v1 him, so they just shove him into another dimension. Uh,
And now he's in a little bubble in the Umbra.
Yeah. He put himself into a deep, ageless sleep with magical gold. He's using his vast mental powers, so he's basically floating around as the floaty man ghost thing, casting wizardy spells. Woo. And learning about Gaia and all that shit. So he's helping the werewolves out in the Amazon.
But by the way, it is the lockaway ritual didn't perfectly work because people who believe hard enough. This is a thing with Mage the Ascension. For those of you who are unfamiliar, humanity collectively sets the rules of reality. That's why if you get 2 or 3 mage players in a room together, and like every other World of Darkness player in the same room, like you get like 20 people and 2 or 3 of them are mages, inevitably they will drown out the other 17 players by just spurging endlessly about the fucking paradigm war.
The consensus shift
There's only
and the paradigm
there's
war
only so
and
many
the
times
ascension conflict. Oh my fucking god, Mage, please stop.
we get it, asshole. You can only rehash the same fucking argument, but that's the thing with the mage players. That always happens. In my experience, that always will happen.
So in any case, if they haven't met Haight before,
Which
it
is
turns out that
pretty
you
likely.
can learn about him.
Let's be fair.
Let's be fair.
Valkenberg didn't sell that well.
Valkenberg was a good book.
It just didn't sell
Valkenberg
that
was a
well.
good book, but I don't know if it sold that well or not. In any case, the first conflict is they meet first team number 13 because Pentex is very creative with names.
And again, this is just I don't hate the name. It's just
They have to go. They find this one guy. They get told you have to go to El Dorado and save El Dorado. And here's the truth about El Dorado. We're on the road to El Dorado.
Yep.
And we
the
get
first team.
this
The
art
thing
of
is,
a
they're not
werewolf with
the most kidded. They're just they're ordinary soldiers.
These are like this is one of their scout teams.
Ordinary
for Pentex.
security soldiers. Like they do have some good kit. They have like thermal vision. They have thermal imaging. They have they have modern fire assault rifles, but they're not like maybe body armored all the way up to the nines. They may not have. They don't have the anti-werewolf measures. They're armed like a standard security team, like a standard paramilitary or military unit. Yeah, they can fuck
Yeah.
you up to a degree. They can. You don't want to take them easy, but still.
Yeah. In any case, the Battle Master, by the way,
Oh, by
is
the way,
that
another example of why Samuel's become kind of not fun. Samuel had it with the political backstabbing the local Pentex leaders that have been engaged in. Backstabbing would not bother Haight so much, but all the knives have been pointed at him. So they've been set up by Sam. You get what I mean? Like, this is where
yeah.
they oversell him. Like, yes, he's crazy prepared. That's fine. That's fair.
Now it's, by the way, I want you to look at the gun on the next page.
Okay.
Look at this art. Look at this art.
It's a fucking minigun, but with like
It's a minigun with like a FAL AK hybrid, and it's going through the mag well.
and it has a mag belt.
Why
too.
is that carrying? Why is that carrying? Handles look so awkward. Where's the sights? what
Yeah.
the fuck
Oh
is
no,
this
you
gun?
see that little flicky thing on the top? The little
Yeah,
flicky
that's
thing
the
is
sight.
the iron sight. The iron sight for
Oh
a
my
rotary
God.
barrel weapon. By the way, you know another thing you missed, Tech? Check
Wait,
it
they
out.
do have.
It has a grenade launcher undercarriage.
No, that's just a hand grip.
Oh, it is? It looks like a
Yeah,
grenade,
that's just a
a
hand
pump
grip.
action. It looks like the pump grenade launcher.
It's grooved because that's where you put your fingers. Because this is designed for a werewolf, I guess.
I still think it looks like no, because there's like a little nub there. See it?
Oh, by the way, the first team, by the way, the Pentex, they do in fact have silver bullets. They just don't have a lot of them. They have like a magazine.
Okay, that's fair. But I do have a problem with Sam kind of setting them up to like yes, in the first book they establish he's a rat bastard who would do something like that. But the
Yeah.
problem is this makes him kind of a little too close to omniscient. Like this is the DM. This is like it does come into fan fiction at that point where it's like he instantly is able to assess and backstab and destroy the other ones casually. Even though some of these leaders should at least be somewhat comparable to him, after all, they're part of the same strike teams, and he was a relatively rookie, part of that organization's branch.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like, it's just it establishes him a little too hard in that opener. I know you as the player won't notice this, but to me as a storyteller, as I'm reading this, I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah. In
By the
any
way,
case,
you are correct, Squirrel Killer. He was a good character as an experiment for crossover content. The third time they used him, though, they fucked up. Second time was fine.
This is mostly a werewolf encounter.
Well, yeah,
like,
it's essentially a werewolf encounter, but they kind of use him for crossover later on, and it's a failure because of how they use him.
Yeah. Then you're fighting a bunch of weird people, so you finally meet like all these other groups, and here's some Fomori.
Here's the team. I'll give you something. Here's something very interesting. The first fire team actually has similar stats to what Sam did.
Yep.
Their sergeant has the same kind of similar stats.
They all have similar stats.
Like
actually,
this is actually close
Sam.
up to where Sam was. The only thing they're missing is the ritual aspect. Oh, and one of them does actually. So.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are immune to delirium because, again, that's the point.
Yep.
And they have a Formori, by the way. Here he is. That's Abraxas.
He's a 16-year-old kid that fell into a wormhole. Poor guy.
Oh, Formori are basically what happens when the worm eats you? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not super familiar because even though I know a little bit, again, Werewolf as a setting usually turned me off because of the players. So I didn't have much of a chance to open the books. Scene 2 is just you running through the jungle.
We're running through the jungle chasing Sam, and there's some traps and sharpshooters.
That you run into Sam the first time here? Oh.
Yeah. Well, his traps, and he's got, of course, if you recognize his scent, you regain it. So his idea is to try to make it so that he can actually get your stuff. He has a twisted sense of fair play, so the traps are mostly meant to slow you down and soften you up for the sharpshooters he's got.
Oh, you're glitching a bit.
He's got the sorry.
There we go.
So the sharpshooters.
Here's again the problem. Sam is using the same routines and rituals again. And they mentioned that, yeah, if you've dealt with him in the Valkenberg Foundation, you will regain rage. But the problem is it's kind of the same thing, and they changed up his motives. Like, if they're prepared for the guru, but because of his own twisted sense of fair play, he didn't have a twisted sense of fair play in the initial.
No, he was intending to fucking kill you.
So I'm not a fan of that writing. I feel like they kind of forgot what the character was. I know there's a thing called character evolution, but
But I
it
think
doesn't
that it's a
feel right.
completely different person that wrote him at this time too.
And on top of that, I'm not a fan of the fact that, again, this is just him reprising the same shit. Like, yeah, you read Falkenberg, but he kind of just,
No, it's the same. It's the same guy writing him again. Actually,
yeah, but it feels
weird.
wrong.
Yeah,
It just
this
feels
is actually
wrong.
kind of weird.
He uses the same fucking tripwire setup too.
I mean, if it worked before,
You know what I would change up because he gives you an instant rage automatically. You know what I would do just as a consequence, like if you fought him before? I would lower the difficulty down by 1 if you dealt with him before.
because you have an idea of what his tricks are now.
Like as a nod, like just lower it by 1. Like it's still hard because he's really good at setting them up, but you should be able to detect kind of where he would probably put it.
Yeah.
But yeah, his whole thing is just hurting you, inhibiting you. 50%
also,
traps.
There's then we move on to some of his new friends, which are more Fomori, and you have to fight them.
Yep.
Don't hesitate to have Chimera's sides, which is one of the Fomori who doesn't like the others. Okay.
So yeah, you fight some Fomori. They're
Yay, and they must stop you. They've also been offered a substantial sum for intact Garu pelts. Which okay.
Yeah, Sam, if reused, shouldn't have been a primary antagonist again. He should have been a recurring mercenary. Yeah, that's exactly what I like. That's exactly what he should have been, but he's not.
Yes.
My
so
biggest
we reached
issue with
scene
the writing
4.
of the adventure structure, if you want to protect a character like this, give him a way to cheat death. They do that in Valkenberg. They do say up front,
he's got a way to cheat death. He literally has a fetish or whatever the fuck the term is. I can't remember off the top of my head. To just go into the Umbra.
No, Tech, that doesn't work until the ritual, though.
True,
Instead,
but now he
when
does
you run
have
into him
that.
the first time, here's the things he stacked in an advantage. He intentionally brutalized the corpses of the 3 he killed. Why? Because it would guarantee that you would frenzy at what he did. 2, he intentionally made sure some of his hunting party was drunk and slower than him. I don't have to be the fastest, I just have to not be last, is what he's thinking. And 3rd, if the moment looks like the fight is starting to go in their favor, the very moment, he will instantly fucking run. He is right next to the truck, and I don't give a shit how fast you are as a Gru. He will outspeed you in that fucking truck.
Also, he'll throw Molotov cocktails out the window to set the forest on fire.
And caltrops with silver points.
Yeah.
On top of that, he
which
is
just
wielding
nasty.
silver-tipped bullets, which some
he's
of
got
the other
silver
hunters
weapon
don't
bullets,
have.
Yeah, which the other hunters actually entirely don't have.
So he is essentially
He's kind of set them up.
He set them up to be a meat wall. On top of that, he is expecting, and the way it's set up because of what he did, you're almost certainly going to fail your willpower roll and begin raging. And once you do that, not just raging, frenzying, you're not going to be paying attention to that. I'm sorry, pal. You're going after the nearest thing and tearing him to shreds. He will use that to run the way. And then on top of that, he then sets himself up with human shields that you can't kill without pissing off an entire werewolf tribe. And then after that, he sets up lethal traps that are almost impossible to detect even with your good senses. The first encounter,
and then
he is well done. He could die,
and then on
but
top
they
of
set
that,
up ways
to
for
get
others
to him.
To do it.
To get to him, you have to do something for a werewolf is kind of disgusting. You have to put your hand in the severed head of one of your friends.
Two
basically.
of them. And even then, if you figure it out, if he needs more time, he will just intentionally set off the explosives because he has a switch for it.
Yeah, he's got a switch for it nearby. He'll just whoop, here we go.
If he needs just a bit more time, that'll give him that time.
Yeah.
That's
and
why
you can't
Sam
complain too much because
so
it's like because it's like, oh wow, he's actually thought this out.
And then on top of that, his stats imply that you're running into him not super early, but kind of early in your career as a werewolf, as a guru.
Yeah, he's not unbeatable. He's only got 6
To give you
dice
an
with
idea,
firearms.
just if you manage to get to him in like rage, like you managed to just get through the hunters instantly and get on
He's
him.
only got 4 dice to attack you with a
6
knife,
dice.
for example. No,
No,
4
no.
dice, because strength it's old world, so dexterity is the king combat stat.
Ah,
He'll do more damage because he's got 4 strength, but
so
his
like once
dex
you
pool
get
is
up to
only
him, he'll
4.
stab you once, and if you're lucky on your attack roll, you could kill him in one blow.
And on your like you could probably kill him. He'll deal a lot of damage to you, but
Because he has a silver tipped knife.
you've got a chance to kill him. He's got a silver, yeah. And he knows how to fight.
You have a good shot. Like once you get to him, he'll die. And on top of that, there's ways to get around it. Just maybe have one of the security guards that he hired find out about the ritual, and he's a kinfolk, because he hired mostly kinfolk, and they want to do the same thing. And they don't have to kill they just take what he had and does
They got the pelt. Yeah, they got the pelts already. They do it.
So there's
they'll still
ways
be
around
doing
it.
worm-tainted
It's
monstrosity,
done in a
but
way he should be able to escape, especially with players that don't know the game as well. Like, they don't know what he's doing. He should be able to get away. And even then, even if you do know what you're doing, there's pretty okay odds that he will at least get away the first time. Maybe not the second time, because you know how the rich adventure works, but first encounter, there's good odds he'll get away. For this though, no.
And they even suggest use him as a recurring antagonist. He's perfect for it because he's got there's going to be kinfolk that have a or have issues with the guru, that have all these other things going on, and Sam could easily start his own little group of people that are going around skinning werewolves.
And that's what he does here. And I don't have any issue with that. I have an issue with his omniscience and the fact that he is using similar tricks, but he should also be changing them up. Like in the first example, I mentioned he should have false tripwires that hide the true ones. Like he's changed up his hunting patterns.
Put that here, stuff like that. Yeah.
Maybe he also has drones hidden that he could use to shoot you from a distance.
This
things
is the 90s.
that delay.
But if you're bringing it into like
Pentex.
W20, yeah, sure, little drones, Pentex, fuck it, go for it. There's a few other things you could throw in there, like, he's gotten a bunch of people with like questionable morals to come and get your shit and attack your homes or whatever the fuck.
Don't give him Formori or Chimera, or maybe give him one, and when you run into him, like if you somehow manage to power to him, he just kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh, I have to use this now," and he just activates the Formori and Chimera he had.
Yeah.
And he just snarks, "It's the only thing Pentex has done that's worth a shit." Like,
yeah,
so I get what they're going for. It's just they make him a bit omniscient at this point.
Yeah.
And we're not even at the most annoying part.
We hit chapter 4 where there's a picture of a very common werjaguar man.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to cross the river, by the way, bad idea. Don't do it. It's a difficulty 7 in athletics roll, and if you fail, it slows you down, and you'll have to climb up again and do it again.
Not that it matters, because Sam always beats you to the distance anyway.
Yeah.
That's another problem I have with this adventure. It doesn't matter.
Also, if you fail to if you offend the werjaguar, he'll take you in a fucking runaround.
Yeah.
He was like, yes, hello, yes, foreigners, yes, you pay me no respect. Okay, you go fuck off. He will. He's extremely defensive about his territory. He will fight you, yes. And he cares a lot about El Dorado. He does not care about the gold. And the Black Furies don't care too much about him, and Furies really can't do it. So, scene 5, lost your one.
You're always going to. The way it's written,
you're probably lost.
You. No, not probably. It's pretty clear you always do.
Oh my God! Look at the drawing of the monster on the page after the next. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. I love him.
Again, the art is the real king here.
The man with no head and just a face where his chest is.
He's
it's
the
like
Blemius.
Yeah, it's like those weird
the
Roman monsters that were like that. Yeah. Anyway, if you're trying to swim across, it's a little hard. The Forest of El Dorado is also a jungle in the Umbra.
By the
There's
way, at
the
this point, you
Epiwandam
should.
on the
No. Here's something I also really fucking hate. I really fucking hate
yeah.
this. If you don't know who Haight is, you can roll an intelligence and occult roll, difficulty 8, to recognize the trademark work of the Skinner.
He's
Are
that
are
infamous
you
already. He's only
fucking
been
kidding me?
around for less than a year. Yeah.
Are you
And they
fucking
just
with
said,
me?
"Fuck it, he is now the most infamous guru killer of all time."
Oh, here's a cool. Here's what you could have done to maybe hint at why he's famous. Instead of Chimera, among the Pentax, you fight what you think are spiral dancers, but they don't act like them.
He's got other guru.
Like you see
He's
Guru
skinned
that are
more.
worm tainted, but they're not black spiral dancers.
And remember, each one of those is 5 dead guru.
So you run into a couple, and that gives you a hint if you're familiar, and then you run into him, and then that would make it like, oh shit, this guy.
He's skinned them, yeah. In any case, yes, you've got
Want
the
Sam to beat the
Epawandamana,
players there?
the
Easy.
headless
You
man.
find out that he was already there. That's kind of what they already do.
Yeah, they can say, "Well, you beat Sam here, and now Sam's trying to get there." It's whatever. Fuck.
Well,
Fuck it.
no. Like from what I
Let's go.
understand, I think he always beats. Yeah, he always beats them there. See, next to this picture of idyllic paradise is 1 of 4. So he's already beaten you here. It doesn't matter what you fucking do. Here's the thing. You could get lost for 18 weeks, or you could get there in a snap. You speed run it, he'll always beat you there. That is garbage game design. That
Any case,
straight up, that's garbage. That is straight up garbage.
in any case, they talk about the fact is that the Epawandamana will help you out if you ask for assistance. If you attack, they will attack you too. The realm of El Dorado is their only hunting.
By
Their
the way,
only
the
spot.
Epwayamona are the worm killed them, which I think is a little stupid.
They've been long extinct from the material world, wiped out by worm-corrupted Europeans. These Europeans
I
call them
kind of hate that.
Acephali, naming them from their own savage legends. They fear them as cannibals and savages.
I kind of hate that.
They have manipulation of Zero and appearance of Zero, so no wonder they didn't trust them. They look like they're... Well, look at them!
Yeah?
They've got these big spiky mouths and...
I still kind of hate that, though. Like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
they're hated, they're killed by... No, they could have just been killed by humans in general.
Yeah.
Or maybe
case,
they're also kind of savage, and that's why. Like, it doesn't have to
they
be
mentioned
warm.
that. Yeah, in any case, they get to the Black Furies, and there's some Amazons here that are helping the El Dorados. They are very South American. They are very traditional. They have bows and silver spears and all that. But by the way, Haight's team is his first team is first team number 69.
Of course.
Nice.
Yeah. The Black Fury Amazons. Yeah.
And then, yeah, you have to help them fight. If you help the aid the Furies to survive, they will plead the Black to rush to the inner square to save El Dorado before it's too late.
Even though it'll always be too late.
Yeah, Terry Williamson.
I hate that.
All these guys. There's some fun Fomori here.
It doesn't matter.
Then they get to El Dorado's like.
Here's a cool little map of El Dorado.
By the way, they referenced another previous book, which is Under a Blood Red Moon. A 10-year kinfolk of the Guru who's embraced with the Savat and believed destroyed in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go through, and then there's a few other a Garu who was corrupted by Fomori, who was
his first attempt at embracing another. Oh, you have to murder a vampire child. I mean, they might be a lot older than that, but still.
Yeah.
The Fomori make most of the pack as they so far look downright petite. The Guru's a poor soul has been corrupted by Fomori and is mistaken for a black spiral.
Owl Eyes Bane Snatcher. Yeah. Poor guy.
So you have to kill the vampire child.
They want to die. By the way, There's a few other guys that will help out, and in any case,
A serious case of
allies.
guilt. Who cares? No.
Yeah,
I hate this module so much.
she'll do anything for Sam. And anyway,
Whatever. Who gives it? Fuck off.
who gives a shit? The only interesting person in here is the Garu that Sam fucking tortured.
Yeah, good old allies Bane Snatcher. He was a Métis, by the way. He was mutilated.
He was a Métis, and when he found the Conqueror's sword, he knew he was doing well and helping out, the cause and the fight in the Amazon. He knew that he saw Sam and he's like, I recognize this motherfucker. I'm gonna go kill him. And then Sam captured him and started torturing him.
Let me
and
take a
stole the
look
sword.
to see how believable it is.
I mean, I can see it. He's not exact. I mean, his brawl's really good, but
I can't. Oh yeah, because Sam can turn now. So yeah, Sam.
yeah,
Him
Sam
fair.
can become a werewolf too. Like he could beat him the fuck down.
Yeah, that's a fair one. I just had to think on that a bit because
Yeah, he could feel the changes occurring in his body, but he just lacked the courage just to kill himself. So he'll try to keep himself from fighting the pack that they've got here, which sad.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, last battle, we need to stop him from killing El Dorado.
Even though he'll always win.
The entire room is covered in precious gold. El Dorado is only vulnerable because he's just woken up because someone's entered his chamber. And Samuel Haight thrusts this Conquistador sword deep into his heart. The mage and Haight are briefly covered in corona of energy. As the energy fades, El Dorado slumps forward, dead. The energies continue to surround Samuel Haight. He grins and triumphantly until the Conqueror's sword in his massive hands shatters into tiny fragments. His Klee switches to shock, then fury. At this point, you'll probably try to attack him, but it is too late. Haight is instead attacked by 3 elder wild spirits that have been summoned by the Black Fury Elders. Haight can be seen rushing Maelstrom, briefly surrounded by energies before he is torn apart.
Did you know? If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, viewers, I'm actually giving double middle fingers to this entire segment.
Yep.
This is a fucking cutscene. This is a fucking awful goddamn cutscene that I don't give a shit about. Because what's the point? What's the point? This is bad. This is bad game mastering 101. This is a fucking cutscene.
The only time I've ever done something like this is because somebody in my group was dumb enough to try to pop out a gun and shoot off during a ritual. And immediately I had the guy that he shot was like, congratulations, you just doomed us all, and then his head fucking explodes. As the monsters break through the veil.
The only time a cutscene like this should trigger, in my opinion, is let's say during your adventure trying to get there, you're too slow. If you can't beat Sam here, this is what happens. That's fine. That's a loss condition, kind of.
Yeah.
But what's the fucking point? This is the way it's fucking written. You'll never succeed here. There is no chance to ever fucking succeed here. This is bad writing. And on top of that, if you think about it, Sam is kind of degrading as the clever tactical man. Because notice all the dumb fucking fights you had to do to get here.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, this might be a brute force thing, but let's talk about like the next bits, the actual truth here. So, Sam escaped the wild spirits using his fetish to throw himself into the Umbra.
More like because the writers are assholes. I'm sorry. This book sucks. This one sucks.
Yeah, the magical sword is destroyed. El Dorado is actually alive, but not really. He's been reincarnated himself into the body of an eagle. He'll probably be there in at least another couple of decades. He might return someday back to being a mage, but it's very unlikely.
Who cares?
In any case, here's
yes,
Sam
World
Hyde's...
Killer. I hate the Doom Chase as well. See, here's the thing. I'd have been fine with this if you know what Valkenburg did actually. At any stage in the Phil book, in the Phil writing one, with Masters,
I think Phil...
at any point you can actually prevent the next stage if you're good at it. The final stage where you're fighting the Freddies and he's about to blow up Central Square and like goes full maniac.
Yeah.
That's you failing a couple times already.
Actually, yeah, Phil Brucato isn't a writer on this book.
Unironically, this is the
Unironically, Phil
hell is
Brucato
frozen
did
over.
this better. Phil Brucato did a better adventure than this.
Hell is frozen over. Phil Brucato wrote a better book.
Well, Phil Brucato didn't write the Skinner section. He wrote the one just before it, which was the weird one
He
where
wrote a
you were
better
chasing a guy
adventure,
across New York.
and I know for a fact if he
still.
got his hands on Sam, he would have done it better in this book. Maybe
That's something.
Coin flip. It's a coin flip, but I think it would have either been better or more entertaining. It could still be god awful. It could still destroy his character, but there's a chance that you could actually stop this rather than just this makes it a point. In my opinion, one of the worst films you can ever do, or one of the worst stories you can ever do, is one where if the characters don't do anything, the same effect happens. As far as I'm concerned, you could literally, for the entire adventure, you could go full SpongeBob, consult the magic conch, sit down like an asshole, brainlessly making gurgling noises for like 5 weeks, and it doesn't matter. Sam loses, kind of, but not really, because he gains hedge mage powers. Yeah, this is the part where he gets hedge mage powers.
By the way, this book includes a bunch of information about weapons, like a lot of weapons.
I want it all. I want it all now. Outcast thinks of himself as the first of the Skin Dancer tribe.
The first. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean,
I'm fair with him being an outcast. He has gotten stronger.
He has gotten stronger. He's got a bigger dice pool. He's upped his firearms and dexterity. His stamina is now at 5. His charisma is 5. And mind you, this is not when he's actually transformed fully into a werewolf.
Rage 8, Gnosis 8, and Willpower 9, baby.
Yeah, he's pretty fucking good.
On top of that, he actually has stolen gifts. And on top of that, because of his worm taint, he also picks up Black Spiral Dancer gifts.
Yeah.
So that part, his stat line, I think, is perfectly fair. Oh yeah, also we'll get to that. That's his. That's the book where they finally let you kill him, because that's a big problem.
Yeah. So we got good shit out of this. Then there's his fetishes, which of course is his little.
It's the same thing we saw before.
Necklace, and then a new one, which he gets to start at the end of this.
So who cares?
Who cares?
It breaks. Who cares?
He used it to learn the powers of a mage.
Learning thaumaturgic art, so he still does have thaumaturgy, by the way.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny? His thaumaturgy has not improved at all, really. Like, Lure of Flames got slightly better, and Weather Control did, and that's about it.
And he picked up, I think, a new path, but
pretty weak.
A thaumaturgy, but whatever. So
his stat line as it is, I think that's perfectly fair. Like, when you run into him again, this is a perfectly fair stat line.
Yeah.
My problem is the adventure he's in. He's too omniscient. He knows instantly how to counter you, even though he might not have even known you were there. He knows how to instantly counter the Pentex teams that he's a part of, even though he's a recent transfer. And they don't actually play around with him making the Skin Dancer tribe. You know what would have been a lot cooler, actually? Instead of this being an El Dorado hunt, you hear rumors of like a new type of Black Spiral Dancer or Formoran working against
working in the Amazon, yeah.
And they're like fighting like drilled military guys. Holy shit. They are a machine. And then you find out it's Sam who's mockingly calling himself the Elder and like calling this blighted shithole he's essentially created his cairn. And like maybe
there you go.
And here's another thing. The El Dorado thing, he learns about it, and here's what he does. He tries to do a sacrifice ritual on the mage to bind a totem, make a totem for his tribe.
Yeah, there you go. He's trying to create like the ultimate, like that's the whole point. He's trying to create the conquistador as like a fucking totem or some shit.
Like
he's literally trying to corrupt. Yeah, like he wants to create a tribe for his new tribe of skin dancers. He's going to sacrifice a mage to summon something out of the Umbra that will then accept his call.
And there you go. Look, I made it a million times
Boom.
better, and it fits Sam's character better.
And there's the Skinner. That's
And on top
pretty,
of that,
that's...
you know what? You could even have it be, if he succeeds, like, you don't get punished, like, because canonically he will. You can stop him, but he'll just try again later, and then that allows you to use that stat block later. But then to fuck with you after each encounter, if you run into a skin dancer, one of the gifts they do get is they get to pick a path of thaumaturgy just to really fuck with you.
Yeah.
Think
In any
about
case, they go over what happened to him. And after he escaped back to the material world, he went back to Pentex.
it. Which I can see.
Created a few more skin dancers. And it's basically the only bargaining tool he has with a lot of people in Pentex. So he's using that to get as much as he can out of it. He's gotten connections in the local Pentex tribes. He's been kind of making sure that he's using the vampires that he's acquired, that one vampire kinfolk person, as a blood bank, so that he can maintain his cool powers. You know, he's learned several new tricks from the hosts. He's learned several new gifts from a few other people that he's killed, and he's continued to drink the blood of a ghoul, a vampire. So he's a ghoul, so he gets all those bonuses too.
So which I think is kind of bullshit, because I don't think that actually works for Garou.
No, it does. Anything can become
okay.
a ghoul.
I just wanted to. Okay.
In old world, anything could become a ghoul. Anything.
But I come on, think about it. Like, maybe here's another thing you could add to his ideology. It's not only that he's trying to see himself as a liberator of kinsfolk. Here's another one. He wants to prove that his tribe is free from the sins of the old Garou. Because remember, it's their fault that the Impergium and the situation got so much worse.
Yeah. Now, when we keep going here, by the way, the fetishes, the magical weapon given to the fucking the Black Spiral Dancers is, I shit you not, in this book, the spiral boomerang. They get a fucking magical boomerang.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at it.
The fetishes
each of them
in
have
the next
some.
section are fun.
Each of them have some, but we have to move on because there's more.
I know. I just kind of liked it. It was fun.
The spiral boomerang is pretty sweet, though.
There's another one which is laying down the law, which is the Glasswalkers one, which is literally a law rocket that is a magical item. It doesn't need to reload or run out of rockets. It is a weapon from fucking Contra. Yeah.
I love it.
If it is aimed at an innocent, the rocket will veer off course and hit the closest guilty party, which could be the user.
By the way, you know what I also like? Look at this. Red Talon bros get cucked. No weapon.
Yeah, they get nothing. Neither do blood. Neither
dunked on.
They get a tattoo though that they can be.
The Children of Gaia also don't, but that's because they're kind of peaceable.
And the Bone Gnawers don't, because the Bone Gnawers don't give a shit.
Well, on top of that, the bone, like, that's clearly too nice. The rat ate it.
Yeah. Also, the Bone Gnawers, instead, they get Tommy guns.
Which, hey, that's
or whatever else. That's fine. I love the idea of being a Tommy gun wielding werewolf in the Amazon. You can do that with this game.
But yeah, what do you think though of my idea with Sam, where it's like I'm going to
that's pretty good. Again, this is not as good as the first look at Sam. I think that's
mine would not be as good, but here's my problem. This is the first book where it really fucking drops the ball with him.
Yeah, and honestly,
he seems to know everything about them. He seems to be able to perfectly counter everything. And in this adventure, at no point, it doesn't matter what you do. That's my biggest problem with it.
Yeah.
I also want to say with the Sabbat one, it's bad, but there is a loss condition where you let the graveyard smash happen. That is a genuine loss condition. With this, it just doesn't matter. Your only condition is you just die. Oh well.
Yeah. I also want to say that this book is not aimed for just that adventure. This book is aimed at how do you want to do...
No, we're being unfair. This adventure is bad, but this book is actually pretty useful if you want to know the type of crap that goes on in the Amazon. It has a similar problem. It's not like Berlin by Night, where only the city description itself is useful. There's other other adventure hooks in here that are a fuckload better than what we just read.
Also, the book included temporary tattoos.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, this story sucks because there's nothing you can do, and it makes Sam kind of into a Gary Stu at this point. This is where things start to fall apart for the character.
Because guess what? He now has sphere magic. He's
He
now a
somehow
mage,
picked up
technically.
mage. Because that was his ritual. He was supposed to gain the power. So he lost but succeeded because the writer kind of fucked up.
So let's go to the next book, because this one's really simple.
The Book of
In terms
Chantries,
of...
which, fun fact, is the first mage book, Mage the Ascension book I have. I did once get the 20th anniversary book, but it was... that formatting. That formatting. Ars Magica, baby. Anyway.
Yeah. So we're on page 152, where we can kind of
Chapter
some
5,
of
Harvest
the...
Time.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I will figure out how to fix this. There we go. Harvest Time. The Salesman Tale.
It's harvest season. I need my crops.
I've walked for what felt like 100 miles after my tire blew out. The sun had set and it was getting cold, real cold. I kept thumbing up my... Okay, this is a little story thing from the first person.
Yeah, we can skip that. The plot, though. So...
I do like the pumpkin guy here. I like that cross.
Yeah, they're sent to examine some very weird pumpkins from a small chantry of Verbena. And there's a few weird things in the cornfield. So then we get to... oh, yeah, so now the chantry's under attack, and they're being betrayed, and there's somebody in the chantry
they're
that's
asking for
going to
assistance.
betray
They're
them.
getting attacked by the intruders in the cornfields. You're led on a wild goose chase while Samuel Haight, the false guru, enters the chantry proper. Which I feel like this is kind of a waste.
I love
of his
this, by the way.
Already.
By the time the Kabbalah has returned, Crombie and Haight are in a serious discussion about whether or not Haight may join the chantry. Unsurprisingly, Crombie's response is a firm no.
Oh, that's obnoxious.
Combat glorious violent combat, as Samuel Haight uses a group of werewolf pawns to keep the mages occupied while he locates the world tree of the chantry.
Clarify for me, world tree.
I'm not exactly extremely familiar with Ascension, so okay. I'm guessing it's a magical tree that's in there that's very important to magic.
I'm more familiar with Awakening myself.
Same. So,
and that's saying not a lot, because out of the Chronicles of Darkness, it's Prometheans, Vampire the Requiem, and to a lesser degree Werewolf I'm more familiar with.
Yeah. I think I also got either the second edition Mummy book.
Yes, you did. And I also have Deviants. I've read actually. Yeah. So Sam appears here. So you're going to the marketplace. Oh wow, this is this fucking boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, you go to the marketplace, and yeah, you got your Cabal, and you go in there, and
it's on a wild goose chase at that point, the pumpkin tree, which is kind of cool.
And then you go off to the farm, to see the pumpkin tree, and after you get a nice dinner from Alistair Cromley, because why not? He takes you to this weird ass fucking tree, and
and you've been sold out.
It's very weird, and then there's, we've got company in the corn. We've been sold out. And of course they accuse the player group. And then the next scene is, hey, did you hear that? So the height and density of the fields makes it actually very, very difficult for you to fight all this. So the thing is, these are a bunch of black spiral dancers.
Which, again, I think that's kind of a fault of this book. That, again, if you're going to play around with the skin dancers as a thing, maybe
why not have them attack?
Well, no, also make them look a little different, too. Like, here's a thing that maybe they can do. Maybe the skin dancers, because of the pelts they do, they can actually change some of the banes and abilities they get from the ones they were ascended from.
Yeah, well,
or something, or maybe thaumaturgy or something. Anything. Just make them a bit different.
In any case, there's a reason why he's sending them here to be attacked, right? So the scarecrows are also, by the way, magical and attacking things. Because fuck yeah.
That's fine.
Trigger Happy Mages may, in fact, get into a fight with a giant green fire-breathing scarecrow, animated by magic and with orders to kill John Lennon or something to fight the werewolves. And then you got, well, why is Sam Haight helped by them because he promised them that he can totally cure them of being sterile.
Which is amusing.
Because yeah, of course he can't. He's just here to get to become a mage. He's just like, yeah.
Of course, Sam Haight is lying. He hates all Guru.
The scarecrows, by the way, I love their description. They're fairly typical, save for their heads. Each head is created from what looks like a mummified jack-o'-lantern with a green glow emitting from their eyes, and they carry pitchforks.
To avoid
normal or
not
magical,
getting hit by their pitchforks, it's difficulty 7, so they're surprisingly good.
Yeah, they're pretty hard to avoid getting. Yeah, that's difficulty 7 for them to hit you with them.
By the way, here is the part where it gets embarrassing.
So Samuel Haight knocks on the door and gets invited in. And very few mages know of him, obviously, and he's the perfect gentleman.
Which I feel kind of doesn't really apply, since at no point do you really see that aspect of him. You know?
Yeah, this is a man that skins people and is corrupted immensely by the worm. He has spent time in a dimensional hell portal, and he's just kind of a nice guy.
I hope you don't mind if I go back up to compare what his original stats were in Valkenburg.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like you need to see it.
I want you to take a look at what he was like back then. The answer to that is he was reasonable. He wasn't crazy, but he wasn't like
strength, stamina. He is fairly charismatic, and his manipulation's above average. So okay, fair enough. He has some natural charisma.
Fair enough.
He doesn't really appear in the second book, so let's look at his return. Let's look at his return, I say. I went a little bit ahead. So again, let's look at Sam here. He has gotten much more charismatic. His manipulation has improved noticeably, by the way. So, okay, plausible. Because again, Sam's stat line is fair. I think his motives are fucked at this point, personally.
His motives make no goddamn sense at this point. Like, I understand that he's trying to figure out sphere magic, but there's things called Nefandi, who are these evil motherfucking wizards that are like that worship Satan and shit. Like they're really evil, and we'll get to them in the last bit of Sam's adventure anyway. So why the hell didn't he go to them in the first place? Because he's already worm tainted.
Yeah. So again, in the third adventure, I think he should have started by trying to make his tribe, and
which he was doing. But not fully,
he dropped it. Yeah, he dropped it. He's now just a black spiral. He's using black spiral dancers now.
Well, I can understand why, because he's assuming that the wizards are gonna fucking murder them.
Fair. It feels a little bit,
By the way,
Haight is fine.
After Hospitality says he can't do that, and by the way, he might have an ace up his sleeve. He's listening to his proposal. I'm gonna join you. Teach the Tremere vampire thaumaturgy to everyone else. He'll not lose his cool during the ensuing debate, regardless of what is said, which is bullshit because he's a fucking werewolf. He's going to lose his cool.
That is bullshit. Again, this is another example of just you notice how there's little jabs like there's no way this especially since Sam is the type of person who they openly say he is powered by bitterness.
Yeah. In any case, so after a rational discussion, Alistair says, I'll consider this. He's going to get coffee and then, getting him out of the room so everyone can talk. They're kind of like, people are like, this guy's kind of creepy. I don't trust him. And if the group of Garu kinfolk down
also,
the Nova farm
apparently
true,
the writer
he should be fucking killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in any case, the writer has already said that Alistair, who's the head of this, is like, Haight's not coming in here. I know about this motherfucker. And back in Amazon, the Amazon and all that sort of shit,
because they know about this instantly, which I have again. That's another bad fucking problem. His reputation, sure, maybe at this point he's developed it because he's now the leader of a rogue tribe, essentially. But they don't do anything with it.
But why do the wizards know about it now? Like,
yeah, they're not the most knowledgeable a little bit of the Guru anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like maybe El Dorado told them. I'm just highlighting. That's kind of the
maybe El Dorado as a wizard as a wizard bird flew to their house and told them or some shit. I don't know. Like, but it's plausible. It's just not very likely.
You notice the problem with Sam in the third and fourth book. In the second book, it's fair. That's actually a good way to reintroduce him. even if the plot is
Yeah.
weak and kind of a little insane. The
This
third,
is just like
he's oversold. He overknows your abilities. His routine hasn't changed other than when he has to do it, he just flings fucking Fomori at you, which is just that's the storyteller giving up, in my opinion.
all right. So
Here's your fight
let's
scene.
see.
Here's your fight scene. Oh, you
By the way,
lose.
are you ready for this? So by the way, he's gotten drugged coffee and has overheard every word spoken in the room, and his hate is
Magically.
being pleasant and all that, and talking magical stuff. Well, he is a fucking werewolf, so you know.
I know. I'm
in
just
any
pointing.
case,
You think though that the mage would like be able to silently,
the mages would be able to would be like, yeah, no, we're
because
silencing this shit.
because that's a magical ability, and it's a guy
By the
who's
way, he rips
supernatural.
off the head of the nice old woman that has been there while
And there's
Scylla's
nothing
in a
you
human
can
form,
do.
rips
Yeah.
her head off, and you can do nothing. He hurls her
Oh,
decapitated body through the doorway into the living room,
look at this fucking joke.
screaming,
He's still in
"You want to
Hamid
fight?"
form. No. Look, he's still in Hamid form. Oh, look at how cool he is. Writer, is it the same
Look at
fucking
how
writer?
fucking strong he is. What the fuck?
No, I need to know. Is this the same fucking writer? Because I want to
No,
make
this is a
fun
different
of
guy.
him.
This is a different guy. This is something more.
Cringe.
This is Cringe.
Fucking hell.
So Alistair, by the way, the self-righteous bastards, he says, "I'll give you a fight," and leaps
Fuck
through a
off.
nearby window. He doesn't even go after the rest of the mages.
Coward.
He just jumps out the window. And has
Now
the
here's
black
the thing.
spiral dancers attack them.
Okay, now here's the thing. Him sending people to die instead of him, that is within character for him.
Yeah.
That is
After
within
ripping
character.
the head off of the mage's wife, though.
No, here's what this is not Sam. Here's what Sam would have done. I know it's his first character, so he's evolved somewhat, but if he's able to keep his rage that well, what he would do is he'd bare his teeth, walk out, and then just a couple minutes later, then the black spiral dancers attack.
Right.
He wouldn't put himself in harm's way because a mage can, I don't know, rip his brain blood vessels apart and shred it apart like a fucking toilet paper.
Yeah. By the way, he's going right for the tree at this time. That world tree, which is the node that they're using to get all their magical shit. Okay, that's why we're talking about it.
Okay.
So, he uses the time bought by the spiral dancers assault to reach the world tree. The tree had changed dramatically since the player's initial visit, which was the fun pumpkin tree. Now its branches twirl in pain, and its rough face contorts with agony. It's aware of its situation, but can do nothing about it. The cauldron has been kicked over, badly dented, and showered with some acidic liquid. The altar is shattered and the circle broken.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
So in
another
all this time,
module where there's nothing you can do. Fuck off.
Yes, it is.
And no,
Welcome to 90s game
you
design.
can justify it. No, you can justify all you want. Like, oh, well, that's the point. No.
I know this is bad 90s game design. This is bad 90s game design twice in a row. Like once I can say, okay, they want to set him up for a big climax in the next one.
But this is just.
This is
just a stupid little fight. Like even his. I looked at the black spiral dancers he brought on. They're not that impressive by werewolf standards.
They're really not.
So this is a downgrade in my opinion in every way. Anyway,
so,
they make a big. I'm just gonna skip because it's clear
he
really
kills the
wanna...
fucking pumpkin tree.
Yep.
And steals a branch from it.
Okay,
and
whatever.
Beats a hasty escape. Turns out that Sam Haight is gone. Robert Crombie is gone with him, who's a fucking technocrat.
By the way, this writer hashtag destroy your computer. Burn your typewriter.
The Verbena and the Chantry are going to need a new tree to be dedicated before they can use their full powers. Basically, he now has an entire family of wizards that are very influential that want him fucking destroyed. They want this twink obliterated. Just flat out. They want this guy fucking gone.
But
I want to note
pursuit
this.
of Samuel Haight will prove futile because under no circumstances should he be captured because we're garbage. Skipping.
Okay, I want to note this.
I've already moved on to New Orleans.
No, I haven't yet. But like, I want to say this. If you have made any kind of enemy of a bunch of mages and you are not a very strong mage at this point, this guy is not. And you just made the enemy of one of the most powerful members of the Verbena. The Verbena are notable as the really stereotypical witches. You know, the ones that will boil people alive and shit.
And curses. The curses.
And
the evil eye.
curses. Yeah. Guess what's about to happen to this motherfucker? If I was a GM and I saw this, I'd be like, okay, I'm tossing this out. Samuel Haight is about to have the worst day of his fucking life. Because he has done the worst thing possible to an entire tradition of mages. And he destroyed a chantry. This man is now on a fucking hit list for every chantry, every group of mages you can imagine. The only recourse he'd have would be the technocracy, but even the technocracy is not going to trust this guy. I don't care that there's a progenitor person working with him or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. If I'm a technocracy higher management, death curses can sort of be things, but that'd be like really just more like paradox doesn't fucking matter because I'm about to die. I'm just doing everything to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm pointing out. Yeah, Haight should have died. This adventure
at this point. Yeah.
After this adventure,
at this point, every bit of influence that this guy, this very influential man, has within the tradition, is going to do against him. Is yeah, he's fucking dead.
I'm sorry.
He is dead and he doesn't know it yet.
This is complete bullshit. This is actually more.
All I need is a guy with correspondence 4 or 5.
And I know his name.
Where his brother is. I know his name. I just need one of his siblings.
I know his tribe. Hey, maybe I could ask the Chantry cousins because he didn't kill them. They're blood related.
Yeah. I could find one of them, grab
and
a little
what?
bit of their blood.
By the way, guess what? The brothers. No, you forget the best part. The brothers would happily do
the Valkenburg
this.
Foundation. Yeah,
because
they fucking hate him. So
he's dead.
Literally, I just need a man with correspondence 5, forces 5. This twink is obliterated. He's just dead.
Fuck no.
So
this is the writer who doesn't know Mage. This guy is full of shit. This writer is full of shit. More, you idiot.
Unless he somehow hides out in a pocket dimension, this man is fucking dead. Just flat out fucking dead because I can get his sympathetic ties.
They can reach him through the
a bunch of stuff to this motherfucker. Yeah, this guy's dead.
They can reach him through They can reach him through anything but pocket dimensions.
Now, this is where they go for the real bullshit. Guess what? All right, let's scroll down and through here, right? Let's scroll down and through all these people with their terrible artwork. And let's get to Sam Haight.
All right, let's see how good Alistair Cromley is as a mage. Correspondence 2, entropy 2, forces 4, life 5.
Forces 4, life 5, spirit 4.
No. Even with what he has here.
Yeah, even with what he has here, it's pretty good. He's a pretty solid
Sam
mage.
would have fucking died probably.
Forces 4 is literally I obliterate you with a lightning
bolt. The
bolt.
wife he ripped the head off, life motherfucking 5.
Yeah, actually that's a good question. How the fuck did she not just Hulk out with life?
Because the writer is a fucking crayon eating idiot.
She also has entropy 1. Why wasn't she casting? Oh my fucking god.
Now do you know what? Now do you know what? I don't know mage spheres that well, but I know what mages can do. As soon as I saw
mages
life 5,
with time will fuck you up.
As soon as I saw the head having a sphere above 4 in 2 fields and a 5, I knew there's no plausible way. There is no plausible way. By the way, Squirrel Killer, I want to point out most players will not see multiples of these adventures. I don't care.
We know because they're not on the same line. But at the same time, I want this guy obliterated at this point.
No, like at any point. As soon as you see, he can't die, fuck that.
So,
see, the third book, I hate it a lot, but you know what? While I hate the ending...
It's a lot better in retrospect, isn't it?
Well, no, because here's the thing. You could avoid a werewolf tribe. And he killed a mage privately. In his own pocket dimension.
Yeah.
In that circumstance, I think he could get away with it. I think and on top of that, I insulted the hell out of it being a reprisal of Valkenburg. But with all the fights and the fact that at any point, because of how the Guru treat the other Farah, yeah, I could totally see him beating. Like, it's plausible that there's nothing they could do. The fact that there's no alternative where you beat Sam there first, which unlikely, but it should be as a possibility, that's a problem I have. But as a whole, other than his slight stew tendencies, that's fine. The fact he was able to rip the head off a Life 5 mage and then also threaten another Life 5 mage with fucking Force 4 and fucking Spirit 4 by the fucking way, and then destroy their tree, cripple their chantry, and he's not turned inside out in a cosmological smear across the fucking Umbra as spirits rape him to death? No. Why do you think I wanted to move on from New Orleans as soon as I saw that? Most players won't see. I don't give a shit, Squirrel Killer.
Let's also go
in
to
terms of his story writing as a mage. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. In the Book of Chantries, this thing, no.
Let's also not forget that apparently they all carry magical shotguns.
Yes, and that would shred apart a werewolf.
Yeah. So let's also go to the fact that
Sam, let's look at Tony, by the way.
Sam,
no. Let's look at Tony because he has mage powers too. Keep that in mind. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he does. Overall, only rank 2s, but okay.
2s, but I mean he's
That's
already
more than
3.
enough.
That's fine. The thing is that
I'm saying that as an insult to the writing. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Squirrel. It's just this is easily the worst appearance yet.
So shedding the spirit skin. By the way,
here's another. Look, Avatar 4, Dream 4. You're telling me these people can't spirit nuke him? Oh no, we have to look at fucking Samuel Haight. Sees himself as the first of the Skin Dancer tribe. No, what you do, write for this tribe, write Skin Dancer, and then put in parentheses Outcast. There you fucking go. So let's look at his stat blocks and see how he's improved. I know I'm talking over you, Tech. It's just this is pissing me off. By the way, I don't think he's actually improved all that much.
Now take a look here for backgrounds.
Oh, he gained Arete 4.
Avatar 5, Fetish 5.
Bullshit.
Allies 5.
Bullshit.
Rite 4, Rage
he has...
8, Gnosis 8. Quintessence 8, Paradox 2.
Bullshit.
Jesus Christ.
Bullshit.
Correspondence 3, Entropy 3,
Bullshit.
Forces 3, Life 2, Matter 3, Prime 2.
Where did he
Spirit
pick up
4.
the hedge mage? Also, aren't hedge mages supposed to be weak? Aren't hedge mages supposed to be weak?
Yes, but Eldorado is a full-blown mage, so apparently he stole a bunch of his powers with the magical sword.
Even though he failed.
4 in spirit.
Well, here's the problem, though. We read that book. It failed. His ritual failed.
His ritual failed in terms of, like, the only thing I could say about that would be maybe it awakened him, but now he'd be at, like, 1s. He would not be at, like, anything
he can't
else.
Awaken, remember?
No, he can, because this is Old World.
Garou.
Old World of Darkness. The rules don't matter and are all made up.
I don't care. Has there been other werewolf wizards, by the way?
Nope.
So I'm going to say no.
I'm sorry. Believed to be destroyed. He siphoned it. He was left with a rudimentary knowledge of several spheres.
I don't.
He also
rudimentary
has
knowledge. Spirit 4. Eat shit and die.
Spirit 4. Eat shit and die. Yeah. At that point, like, there's no fucking way he has that.
You know what would be? Here's the thing. Give him maybe an Avatar of 1, and let's say maybe give him Spirit 2, and maybe one other sphere at like a 1. Okay.
Yeah, like or even like a 1 in like 2 or 3 spheres, because then he can maybe do something really creative with his traps.
Like Entropy 1, Force 1, or
Correspondence
Spirit...
1. Why not? Fuck it.
Give him a couple. 1. Yeah. How about Correspondence 1, Time 1, and then Entropy 1, and then that gives you that. Yes, he did pick up some magic. His ritual kind of still succeeded. Okay, that's fair.
It's just that it's going to be a long time before he can raise any of that shit.
So, and here's another thing. Have him not use his true name during his encounter. The players can figure it out. Yeah, like have him use like he calls himself I don't know, Mr. Skinner.
Site.
Mr. Skinner.
He calls him Mr. Skinner is actually a pretty good one.
He calls himself Mr. Skinner.
Anyway, New Orleans
and then if you figure it out, that's how you say he's canonically he gets away without his true name being revealed. But if you figure out that this is Sam Haight, you can have the Ravenna kill him. And if you're wondering why he does that, it's purely not to destroy the world tree. It's just to get a sample of it, so that he can maybe build up his blighted fucking nightmare Karn in his tribe.
Yeah, why not?
And have some skin
That would,
dancers with the Black Spiral dancers. Instead, he's trying to create a peaceful to stop the Impergium or some dumb shit.
yeah. Any case, let's take a look at
But
the
yeah,
next time he
Sam
shows
just
up.
now knows. Oh, he still has thaumaturgy, by the way. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, he still does, of course. But you got sphere magic. Who gives a shit?
Look at him.
Sphere magic just makes thaumaturgy look like bitch shit.
Role-playing notes. You've learned so much since your rebirth. You've always been a schemer, but now you realize you were a novice. There's so much to learn. You make the world fit the way you want it. You hate all Guru and gladly kill them, except the ones you save from their hideous lives as a mere kinfolk. Let me go back to the first one. I know, but I have to. Let's go into not his
By the way,
background. Let's go into his motives.
Samuel even tried to learn sphere magic, but was told your avatar is not awakened while he was traveling the world, which okay.
Then no. I honestly think when he did the ritual that tainted him by the worm and became a guru, kind of,
It should have killed his
he should
avatar
never
or
have been
inverted it.
able to. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my opinion anyway.
That's the
Actually,
opinion that would be followed by White Wolf in the next version of World of Darkness, where they're like, "We are never doing anything like Sam Haight again. We are putting concrete fucking
Shape-changers,
rules
guys,
down in one of our
creatures.
Splat books that no, you cannot have a vampire werewolf psychic."
Okay, so here's an example. He is consistent. You're a schemer. You have a desire to destroy all gurus, save those who you help free from their hideous life as kinfolk. Never tolerate a guru to live if you have a weapon. But you're also smart enough to know when it's time to turn and run away. So yeah, you notice that his character mindset is just falling the fuck apart.
Yeah. So, New
Bloody
Orleans by
Battle
night.
Zone would be amazing pace to gather more pelts for create more kinfolk guru. Yeah, that's fair. The skin dancers.
That's fair. Like forcing, getting a bunch of Black Spiral dancers killed so you can harvest their. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Anyway, so this book, the fucking.
What he did not learn from the demon he stole from El Dorado through the power of a fetish. Meant to siphon the power, but it failed. Yeah, what a load of shit.
Yeah, he's in here and he's just talked about
Let's go to New
fucking
Orleans by
Samuel
night.
Haight. Yeah, New Orleans by night.
Remember how I gushed about him in the first book?
Now you're fucking sick of him.
Yeah.
I do not blame you. This man just gets into the oh god.
This is gonna be
tier.
a ballad. This is a long episode, but it has to be. This is just.
We might stop and put Chaos Factor in its own thing because it might, in my opinion, it honestly deserves its own thing.
So we
Chaos
just
Factor
skip the
is
Skinner?
nuts.
Do we just skip the Skinner?
We'll give you a hint of the Skinner, at least the ending of it. So basically, Sam Haight.
Well, no. What's in
canonically-
New Orleans by night? Like, where's his?
New Orleans by
thing there?
night is a very short thing.
Where is
It's
it?
literally Sam finds out more about vampires and is wondering, hey, what happens if I, as a mage person, become a vampire?
Doesn't work. You became a guru. Eat shit and
That's
die.
that's what he finds out, and he's like, oh, that's not gonna work. I'm not gonna actually become immortal that way. Oh, okay, bye.
Is it the second one? Is it the Jabik?
The Jabek, it is on page 121.
Thank you.
By the way, the page before that talks about that upon first, if the characters think to ask about Haight, Travers says he's just become aware the Skin Stealer recently arrived in town.
No, they wouldn't know him that well.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do about it, but believes the Garu/mage/ghoul
Gangrel
is staying at
Roxy.
the Jackson Inn.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah. Chapter 12.
Character set out to find Uriah Travers.
So
There's very little dialogue in the scene.
Go to chapter 5 there and
Scene 12.
click on.
Oh, chapter 5. Thank you. They must find Haight. So they find out about Haight, which is in the dialogue.
Yeah.
Let's see. Travers let his characters tell him anything they know before he's already aware of an elder representative. Travers tells characters many of these elders begin regularly going into diablerie. If they ask about Haight, why would they ask about him? Did they find out about him earlier?
Because they're looking for him.
Why are they looking for him?
Because of we're alligators and shit. It's
okay.
If the players think to ask Nosferatu about Samuel Haight, because he's in here somewhere. Like he's just
No. Also, I get that. Like Sam's motivation in the first book makes perfect sense. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, now he wants to become immortal.
Which, fair enough, but that's just you're doing it by ghouling yourself. You
He
get
wants to
how
get
that's
beyond
stupid?
that. Yeah, he's learning more about the world of darkness, and one of his big giga fucking brain ideas, by the way, is I want to find an elder, a real elder.
He hopes to
You know?
buy a vampire to make him immortal.
Yes, yes, he does.
And you
So
meet with him. He's been having second thoughts since apparently he decided he cannot trust Raymond. He reveals who runs the auction. Is Sam Haight, deviant architect. Same stats. Did they change up his? Oh look, they actually hid all of the. Oh no, they didn't. It's down here.
yeah,
He
the
hasn't
staff
actually
of the
improved
world
at all.
tree. By the way, here's the excuse they have for why he wasn't nuked off the face of the earth. After somebody on the mage writing staff looked at this and went, any mage with correspondence 4 or 5 is going to locate this motherfucker and nuke him. Or correspondence 6. Like, this guy's enough of an asshole that this might legitimately get an archmage off their ass to go do something.
As you've become more powerful, you've become aware that your time on Earth is limited. No, you ghoul yourself. You ghouled
You're
yourself.
fucking ghouled.
You're a ghoul, you fucking idiot.
When to seek out the vampires, you discover that immortality comes with a price you are unwilling to pay.
He doesn't care. Look at what he fucking did to become a guru.
Found out about Raymond through a mage friend, and it took immediately disliking. If the characters proved intelligent, you will tell them almost anything they want to know. After all, like you, all leeches are enemies of the guru. Anyway, they can provide you with blood.
So how is he not getting murdered by them? Invisible to supernatural forms of detection. How convenient. Okay.
Also, look at this.
Limitless willpower.
It does strength plus 3 levels of aggravated damage.
Fuck off. Also, actually, wouldn't the world tree make it? Wouldn't that staff of the world tree make it easier?
That's if he whacks you with it.
No. Here's the thing, though. Wouldn't that actually make him easier to detect because of the magic resonance?
Well, I guess it's also immune to detection from the other pieces of the other fucking world tree, because
even though they could identify it, well, wouldn't that actually mean his entry would have been indetectable then?
Sever. Okay. With correspondence, there's ways to sever your connection, your sympathetic links, I think, if I remember correctly, to other objects, so you can legitimately hide yourself. But that's the thing, right? Well, Sam doesn't have a very, like, he's got a correspondence of 3, which is pretty good, but like
Which he shouldn't have gotten, by the way.
Yeah, but you get my point. Like, there's other ways you could go and say, oh, he's figured out a way to do this because the technocracy wants him to kill a werewolf or whatever. You could go with that. And I would grit my teeth and I would hate it, but I would say it would make more sense than this.
Again, like I said, if book 3 was him trying to build his tribe.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, and that would explain book 4. Maybe that's his attempt to reconnect to the wild by using the world tree as the source. Because it's a
yeah, which fails, but yeah.
And then it comes to here where, because he knows he's on their own, maybe he thinks that if you use a vampire's ritual blood or something.
Now he's digging into vampires and he's like, okay, we're worm tainted things.
We're worm tainted things.
To do is we need to.
My ritual to connect to the wild again failed.
Okay, so what if we connect fully to the worm? We're gonna go full on this motherfucker. We're becoming Black Spiral Dancers 2.0, but better.
Because yeah, he knows he's fucked, and on top of that, he also figures maybe that's a way to disconnect him from correspondence, because he has a rank or 2 in it, like he developed the rank of it, privately.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh god, I'm connected because of this fucking staff. So I have to change my identity. Which the best way to do that is to just become full worm avatars or something.
All right, which would explain why we after this, the next thing that Sam Haight does is he goes to Mexico.
Yeah, because he just appears and he does his thing. He doesn't work. He runs away. Yeah.
Like all good fugitives, Sam Haight goes to Mexico City.
By the way,
and that is where we pick up Chaos Factor.
By the way, they also say that you can't kill him in here too, I think, so.
Basically, yes. He does his shit with you having to just watch it.
Which, that's the problem for the last 3 books. That's... Honestly, I'm surprised none of the playtesters throat punched the fucking storyteller. Because this is the 3rd time in a row. Keep that in mind.
All right. Then it's off to Chaos Factor. By the way,
Which we'll just very quickly. I'll show the.
we'll read the prologue. We'll read the prologue because this is from Sam's perspective, and it's pretty short. Prologue: A Day in the Life by James A. Moore.
Oh, this asshole. Don't you like how Moore hijacked him?
Yeah.
This is his avatar.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm about as ready as it can be.
Samuel Haight shut down the ancient tome and rubbed his tired eyes. Despite his physical exhaustion, he felt elated. 15 volumes of text, and he finally had the clue he'd been looking for, a clue to the location of the most oldest of kindred. Haight stood, stretched muscles that much preferred hard activity to sitting still, and left his private study.
Wait, he's going
making
for
sure that
goddamn
all his
antediluvians now?
Yes.
Oh.
Making sure that all his security systems were in place took several minutes, but you can never be too safe when you're a wanted man. Haight knew that he was hunted. He knew that several mages and virtually all Garou wanted him dead. It didn't matter.
No, it'd be the entire verbena, you fucking mongoloid.
Yeah.
It'd be the entire... not only just the verbena. By this point, after what you goddamn did, some of the mages of the other circle, of the other lot, might throw in. At least if they got along well with the verbena, because you might do the same thing to them.
Yeah, making sure all the security, nothing didn't matter. Nothing mattered with winning. Nothing mattered but proving that his father had been wrong.
Fuck you, kid.
He could accomplish anything as long as he took time to plan out every possible contingency.
This actually makes him more pathetic, by the way.
Yeah, the mages had him worried. Theoretically, they could go back in time and destroy him before he had awakened.
They should. Actually, they should have
even considered the idea. Yeah, they probably should have. You knew that most of them wouldn't even consider the idea.
You know, if you have correspondence at all, it doesn't matter if you're hiding in the now.
Well, it's time. All you need is enough time, and you just like, hello, yes, I find you as a baby and strangle you in your crib.
Like, I know your name.
I don't care about
your
the
thing.
paradoxes.
I have high
Fuck
correspondence.
You.
I'm willing, and I'm a member of their verbena. You almost killed. You almost killed the entire chantry. I am willing to die via paradox to end you.
Yeah. At this point, there's nothing left here.
No, not at all.
Haight pondered the colossal consequences of his plans if they would succeed. Imagine in every Garou on the planet that was a treat.
Like, even though I hate the 3rd book, he was still kind of plausible. I still think they should have done something better with it.
This is just like, all right, are you ready? This gets even better. So, imagining every Garou on the planet dead was a treat. Having them die at his hands would be ecstasy. Sam Haight stepped into the shower and set the water to scalding. Without a second's hesitation, he stepped into the steaming torrent and winced as the heat turned his skin red. He washed himself thoroughly, using homemade soap and rough burlap.
He knows how to make soap. That's hilarious.
His skin bled, protesting the vicious treatment. When he was done, he dried himself with another piece of coarse fabric. Pain was good for the soul, a reminder that life was harsh and had to be met on his own terms. Samuel Haight refused to meet life in any other way.
Why is Sam the guy being used for all this? Because James Moore is a weirdo. He's like Timothy Zahn.
Because by this point, he was officially, probably internally speaking, a joke. They were like, we've got to get rid of this guy.
Also remember, it's pretty clear James really likes him, Jimmy Moore.
Yeah.
It's clear Moore really fucking likes him.
By the way, he then cuts himself just to feel the pain.
Hey, remember in the 1st book where he actually was a threat and kind of interesting and cool, and he was well done?
By the way, the end of this is really good. Hi, Dan. Hi, it's me, it's Sam. Just want to call, see if everything's all right with you and Gabriel. Listen, I'll try to make it out there around Christmas time. But any guarantees, you know? I just wanted to hear your voice. Before he left, be tempted to let himself fall in love with her again, he hung up the phone.
Wait, where's this stupid shit?
The 2nd page.
My home's about the Diane, it's me. He has.
Yeah, he literally has an ex-wife. He has an ex-wife,
which is never brought up until now.
Before.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah. Also, he lost his eye at some point. I can't remember But anyway,
Oh no, he just lost his eye now
yeah.
in this book because he didn't lose it in New Orleans by night. It's pretty clear he didn't.
Yeah, in any case, so he goes.
Also, how did he lose
and
his eye if he's this magical badass that knows everything at once and is able to avoid an entire order of mages who want him dead and have agents willing
staff,
to
yeah.
curse him from beyond the grave using time magic so that he dies? You get what I mean?
By the way, he where he is a chantry that he took over from the Hollow Ones, which are basically the emo mages. They're posers.
So that's another
they're goth posers.
That's another chantry.
There's a second chantry he's wiped out. He's wiped out at least 2, yes. Or at least severely damaged one.
No, he's dead.
The Hollow Ones are fucking. The Hollow Ones are not even really a tradition. They can go fuck themselves.
Who cares? I'm just pointing out, like,
guns,
at that
knives,
point...
magic, and. By the way, the heavy weight of the staff is reassuring, glowing with quintessence, potent in ways that a gun could never hope to equal. Guns, knives, magic, and worse. He was ready as he would ever be, as ready as he needed to be to deal with an antediluvian. He dialed the phone one last time as he stepped towards the front door. The operator answered almost immediately. 911, what's the nature of emergency? Hi, my house is about to blow up. Have a nice day. 3 blocks away, Haight pressed the button on his remote detonator and turned the former chantry into a crater. The fireball was a glorious thing, alive with destructive power. He knew just how it felt.
Wait, question. Do ghouls actually experience rot Shrek?
No.
I was just making sure. I didn't remember.
By the way, the first quote of this book, the first thing that they take lyrics from, the first thing is a 9 Inch Nails song.
Fitting. Oh, that's perfectly fitting.
This book deserves its own episode because it is so goddamn gonzo.
By the way,
it goes
this is just to prove that Latin America is evil. It is a stronghold for the technocracy as well, the capital of the Sabbat, and also the worm eats through the city itself.
The city of Mexico City holds 200 vampires, 60 werewolves, and 20 mages. They're very specific here. It's a darkly paranoid, and everyone's out for each other, and Sabbat are everywhere. And it's Mexico City, and it's evil, and it's awful. And...
And yeah, Sammy Boy is going after a fucking antediluvian. Okay.
He thinks he's found an antediluvian buried under Mexico City. And he's gonna go fucking eat it.
So
he's going for it.
I know that technically it's unfair to... Can you just... is it just a Methuselah he just kills casually?
No, actually, this is how he dies. We can spoil it because it's the adventure, but that's kind of like the fun of it, and we all know that he died at some point. Basically, there's one of two ways he dies. He meets a Methuselah and gets fucking ripped to shreds because it's a Methuselah of Celerity 8, and he just can't react in time and gets decapitated.
Fun.
At which point his staff blows up because it's been accumulating paradox. It's like a magical nuke. Or he defeats the Methuselah and is about to do the final blow, and then the staff blows up because it's a magical nuke and kills him.
But here's the thing, though. That's another cutscene death. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, it is. But on the other hand, he's fucking gone at this point. He is gone. He will never return, except he does. And so here's the scoop.
So yeah, this is the book where you think what happened was it was the Book of Chantry that killed it for him, for the staff. Like when they wrote him in the Book of Chantries, they were like, "Well, we can't save him anymore."
Yeah, they kind of realized it, and they're like, "Fuck it, we're just gonna send this guy out with the biggest bang possible."
Well, no, they bring him back in New Orleans by night a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know why they
just
did
sort
that
of
for that one.
I don't know either. I don't.
Okay, here's what I think happened. They really loved him in Valkenburg, which is fair. He was well written there. They used him in a Sabbat thing to test crossovering, which is fine. He kept his respect there. He's eaten to shit by werewolf, the second werewolf, Rage in the Amazon. But that's more just because of bad construction.
It's not unsalvageable. Yeah, it's not unsalvageable. He's still a really good antagonist.
It's just, A, you've seen his shtick before. B, to augment it.
They need to evolve them. They need to evolve them in a bit of a different way.
Like,
Like,
yeah, they do,
there's still a
and
lot
they
of
do
really
it
good
with
stuff there.
Formori, and they bring back another character who I think is designed to make you cry because it's the kid that you kill in the Chicago book.
Someone from like it's from Chicago, and it's
And
like,
it's supposed to
it's
be
all
sad, but
connected,
and I
yeah,
think
it's
that's
sad.
I think that's a bad take. I think it would have been smarter. He tries to build the skin dancers here because it's the perfect war zone to do it.
Yeah,
And his first Kieran fails because he's not like technically in all physical ways they are Guru. Like he even has, and that's another thing you can stick out. Like he turns into a war form, but he also shows he can turn into the other forms. Like he is Guru in every way but one. He does not
which
have a
is that
totem.
he needs a totem.
And
He needs something to go after.
so that's the third
Now,
one. He tries
that's
with the dude.
addressed.
No, he tries with El Dorado. It doesn't work. He then realizes during research, I'm damned by the worm. I don't want to be a black spiral dancer. So he goes to the chantry to maybe use quintessence to cleanse his soul. Maybe.
Something. They tell him to fuck off because he's done
So
some
he does a private.
incredibly stupid things. Right.
And he privately goes after the world tree. He succeeds, but realizes the only thing it's done is give him slight awakening, which he was surprised that happened. But he knows because of that awakening and like looking into himself, I don't know, that spirit, right?
Maybe, whatever.
It's one of the spirits that allows him
he's
to
realized,
self-reflect. I
yeah,
can't. I have to go full worm. I have to. But
we
if
have
I'm
to go
doing it,
full worm, and we're gonna eat the worm from the inside. We are gonna go for the full, like,
we're going to
anti-hero edgy shit. We're doing
going
it.
Black Spiral Dancer, boys. But we're going to do. But we're actually fighting for Gaia. We are pulling the Count Dooku gambit. Which is actually Count Dooku's plan. He actually fell as a Sith intentionally so he could kill Sidious. He wanted to
Yeah,
decapitate the
it's the
Sith
Count.
Order himself. So he tries that, and it doesn't work.
It doesn't work because you've tried to fucking eat a Methuselah, you fucking retard.
And that culminates in chaos. Like he first tries with a werewolf by night, but all it does is damn them further.
Yeah. So.
So
Right.
he's like, I fucked up. We need an antediluvian.
There's also rumors.
I have this tree filled with spirit nuke magic. We're just going to either die or fly. We're cleansing. No, I got it. In Chaos, instead of this, his final act is to try to clean Mexico City of all taint in the magical terrorist way.
He's gonna go down. He's gonna fight whatever the fuck's under Mexico City, and you're around for the ride.
And if it kills me, it doesn't matter because that's the point of that. I've gathered so much paradox and I've stored it in this staff. When I go, that antediluvian's gone. The fucking mages are gone. Everyone's gone. All the supernatural. If that was how he went, wouldn't that have been a great arc?
That would have been a fucking crazy arc.
And wouldn't that
no,
fit with his character? I'm a better guru than the guru.
It does. But okay, right. So what's funnier? What's funnier is the way that he actually dies, which is like a little fucking bitch. Like
he gets decapitated.
He makes his play for ultimate power. He either blows himself up or gets decapitated, and then maybe scares the antediluvian away by blowing up after he dies. So like I want. It isn't even an antediluvian. No, not spoiling, but no, it was not an antediluvian.
It was a Methuselah.
It was Methuselah. It was a 4th gen, which still,
It also it's also kind of a mock. Yeah, this is clear. What happened is I think the Book of Chantries made them realize, oh wow, we turned him into a joke.
This guy's kind of a joke now. And then it's kind of like we're just gonna go out in the most gonzo way possible. We're fucking doing this. Yeah, it's fair. So
now, he does die, but
he kind of doesn't. All right. So first off, he goes down into Wraith stuff. Now, if you know anything about Wraith, you know that sometimes spirits are forged into other things because, well, that's what you do as a Wraith because everything's ghosts. And Wraith is metal as fuck that way because it's like if you fuck up, you become a table.
So here's something.
In
flayed
Sam's
body
case,
is found in
he
a
becomes
landfill. This is no cadaver of a helpless victim. It's the corpse of a guru. The people remember. A man would kill werewolves, taking their skins. A blasphemous rite bound them into the body of a kinsfolk, creating a new werewolf, a skin dancer. The skinner is dead, though. Samuel Haight tried for too much power and was obliterated. The children of his legacy are few and outnumbered. They wouldn't be so bold as to invite the wrath of the Guru nation. They're not as driven as Haight was, and He's dead and gone, isn't he?
We can stop there. And the summary of this book, I just wanted the book to give you that just for that, because it's
It
kind of
is
a
a
nice
good.
thing.
It's
The
a good
basic
reprisal. Yeah.
the thing that happens with this book is actually quite interesting. So Samuel Haight, technically speaking, is fucking dead. Like legitimately fucking
Like
dead.
straight up, he
Uh,
either had his head cut off or a paradox nuked out of partial existence.
Now, if you know anything about the World of Darkness, you know that there's ways to come back. As a wraith, I mentioned, yes, but he got soul forged into an ashtray that fell into that was in the underworld. But it actually got out of the underworld during one of the other books. I can't remember the book's name, but it did fall
His
out of the
spirit
underworld
was
as a
bound
bit of a
into
nod.
a thing. Yeah.
Oh, no, it wasn't bound into a thing. It was turned into that thing. He became an ashtray.
Which is fitting.
Yeah. So the thing is, though, that there is in fact a werewolf rite that allows you to bring someone sort of back by wearing their skin.
And
You see, the
remember,
thing is that everybody thought that nothing was left to Samuel Haight. Nothing could have survived that explosion, that antediluvian ripping him apart.
and they're
Well, there
correct.
was just enough. There's just enough of him, of skin.
And they were correct, but yeah, there was a little bit of flesh left.
There's a scrap of skin that is just long enough to be wrapped around an arm.
And that's all you need.
That's what he needed. Well, more accurately, that's what some of his disciples needed. So they have this brilliant plan to go on, because you see, the skin dancers have in fact acquired themselves their own totem at this point. Its name is Minotaur. Minotaur is a slightly worm-corrupted spirit, not fully yet, but he's raging, and he basically is like, yeah, take the strength in those that are powerful and bring them down and fuck them up. That's our job. That's what you do. That's what we do. Go
You
get them,
beat them,
boys.
you take the strong, lower them to your level.
You're
and
taking
win
their
through-
power. Yeah, you're taking their power from them, which is Minotaur's kind of like big thing, is I'm taking all the power from everyone.
Which is
so
actually
going hard.
very fitting, by the way, for Sam.
Yeah.
And actually, that could have been used in the third book, if in my alternate. If you have
Yeah.
if the
So-
ritual succeeds, their totem is Minotaur.
Yeah, they fully cleanse Minotaur, and now he's their totem. The plan is that then, well, that things go bad. But there's one of these guys that is basically trying to mantle the Skinner. There's another spirit called Tick that's trying to take over from Minotaur and corrupt Minotaur in order to become the new totem of the Skin Dancers. You can fight them. There's a few other options that can come out of this. And at the end of the day, though, Sam does come back. And you can now fucking kill him for good.
Yeah.
Or you can join him. But good luck doing that, because you have to succeed on some absurd rolls to convince him to not just, try to motherfucking murder you.
Because remember, Sam despises traditional guru.
Yeah, the Sam's persona basically is coming back through this scrap of his flesh and taking over the body of this other guru due to the ritual he's doing, which is similar to the
No,
skin
he
dancing
wasn't.
ritual.
He was a skinwalker. He was
Yeah.
a skin dancer, which means he's a kinfolk. They all traditionally hate the guru because of how they were treated in their specific cairn or tribe.
Yes. So that's why he followed Sam basically there.
So
and this is
he
actually
will hate you too, and it's reinforced. So if you
Yeah.
negotiate, or if you somehow pulled this off as kinfolk, yeah, Sam would definitely recruit you.
Yeah, but if you're Garu, and you likely are in this adventure,
You have to be masterfully convincing.
you have to be massively convincing that no, we want to help you and join you, even though we're full-blooded Garu that are normal. Now, if you were another group of skin dancers that found out about this ritual and are like, Sam is the best man ever, we need to go get in on this shit,
You could.
and make sure that we become like all that, you could.
Although
That'd be
it's
an interesting
pretty
way to run
clear
this
the
module.
way this was written was it was to finally give to rest a character that grew too far out of its bounds.
Yeah, and honestly, this is possibly the best way to give someone like Sam a sign-off. Like,
and honestly,
it
yeah,
is
that's
the
the
kind
thing.
of
This book,
absurd, crazy plot that you would want from like something like Sam, where it's like, yeah, you're doing some really big shit for the setting, possibly with this book and in the storytelling module, but you're also in a relatively self-contained adventure in terms of like, this is about, in many ways, Sam is kind of a tangential thing. Sam does propel the plot. He's not even there. He propels the plot. He might come back, and then you get to fight him in a big.
but his
climactic
actions still have echoes because you deal with the skin dancers.
Yes. This is I think is possibly the best way to end Sam's storyline.
I can't really be fair to the book since I haven't had the ability to read it. I will read it off camera.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to end a storyline, because it's like you've got a choice. You can say, hey, yeah, Sam, you were great. We're gonna go with you. Or much more likely, you're gonna
Because
have
you're
to fight
Guru.
this motherfucker to the death.
Because you're Guru.
You're fight, yeah, because you're Guru, and he's the Skinner, and it's rules of nature. It's time. We're going. This is the only way.
Yeah, you could go for rules of nature, but I was thinking of the final fight where it's like standing here.
It has to be this way.
It has to be. It's more like it has to be this way.
Red Sun over Paradise would also work.
Red Sun over Paradise would work for normal Guru, but if you like have an entire pack of like you have an entire pack of like bone gnars and like the look down upon Mati, it could be standing there. It could be. It has to be this way because you're also treated like shit in your tribe, so you understand his hatred. But at the end of the day, he went
just
too
like
far.
Me. Trying to beat history, but who's to know?
And you could unironically have Sam scream, "Fuck this war! I just want you dead."
Fuck this! I just want you dead, or literally go, ritual son, ritual magic son. That's how I returned.
And you have the Mati go, you go, no, you're batshit insane. You could totally do like an Armstrong reveal with it. I know it's Armstrong posting, but it works. And he was in college, yeah, so it fucking works. He played football.
Yeah, he played football in college. Yes, he could. How are you so strong, Sam? You've got to play college and football. Where? University of Texas. And it's just like
you could totally, unironically, I think you could characterize Sam through all of these now as Senator Armstrong, and it fucking works.
You probably could. That's one way to take him.
Remember, his motives is to nuke the Guru Nation down to zero and rebuild.
My source on that is I made it the fuck up.
The Guru were damned since the Impergium, son. Ever since Farah fought Farah, the war was lost. The only way we can do this is to nuke everything down to zero. Technocracy, Weaver, Worm, it all has to end.
We must reset this twisted game, Jack.
And Jack's the Mati.
Well, no, that one's from Ace Combat, but we must reset this twisted game.
It works.
But still,
Armstrong works as Sam's base personality.
That's
and
so
I love
cursed. That's so cursed, but yeah, like if you're embracing the inherent slight wackiness of Werewolf, because again, it's a game where you're fighting an evil burger company. Like there's a certain amount of ridiculousness to Werewolf. It is metal as fuck. It is incredibly
by the
metal
way,
if you do it.
I agree with you, Squirrel Killer. There's a nice, beautiful touch on the cover. That smiley pin.
Yeah, he's got the smiley pin still. Which has been his symbol since. It's not only the truck that was on his if you look at the first appearance of the first art he got, there is a smiley pin there, right where it's supposed to be, right there.
Ooh, that could be. Okay, here's something you can if you wanted to make Sam not a joke, like let's say you only use the first two hooks and then you throw out the rest or change the third encounter. That could be like his calling card, like the serial killer calling card, or like that's their symbol.
Smiley face.
That's the skin dancer totem. It's a smiling face with like shreds of skin on
Walmart. They're Walmart before they change. They're rolling back the deals. Their prices are too low.
Well, I'm envisioning a smiley, but with like parts of its skin peeled off, and you see like wolf fangs and shit underneath it, like fur, claws, and shit. Like
really fucking metal, dude. All right. So what do you think overall, though, the saga of Sam Haight?
Okay.
We still haven't gone over the last details of the Chaos Factor, but
so there will be a kind of an honorary part 2. There will be an honorary part 2
because Chaos Factor is a book that genuinely is bonkers to me.
And I do want to show
that
you
it deserves its own part.
I do want to show you, Skinner. I want to know, and you want to know maybe, how the saga truly and finally ends. So I've been pretty clear throughout this entire almost 4 hours. I know this is a ridiculously long podcast, but it's Sam Haight.
It's Sam Haight. It's our Earth Day special. We're covering Werewolf. What the fuck did you expect from us?
6 books.
He was in
we struggled to get
magazine
through
issue. He was in 6 books in a magazine issue.
Like we covered
some of those books,
30 pages.
Barely. Yeah,
We
yeah.
covered
And then some of
30
those books he
pages
was
in like
barely in it. But that's the thing. There's so much other tangential stuff around him that's so fascinating to me. Like, what was going on at White Wolf that made them say, "Yeah, let's throw Sam in here"? Like, why? Like, why is he in New Orleans by night? It makes zero sense.
Okay, so from what I understand, based on like I don't know, I didn't work at White Wolf. I don't have any familiarity. What happened was the Valkenburg Asylum, that book, maybe it did fairly well. And Sam was really liked. Like maybe his adventure hook was surprisingly liked by werewolf fans because it was just an interesting take. And maybe because of that, maybe they had a lot of fun with that reveal or that, the detailing enough to
Maybe
where
they
they
were
want to
using him
bring
a
him
lot.
back.
It might have been they were also using him a lot in their own internal games.
Yeah, because I mean, he's an
Right?
interesting character, at least in the first couple of editions he's in. I mean, the way he wants to be a better guru than the guru. He hates them. He has good reason to hate them. He's very clever, tactical. He's a well-designed opponent, like a very well-designed big bad, at least in the first encounter with him.
And
And
then
on
even
top of
after that,
that,
if you play with what he was like in that first encounter, right? He's still really good. If you keep that spirit of that original Valkenburg Foundation thing, if you continue on, is now he's a guru that's also hunting you
which
and
is
knows your
interesting,
weaknesses and knows all that. That's something special, honestly. Like the closest you get to that is the Black Spiral Dancers, but they're all completely fucking insane.
and
Sam's
he's
still
not.
insane, but he's not that insane. He's smart.
He's
He's
smart.
really
He's
smart.
focused. And he's able to rationalize and think, even if his belief system is twisted and nuts.
Yeah.
That's clever. And what happened, I'm thinking, is they've it's been pretty obvious that ever since they introduced werewolf very early in second or late in first, they've been wanting to have intergame combinations. Like
Yeah.
Phil especially is like, hey, let's splice mage with werewolf. That probably had like you have these conversations in the office. They want to splice them together, and Sam is a really good werewolf antagonist. So because of that, he's probably pretty popular in the office. So they're like, well, let's try testing it just a little bit by introducing spirits to vampire. Like we talk about how werewolves fucking hate vampires. Let's play a little bit there, and let's use Sam because he was in the spirit world. It's a good way to reintroduce him. And
Yeah.
while it's a kind of flawed adventure hook, it goes off well. Like the Sabat book really does well, so they're fine with it, and Sam gets known by more players. And because he's back, they're like, hey, let's go with the Amazon adventure. Because on top of that, remember, Sam did have vampire disciplines early on in Valkenburg.
Yeah.
So
He
they
did
already were
because
dabbling with it. So this was them experimenting. It succeeded. They brought him back in the second book. The third book, let's try to introduce Mage this time. And this is something Phil probably was looking forward to since day one.
yeah, like this is our chance to try crossing over our lines. We've been imagining this from day one that we were making all this stuff.
Now, my
Let's
problem
see.
with it, this is when the problems begin to come in because they establish Sam to really know how Guru think, really know how to counter them. And he does have more resources this time. Some of its approach, I think the approach they did as a writer just kind of fell a bit flat because he doesn't quite change up his shtick a lot, and because they tried to add in other vampires and stuff, they did it kind of very hackneyed, bringing back that child vampire because she was really popular too. She was probably
Yeah.
very memorable, and I think that was kind of a mistake. Maybe instead, maybe introduce like another vampire from the area as an example.
Yeah.
They do the mage thing. The big fault here was just you have to sit there and watch as Sam fails but succeeds at the same time. That was a bad fucking take. I didn't have any problems with the fights there. I had mild issues with Sam knowing and kind of instantly countering Pentex. That was a bit of a fault. But he's still not a joke at that point. It's a kind of plausible evolution. His stat sheet was actually perfectly plausible. Because, he's refined, he's improved, and now he has all the war forms and shit. I've already mentioned the changes I would have done. I would have had him try to bind a totem and make a proper tribe, and that would be really scary because at first you think you're fighting Black Spiral Dancers, but they're not, and they're intelligent and they're not insane at all. and they're working with fucking Formori. Now that seems pretty scary shit. And you can also hint this prior by like finding flayed werewolves before then. Just to really kind of establish, holy shit. This is like that module. If you tweak it a bit, kind of throw out the cutscene aspect near the end, or maybe allow you to affect some of the results to it, it'd be fine. What really kills the character is the Chantry one. I don't know if he appears in magazines in between those two. Maybe that's where the rot really kicks in, but
He appeared in at least one magazine, which was White Wolf magazine number 40. And I think that they mentioned that that Pentex has cloned him, but I could be wrong on that.
No, that sounds like something they do with Sam. It's probably near the end of the run, though.
That was probably like one of those things where it's like, oh, we've got a little bit of him that's like, oh,
it's
let's
probably
clone him.
Maybe it was after Chaos Theory, or it's like near that point in the evolution. It just doesn't feel like at the stage of Amazon that would be where they do it. Chantry's where
it's
falls
like it's just a weird. Yeah, because cloning Sam from Pentex would just be like one of those weird encounters where, oh, there's an army of these guys, and they're like just they're shittier versions of Sam, but they're still an army of shitty versions of Sam.
Well, they're basically Sam from the first book. That's how I'd have it.
Yeah, they're not as smart as Sam. They don't have the experience of Sam, but they.
And on top of that, they don't have the skin dancing routine. And maybe
don't have
have one of them. Maybe have one of them kind of like go mad and try to ascend like Sam did.
Yeah.
And like he takes control of the clones, because that way you build up like even a clone Sam is still like ambitious and powerful. The Chantry book fucks it up because he screws up one of the most powerful members of the Rabbinic, casually kills his wife despite having a life ability way above what he can do. I don't give a shit how strong a werewolf is.
I'm trying to remember if the Awakening, at least second edition, has a thing called Mage Armor, right? And Mage Armor is reflexive.
Yep.
Mage Armor is reflexive, and if you were like life 5 and you had Mage Armor active, your defense is insanely good. You are tougher than you really should be. It's actually genuinely fucking hard to hurt you.
And he was in human form, by the way.
He was in human form that just ripped her head off. I mean, and it's not like he has a dot of. It's not like he has like potence, right?
Well, he has a lot of werewolf things, but he's in Hamid form. That's the problem.
Yeah, like how is he using?
Now, if he has a ghoul picked up potence, because that's a natural, like it's a fairly natural thing ghouls can pick up.
Right.
I could have swore. Do ghouls also can they frenzy? I'm just asking to make sure.
They cannot. They cannot frenzy.
It's because they still have their souls. Yeah.
It's because they're not vampires.
That's what I'm
normal
thinking,
humans.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure, because for some reason sometimes I remember rules wrong.
Yeah, what you're probably thinking of is the werewolf rages, which as a werewolf now with his rage and his gnosis that high, I would say he should be in fact not a very calm person when he's told to leave. And admittedly, he's very calm, not calm when he turns to leave. He rips someone's head out and jumps out the window.
There should have been hints like he's deeply controlling his rage, like you could see him like about to kill.
Yeah.
There should have been like hints that he's rapidly losing his temper. But they don't do that.
The only thing I could say about that is that maybe, and this is a big one, maybe that's something that the storyteller is supposed to do without being prompted in that book. But you've got to assume that this might be the core book is all that a new storyteller picked up is this and the Mage book, and now is trying to run that adventure for his new friends. This is his first game he's ever running. This would be a terrible first game.
Oh God, yeah.
Like Valkenburg Foundation. If this was a new group of players, I would feel completely comfortable running them through the Valkenburg Foundation.
I mean, admittedly, you'd probably have to start with a prior adventure before then, but yeah.
Possibly, but even then,
just an early quick one, just to get their characters to gel together as a tribe, not as a tribe, as a grouping.
Yeah, and there you go. Like you've got the start to a chronicle that people will like.
Or alternatively, what you could do is They're all patients at Valkenburg. Like, they were all lunatics of sorts.
But they got cured, yeah.
Yeah. Just go straight in. And that's what I love about the first book. The third book is flawed. Fourth is what really kills it, because Sam should have died. Like, it's that snarky, you can't kill Sam, ha ha ha. No. Sure, maybe your mages can't, but the Verbena should have fucking done it.
That's the thing, right? Because I think somebody realized, hey, more, the mages can just,
It's probably Phil. Phil's like, dude,
find you.
I'm envisioning
and
Phil Vercado's like,
murder you.
he looks over and he goes, dude, you do know that the Verbena can curse you, right? Huh? Yeah, you
I
know.
wrote the Verbena book. Or I'm writing the Verbena book right now, and I've got to show you these things that I've been doing for research into witchcraft and all this shit. And it's like, yeah, good job, Phil. Also, you're a little crazy and you're obsessed a little bit with the menstrual cycle, but okay, Phil, like, what's happening here? And it's like, well,
Here's
you
the
see,
thing.
they'd
Like,
have
you know
some
how you
people that
gave them
know a
all
bunch of
correspondence?
correspondence.
Yeah, you know how you gave
Yeah.
Sam. I saw you gave Sam correspondence too. Also, how the hell does he have mage powers that high?
Why does he have mage powers this high? I don't get it.
I
Anyway.
remember he didn't the ritual fail in the Amazon thing. I remember I was on. I helped with that one.
It didn't fully take his powers away. It only took a chunk.
Okay, fair enough. I think it's a little ridiculous given all the other powers, but you know what? Screw it. I'll roll with it. But you know how high the Verbena do have members with correspondence 4 and 5. You know that, right? So
yeah, they have groups.
And
they have groups of people.
He
like
used
that.
his real name. Like, you didn't give him Mr. Skinner or anything. So, and on top of that, he has part of the world tree. So they have a direct connection to him. And last but not least, I mean, he has family, very clearly. So what's to stop the mages from just? There's so many ways you could do it. You could have them go back in time and abort him. Killing it would kill him via paradox, but I mean, you basically killed the wife of the head of one of the circles, so of course they'd be willing to do that. On top of that, they could just scry and kill him at any point. And also, no, the Umbra wouldn't save. But the Umbra wouldn't save him. Actually, it'd be even easier for them to kill him there. Oh shit! So they write.
Unless he goes into the deep Umbra, yeah. Unless he goes into the deep Umbra, at which point, well, he's basically fucking dead anyway.
And they're like, oh, and Moore's like, oh shit. Well, you see, the staff protects him, and Phil's like, that's bullshit, but whatever.
Whatever. We're killing him in the next book.
and then, out of desperation, Moore writes him in the New Orleans by Night to prove him wrong.
Like, no, he can totally be used again, guys. It'll be fine. And then they're all like, he's gonna die, Jim.
No. What happens is you have other guys. Like, what happens is, I imagine Moore's like the ST, and he brings back Hay during the New Orleans by Night adventure to playtesting, and you just hear like 2 or 3 groans in the.
You hear 2 or 3 groans. Are like, all right, what does he do? And then he's like, well, he just tells you what he was here for.
And... like, you don't have to fight. And then near the end, one of them says, "Let me guess, he escapes for more fucking adventures."
And they're like, yes,
and
he does.
And then they're like, "Look, pal, he's gone
next book. He's out. Next book, we're fucking nuking him."
Look, he was cool. Look, I really liked when you brought him back in the Amazon. That was really cool. Because they probably didn't mind the cutscene thing when they were playtesting. They're like, no, that was really cool. It was nice to really see him back. The Chantry one, I don't know why you did it that way, but whatever. It wasn't great. We're getting kind of sick of him, dude.
Yeah, we're kind of getting sick of this shit.
and
so they kill him.
And then eventually they're like, you know what? I kind of missed the
almost
earlier
20 years later. They bring him back.
And in a way that kind of is closer, from what I understand, to his first couple incarnations.
Because here's the thing, he's still strong in that incarnation, and he has like a really strong clave that was stolen by the skin dancer that he's possessing and things like that, where it's like, yeah, he's an actually dangerous fight, even for like a group of werewolves.
That's fine.
And they even mentioned like he will run away or try to run away if he thinks he can't win.
Which is this personality in a nutshell, right there.
Right. They're like, if you can stop him from running away and killing him, like everyone's going to be like, that's fantastic. You've dealt with one of the greatest enemies of the Garu Nation of all time, and he's now for good fucking dead.
So yeah,
You know?
Sam in the beginning, really well done. I think if you tweaked it so that he was building his own rogue tribe, and then you turned it around and had him try to essentially destroy the worm from within, that could have been an
Which
like
is stupid, but he's that far gone to try it.
like he openly admits that this was his last option. Like that's another thing. Sam openly admits if you run into him, say during Chaos Theory in this alternate, he openly says, "This is my last option. I've tried every other option to decorrupt myself."
Yeah, I mean, that makes Sam more of a tragic hero than
Oh
he
no,
really
he's not
should be.
tragic. He openly admits, "Oh, I'm not a hero."
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like you can't mitigate the fact that he killed a bunch. He killed 3 pretty much innocent werewolves.
Well, no, like I'm not making him sympathetic. He's trying to just to get back to the wild, to essentially avoid the corruption because it keeps haunting him. Because
Yeah.
the worm. And when he realizes he's damned, he's like, "Well, fuck it.
Fuck it, we're YOLOing. Here we go.
Fuck it. I'm gonna outdo the guru by hijacking and destroying the worm within. And what better way to get worm
We're gonna do
corruption?
what the we're gonna beat the White Howlers at their own game. We're gonna do what they did, but we're actually gonna win.
We're gonna succeed this time."
This
Also,
totally has
throughout all of
no
it, he still
downsides.
he
It
still
cannot
goes
ever go
after the
wrong.
guru, and throughout all of
Yeah.
it, he still goes after the guru because, in his own words, how the reason we like it's like basically he goes after them because of how they treat the kinfolk, and on top of that, it just to prove that they're better, and he also have him justify like you guys were responsible for the Impergium, remember that? Remember when you
Yeah.
when you wiped out other clans who disagreed with their fucking war? Remember when you lost your fucking temper? And you see him as a big hypocrite because he's essentially waging an Impergium himself against the Guru.
Yeah.
Like it's openly when called out as being a hypocrite, he just instantly frenzies because he
Yeah.
knows he is. He knows he is, but
Yeah,
that's how
it's
I'd
one of
play him
those
up.
things where it's like,
On the surface, you think, oh, he's an anti-villain, but at the end of the day, no, he's not. He killed Guru just to gain their power and to prove Daddy wrong initially, and then he tries to his ambition grow. No, at the end of the day, he is just as evil as Pentex is. He's just as evil as Pentex is, and maybe he's a warning to not treat your kinfolk like shit because you are
kind of
family.
is. One of the things that Sam really does stress is that it's like, yeah, kinfolk, if they're pushed too far, can 100% become very, very bad for Garu. And the
And
fact
Sam
of the
is a
matter is that the
testament to
Garu,
it.
yeah, the Garu Nation in general doesn't give kinfolk the respect they deserve.
As Squirrel
Because
Killer
quite frankly,
mentioned,
there's more of them than there are of you. They maintain your Karns. They get you all the other stuff. Because it's like, if you're a werewolf, chances are you're not holding down a normal job. They're contributing money to keep your ass alive.
and last but not least, in the event that all Guru are killed in that tribe, which can happen, they're the only hope it comes back.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, but that I don't know, like some slight tweaking near the middle and end. Yeah, you could definitely save it. It's really when the mage came in that was the problem.
Mage, as always, ruins everything.
Sam was fine being from Squirrel Killer. Sam was fine being a crossover between hunter, werewolf, and vampire. It was adding mage. I think you could actually maybe do something with it. Like I mentioned, using a mage ritual or like trying to get mage to purify you. Like maybe that ritual work because you have high occult, but you're not a mage, so maybe you don't really know.
Yeah, you know that mages exist. You know that there's various types of sorcerers and mages, and you're looking for a strong,
And when they
powerful one
reject you
too.
because you're basically the werewolf version of an Afandi. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that'd
because
have been a
that's the
fair
other
way.
thing. That's the other thing. It's like, why the fuck isn't he an Afandi?
He should have been.
Well, like that's the weirdest thing about all this is it's like he skins people alive. Well, not alive, but you know what I mean. That he's done these horrible fucking things to other people. He's and this is before he's awakened even. He's worm corrupted basically at this point. We all know that. And he spent time in a fucking hell. Why isn't he in a Fondi? Well, some people would say, well, because he hasn't seen the call and fallen and inverted his avatar and all this other shit. And I'm like, well, okay, yes, but why wouldn't that have happened very soon after he awakened?
It would have been. It should have almost instantly happened actually when he did that ritual to kill El Dorado.
Yeah,
Actually,
like
wouldn't that have been neat? Like at the end, like
yeah, like actually, shouldn't killing El Dorado have caused him, if he did awaken, to almost immediately go into an Nefandi state
actually
because of
imagine
how he
if in
did
the
it?
Amazon, in the Amazon, you see that bit. Like maybe you're trying to reach him. Like here's the thing: he has a skin dancers fucking hold you back. And if you beat them in X amount of turns, you can save El Dorado. But if you can't, then the cutscene plays. Like it's designed to be almost unwinnable in that sense. You know, that way it gives you a
Yeah,
chance, like a chance to affect. That would have been a good touch. He does it. You see him look triumphantly at something, like he's awakening the Avatar, and then it inverses, and you see him scream. There you go. That would have been a nice touch. Like you see him instantly become a Nefandi.
yeah.
Crazy theory. The
It's
Verbena did curse him. That's why he dies no matter what in chaos. Possibly.
that that's possible, but I don't think it's that
No, I think
sort of
it's just
thing.
he was dumb enough to pick a fight with a fourth gen. Which, if you're wondering how strong a Methuselah can be, one of them
Mithras,
wiped out the entire vampire community of not just Russia but like 12 other countries
yeah, that was Baba
completely.
Yaga. Mind you, Baba Yaga, there's some rumors she's a second gen, but that's
That,
kind of
that's bullshit.
yeah. That's one of those things where it's like it's a theory. It's
Almost
not
certainly
anywhere
bunkum.
near true. And if it isn't bunkum, then what the fuck?
But yeah, that's my opinion on Sam Haight. His first appearance was great. Second one, he's a footnote. Third, that's when I got pissy, and then he just kept getting worse. Very unfortunate too, because
Yeah,
the first book he was really well done.
yeah. And this is coming from someone who fucking hates werewolf.
I do, because what the Valkenburg, what it does, even though it's ironic, it's almost never mentioned outside of like some early White Wolf. It's really sad. But it
Yeah,
does exactly what I think Werewolf should have done. It straight up is. It shows Pentex being clever evil using proxies. It uses silent influence to fight you, and only when you fuck up do they bust out the big guns. I like that. That's a well-designed war, and on top of that, it gives you reasons to care about those people. It gives you reasons to care about being a guru. And you
it gives
actually
you a
see
reason to.
you see some guru that actually are peaceable that Sam kills. That's another
Yeah,
thing. It does what I think most werewolf books fail at.
it's that stakes.
There's strong stakes in each of the three that we read.
Like the first one is literally just here's this. We're going to talk to you and explain to you the nature of the foundation, and then you get to leave and do a few things for this. Then the second one is like,
One of our
yeah, this
patients
is
has
a guy that
escaped.
we fucked up doing treating, and you need to go get him and get him back here
Because
so we can finish
he's
the
acting like
treatment.
he's off his medicine, and the problem is
Yeah.
though he still has a lot of business power.
Oh yeah, he's also uh
He also
completely
is
right.
your corrupt New York businessmen who, rather than use the mafia, have hooting gang members from like a 70s movie about New York decay.
Razor blades on their gloves.
And,
Like
and you find out he's gone so crazy. He's like, the people who the people who told me the moon not bad, the people who told me my dreams are
they're
real.
of the worm. They're
They're
of the
they're
worm.
all that fucking earthworm. Earthworms are big. I'm gonna blow up Central Park to blow up the big fucking earthworm. Get you out of this rotten apple, you motherfuckers! He screams at New York.
Yeah, and
Well
then it makes
done.
you think, gee, what's going on with the Valkenburg Foundation?
Especially since they maybe cured a couple of your player characters of lunacy.
Or someone they knew, or whatever else. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with that
And then
book,
from
and I think
there,
that
you run into Sam. He's very memorable.
yeah, if the fun thing is that they remind me of an actual hunter organization from Vigil. There's this one in the book Spirit Slayers. It's called the Talbot Group,
where it's legitimately a group of people that find wolf-blooded and find werewolves, and they literally give them counseling
Yeah, that's what the
and
Valkenburg is.
try to treat them
And Sam's the dark
of their
version of it.
symptoms. Yeah. But yeah, like that's kind of our whole thing on the Skinner. Happy Earth Day to everyone.
Yep. If you're
we
wondering,
we
it's
will
a oh, go on.
we will cover Chaos Factor at some point because it is just a book where when you know that us we're two history boys. We like our history. We like all that. When White Wolf gets into history like old White Wolf does, and like there's points where Adam, this book will give you some pain. This book will give you some deep
Chaos
mourning.
Factor will
I
give
can
me pain.
guarantee it. Yes, it will. It
Oh
will make
yeah,
you hurt.
because of the vampires and werewolves and shit being behind everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd do it. That would cause me pain.
And
That will not be next week's stream. Next week
next week we'll take a break, or
it'll either be a break or if we do one more book, I don't mind doing either. I don't mind either doing Dark Era. No. I want to
let's do
do
that
Renegade
Warhammer book that you were
Crowns.
talking
I
about.
want to do Renegade
Yeah,
Crowns.
I was about to say, like, I might not be there for that one, but I'll definitely be there for Chaos Factor because this book
next
is
week will
nuts.
either be a potential break or Renegade Crowns.
Yeah.
This is
And
our
I mean,
longest podcast, by the way. At nearly stream.
stream at nearly 4 hours, which
Over 4 hours
honestly,
actually.
we covered a lot of books. We covered a lot of topics. We gave you everything you wanted. This is for your long car ride across the state.
Yeah.
Where you have to go see grandma for whatever for 4th of July or whatever else, or for your breaks in between all this. We're happy to help you out here at Dice Scum with all of your entertainment needs.
Mm-hmm. Now, as for if you'll ever see another episode of Chult again,
That's the $1 million question.
Because on the one hand, I really don't, but on the other hand, Tarek prides himself on his Black Pyramid.
You need to finish Chult. I'm not going to go anywhere near
At
that
the
shit,
minimum, okay. At the minimum, at some point, we will do a video on the Black Pyramid. Now, I don't know when that's going to come out because fuck, but at some point we will cover the Black Pyramid. After that, well, I don't really know. Maybe World of Cinnabar is another recorded video at some point.
World of Cinnabar, I've heard interesting things about. Not good things, but interesting things.
Yeah. Obviously, Fatal's always been a candidate, but that's a while away.
We already tried Fatal.
Oh yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, that's not happening.
Not
happening. It's too uncensored.
We can't even make it funny.
Yeah. So I don't really know. The way recorded videos work is just specific books, and even then, it's kind of more fun and easier. Well, not easier, but yeah, easier to just do these streams.
Squirrel Killer in the chat has asked us Chult praise stream for April Fools next year. No.
Never.
Never. Derek, you can tongue my anus. I do not. like eat my ass, legitimately. Like there's no fucking way I'm going to praise your ripoff of Rifts for anything whatsoever. It's not even a good ripoff of Rifts.
Well,
either.
It's not even a ripoff of Rifts. There's I forget the name, but it's like an OSR inspired thing called Subsurface Environment or something, SSE. And he just rips off from that.
Anything good? Holy fuck, man! Like Jesus Christ! If you were ripping off riffs, I could at least say that you have at least modicum.
It's called Anomalous Subsurface Environment, ASE. I remember now. And it has the same tone, but it's done more cleverly. Like at one point, you run into a tetrahedral dice, and it's just. It gives you like some weird ominous feelings, and it drives you a little bit nutty because you feel the meta energy coming off of it.
Yeah, like that's actually not great, but I at least understand the humor of it.
But yeah, before we get to 4.5 hours, next week will either be Renegade Crowns or a break. And then the next recorded video at some point, I do have to unfortunately do the Black Pyramid. That will finish Chult because I really don't fucking feel like looking through purple pink pain or yellow green nightmares. Oh, and also, I don't really feel like reading. I don't remember the fourth book in his trilogy. Yeah, he calls it a fourth book in his trilogy. I don't
Yeah.
really feel like looking at that either, but I will at least look at the trash fire that is the Black Pyramid at some point.
We might cover more adventures too at some point. Like
Actually, that
adventure
would
modules
be an
have been
amazing.
published.
No, the Black Pyramid. There is more than one Black Pyramid.
That is true. We've got the one of Nagash.
Oh god,
Is there a Warhammer Fantasy book about exploring the Pyramid of Nagash?
I kind of hope so, because that would.
I
want to
know. That'd be
that would
fun.
be the greatest bait and switch ever.
We're doing the Black Pyramid of Nagash. Oh wait, no, it's Chult. Oops, all Chult.
Whoops, all Chult. So yeah, we're leaving now. It's 4 hours and a half. Night, guys.